Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Saving the Werewolves by Kestra Pingree. Narrated by Elizabeth Hart and Alexander Sindys. Chapter 1. Sarissa. My head was pounding fiercely. My vision was blurry. I could hardly think. I knew I was in a vehicle, a beast like the rotors that first took me away from my life in the woods. But it was also like the rotor Phantom Fangs used. Phantom Fangs. It was the only thing clear in my mind. Each of the werewolves that made it up consumed me. The thought of them, their features, the memory of their fiery touch. That was all I knew. They were my only clarity in this hazy, half-dream state. I knew I was with vampires, and that they did something to me, but that was it. The rest was Phantom Fangs. My Phantom Fangs. They weren't here. I tried to focus. The vehicle I was trapped inside blocked out all outside light. The windows were tinted so heavily it almost made me feel as if I was wearing a blindfold. I didn't know if it was day or night, but some big round body of light was peeking out over the horizon in the east. The sun? We were heading toward rocky terrain. Land jutted out and sunk low into the ground. I hoped it was land anyway. It resembled claws, teeth, gaping maws of giant beasts. I shivered, goosebumps pocking my skin as sweat beaded on my brow. My head lolled back and forth as the ride got bumpy. I couldn't hold my head straight. My stomach was tying itself into knots. I thought I might be sick, but the sickness was jerked out of me when the vehicle came to an abrupt stop right in front of one of the dark, gaping maws. I tried to tell myself those serrated teeth were nothing but jagged rocks, but the quickening of my heartbeat said otherwise. And something was off. A solid slab of metal was blocking its throat. Light was glinting off a very specific point and dwelling its way into my brain in the form of a headache. I groaned when a high-pitched screech pierced my eardrums as the metal slowly sunk into the ground, revealing the depths of the cave it was shielding. Figures in dark crimson cloaks with gilded hems darted and danced around the streams of sunlight as if they were acid. Then the vehicle let out a distinct hum, and it once again moved forward, this time on a downward ramp leading deeper into the cave. I blinked my heavy eyelids a few times as darkness engulfed me, and the metal moved back into place. Soft orbs of light dotted the outside of the tinted windows, but I couldn't make out anything now. I might have used my moonlight reserves to better equip my eyes if I hadn't been empty. I used it all to protect Phantom Fangs. Phantom Fangs. In the end, I still couldn't protect them. I had to give myself up to vampires. I had to lead them on their own, hoping with everything I had that the vampires were telling the truth about leaving them alive. The sick feeling settled back into my stomach. What if I never saw them again, and I was stuck to wander this delirium forever? I pushed the thought away because it was too much for me to handle. My heart was fluttering inside of my chest, vibrating like a thin bottle of glass reacting to a matching frequency meant to shatter it. All I wanted was to be with Phantom Fangs. They were the light, the stability I was holding on to since being taken away from my woods. Nothing outside was like it was supposed to be, but they made it bearable. They made it beautiful. The vehicle came to a complete stop. I thought I could make out some lights from inside of the cave, but my head was pounding worse, and my vision was suffering worse for it. Doors opened. I felt the difference in the air more than I heard the sound. Blood-red fingernails dug into my skin, hard enough to hurt, but not to pierce, as I was yanked outside. I fell to my knees and moaned. My skin stung with the impact of hard, unrefined earth. My feet and legs were bare. I was given only a very basic black shift to put over my naked body when the vampires took me. "Give her the antidote. She's completely delusional," the female vampire holding onto my arm instructed. She forced me back onto my feet to stand at her side. One of the other vampires held a glass vial underneath my nose. It was putrid, like rotting flesh. I gagged and nearly vomited. Then my vision cleared, as if a strong wind blew in and chased the sickness away. "There we go," the vampire at my side said. "She's coming to. Her eyes are no longer dilated." I blinked a few times and slowly moved my head from side to side, seeing clearly for the first time in hours. The dim lights lining the walls were enough to make out the guts of the cave. Water streamed down rock walls, painting the brown-toned stones with streaks of pink minerals. The musty smell of stagnant moisture permeated the air. There was that distinct tang of iron, too. The area was surprisingly empty aside from some tech contraptions and a whole swarm of humans marching like ants up to large trailers on wheels. The humans didn't get inside. They simply clustered at their openings. They were dressed like me. They were clean, but most of them had bandages on their necks. Many of them bled through. They were jumpy like scared animals, wide-eyed and easily spooked. "What's going on?" I asked. My voice came out gravelly. My words more of a croak, and I wondered if anybody understood me. I cleared my throat to try again, but my designated vampire gripped my arm and forced me deeper into the cave. I had thought that werewolves, the males, had a much greater base strength than I. They did, but these vampires were even stronger. I could feel her fingers slowly leaving bruises on my skin, and she didn't look like she was straining. More lights lit up the cave as I stumbled behind the vampire, dragging me deeper inside. I was only graced with her back because she wouldn't allow me at her side now. She wore a crisp, crimson cloak and a black uniform underneath. Her auburn hair was cut flat across and reached her chin. Proud shoulders made her look taller than she was. And she wasn't short. She was a bit taller than me. Something about her was familiar. The blood-red nails, the dark gray tint to her skin. The last of the haze muddying my brain vanished, and I realized I knew this vampire. She almost killed Caspian. My whole body tensed at the memory of blood spraying from his throat. My vision went red. I wanted to lash out at the monster in front of me. I wanted to slit her throat the same way she had Caspian's. I wanted to show her what happened when she hurt those I loved. But I stilled myself. I tried to find a drop of calm waters inside of me, to reach out to phantom fangs and the powerful mental connection we had made when I kissed them. My lips buzzed at the thought, little sparks of energy lighting up the sensitive skin. I could hear their thoughts before, feel their emotions. So why couldn't I hear or feel them now? Where were those strands of silver moonlight tying our hearts together? I wanted to cry. I just couldn't find it. Without that connection, I couldn't know for certain if Phantom Fangs was all right. The vampires retreated and carried me away with them when I had agreed to go with them in exchange for Phantom Fangs' safety. For all of Wolfbridge's safety. Then they threw down fist-sized spherical tech to where all the werewolves were. When the tech hit the ground, they let out tons of dense smoke. I didn't see anything after that, though I protested. The vampires said something about the gas being non-lethal and ushered me to their vehicle, slick and black, unlike the clunky rotors. They put a glass vial without a scent under my nose that made me woozy and shoved me into darkness, into the hours of delirium. And now I was here. Was the smoke harmful at all, or was it cover? If the vampires kept their word, Phantom Fangs was safe. Trace and her mother were safe. Corin was safe. Wolfbridge was safe. The vampires came for me and me alone. So they said. "Are you going to kill me?" I asked, as I tried to match the vampire's pace. I needed to relieve some of the pressure she was putting on my arm before she tore it clean off. My shoulder was beginning to ache. "No," the vampire replied. What other plans could they possibly have for me? I knew I was valuable to werewolves, but it made sense because, like them, I was a werewolf. This legend, my worth, and my various titles were simply because I was a rare wera, because I held a lot of moonlight. They thought I would bring a new powerful generation of werewolves. Last night proved just how much power I held. Wouldn't vampires definitely want to kill me for that? Werewolves and vampires were at war as far as I knew about anything, which was still infuriatingly little. "What's your name?" I asked. The vampire was silent. I thought she wouldn't answer my question, but then she replied, "Gala." My hackles rose. I wanted to tell Gala where she could stick it, to tell her exactly what would happen if she touched what was mine again. I took a deep breath instead. "What are we doing then? What are you going to do with me?" "I don't know, Princess Sarissa Lupin of Howling Sky. I was instructed to take you to my queen. Whatever plan she has in store for you will be made perfectly clear in a few short minutes." We reached an area where the cave narrowed down to 2 bodies in width. Farther ahead, it branched off into multiple tunnels. Gala chose the one on the far right, continuing to drag me with her. I tried wriggling out of her grasp, but it wasn't happening. If I did anything more drastic, I'd be starting something. I was faced with my least favorite word again. Patience. I had to be patient. Wait for an opportunity, create an opportunity, and get back to Phantom Fangs as soon as possible.
Chapter 2. Caspian. The Crimson Caves were in view. The kingdom itself was buried deep inside, but everyone just called this vast expanse of underground networks Crimson Caves because vampires owned every inch of it. They barricaded each entrance with airtight metal doors and loads of tech. The jagged pieces of rock jutting out of the ground and scattered everywhere were perfect mounts for their gun turrets. Each one housed multiple guns and heavy-duty cannons. When it came to tech, vampires were truly terrifying. That was how they had single-handedly destroyed Howling Sky. If anyone could rival Todd, it was them. We stopped a safe distance away from the caves and the gun turrets, behind a few large boulders that were inside the grassy field near the sparse trees outside of the vampire's territory. Todd was camped out in a spot littered with little white flowers eagerly welcoming spring. He had his ground-penetrating radar set up and stationary, a metal stick in the ground. It was supposed to be able to detect and map out the ground many feet below and in a wide radius, writing it all in as data on Todd's packed-pewter. While it did, in fact, do that, I wasn't sure it could reach far enough. It hadn't last time, and Todd had been busy with other things since then. Based on what we could see above ground, there was no way to get inside of the caves without getting blasted to bits, like last time. That was why Todd was trying to get eyes underground. We had first attempted something like this when Phantom Fangs was born, before we had been officially named Phantoms. We were tasked with scouting out Crimson Caves, a nameless squad meant for gathering intelligence and covert operations. Todd was just testing his tech at the time. We weren't really expected to come back with anything helpful or even concrete. If we did, that was a bonus, and it would help Wolfbridge to infiltrate the vampires in coming days. We did one better. Todd's test led us to the last male vampire. It was a fluke, or it was Lorraine's will. We weren't any closer last time, and Todd was getting no information about the caves themselves because of it. But he did find something else, a structure similar to the caves. It was constructed rather than natural, something the vampires had created and isolated. The last vampire was alone, camouflaged, without any gun turrets or weapons of any sort to draw eyes to him. The vampires kept their last male like a caged animal with only cameras to observe him. We would have never found him if we hadn't had eyes underground. Apparently, the vampires hadn't considered someone with Todd's know-how or expected them to come snooping around their territory. They also hadn't counted on our efficiency. We were in and out before the vampires could retaliate. The remnants of that underground cage couldn't be seen now, just over 2 months later, unless you knew where to look. But I knew the location. I remembered it vividly, a perfectly concealed hatch covered in dirt and snow. Now it was covered up with grass and wildflowers, dense wildflowers. It was almost like someone had planted them there in remembrance, to mark the place he died. I wondered if that was true. I wondered if the flowers fed well on his filthy blood. I shuddered at the thought, his curses and screams echoing endlessly in my ears. His last words weren't just for us. They were for his own kind, too. So much hatred for his own kind. My stomach twisted painfully. Snap out of it. Todd stared at his packed pewter screen, brow furrowed in concentration. His eyebrows were ruddy but dark, passable as a shade of brown, unlike the fire-red hair he always insisted on hiding underneath that black beanie of his. I sighed. This time, unfortunately, we didn't have the dumb luck. We needed to get inside of the real caves because the vampires likely learned from their last mistake. We were certain Sarissa was inside, physically with them and behind lots of firepower. I didn't know how we were going to manage this, but I hoped we would be able to save her and somehow avoid getting mowed down by guns, cannonballs, or bombs in the process. Sarissa, you better not give up on us. We aren't giving up on you. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I also couldn't stop thinking about that electric sensation of her lips on mine. I had to consciously keep my hand down at my side so I wouldn't keep touching my lips like some weirdo in a love-struck daze. When she kissed me, when she kissed me, I never wanted to stop. I had to literally pry myself away from her, focus on the place Prince Charles had bitten her, and stare in amazement as his claim was wiped away in blazing moonlight, all because she kissed Phantom Fangs. It was hard to ignore the need inside of me even still. I wanted to explore her entire mouth with my tongue, to claim her, to keep her. It was worse now that I knew how sweet she tasted. But Sarissa was the one doing the claiming and the keeping. She brought us all together in a way I was never able to as a squad leader, as an alpha. I could feel Sarissa, Air, Todd, and Roderick like we were one entity after she kissed us. I had no idea what kind of power that was, but it was bigger than anything I knew. Thinking back on it, it was kind of overwhelming and terrifying. It was the closest thing I ever felt to being whole. It made it that much more painful when Sarissa was ripped away from us, though. Like a piece of my heart was torn away with her and left bleeding open. The wound wouldn't close until we had her back. I was cautiously optimistic. The ability to hear and feel the thoughts and emotions of the others slowly died out, but there was still a warmth in my chest. It was growing warmer. Sarissa had to be close. Maybe. But that would also mean Sarissa was a prisoner like we feared. She had been taken before the full moon was aligned. We had hoped she'd be able to gather more moonlight and get away on her own because of that. But if she had accomplished that, we would have found her already. I was convinced there was no way we could have missed her. We would have felt her. No, the vampires were prepared. That was painfully obvious and the only explanation. Their glider's ability to repel sunlight probably included moonlight too. Damn vehicles. Damn vampires and their tech. Beads of sweat dripped down Todd's brow. He wiped them away with the back of his hand. It didn't bode well. There was a slight tremor in his movements. "How's it going?" I asked. "Working on it," he said. I pursed my lips. I had known him long enough to know when he was frustrated. I didn't need to be inside of his head to see it. "What's the plan if Todd can't do any sabotaging or find us an entry point that won't riddle us with bullets?" Air asked. His arms were folded, hands gripping his skin tightly, chasing away his natural golden skin tone in place of a stark white where he applied the pressure. I could tell he was trying to keep from fidgeting, but one hand found its way out of the bind anyway, and he brushed his fingers along the tight golden plates hugging his skull before he realized what he was doing and forced his hands back into that tight fold. "We'll go in guns blazing," I replied. "Won't Todd at least be able to tell us the most effective way to take on a gun turret so we aren't all killed by rushing in there blindly?" "Have faith, Air. He's never let us down. Plus, we're full of moonlight. We'll manage. We always do." I left out the fact that we might not be able to manage it without any casualties. Roderick cracked his knuckles and said, "If you need a sacrifice, I'll gladly go first." "We're not doing sacrifices." I clapped him on the shoulder. "Thank you, by the way." He looked away, something very unlike him. It was almost like he was ashamed. The indomitable human with coiling, inky tattoos, the tethered, who had every intention of betraying us but didn't, all because of Sarissa. Sarissa and her magic. "Thank you for choosing Sarissa," I said. Then, a little more hopefully, I added, "Thanks for choosing us." "I have your backs just like you've always had mine. I even have heirs." "We're really a fucked up group. We would have fallen apart by now if not for Sarissa. Maybe she's the only thing holding us together now." "That isn't true," Todd interjected. "I'm going to keep you all safe like I always have." My eyes widened in surprise. I stole a quick glance at him, but he wasn't looking back. He was busy racking his brain over our current problem, staring at his packpewter screen and the data rolling across it. A grin spread across my lips, the first one to reach my lips since Sarissa was taken from us. I walked over to him and pressed my hand down on his beanie to ruffle his red hair underneath. "If anyone can keep us safe, it's definitely you, Todd. Together, we're going to make this work. Like I said, we always do." I took my hand away to stop bugging him. He didn't bother to look at me. He was the same werewolf he always was, his nose stuck in his tech. But he did have a point. His tech kept us safe. It kept Wolfbridge safe. The fact Paw's Peak and Crimson Caves entered our walls must have been grating on his nerves, driving him to work harder to make up for it. I looked back at the soldiers we brought with us from Wolfbridge. They were keeping their distance like I instructed, heads peeking out from the sparse tree coverage where they waited with our rotors. Corin was the one I liked the best out of these soldiers. He was friendly enough, but maybe that was because he was young, around the same age as Phantom Fangs. The older soldiers had the good sense to avoid the Phantom Prince, and they made up the majority. I wondered what the future held for werewolves and our posterity. I wondered how Sarissa would fit into it. I wondered how helpful the king's soldiers would be. I realized I didn't really trust any of them. The king ordered them to assist Phantom Fangs with reclaiming the lost princess. That meant they would listen to me, right? Even though I was outcast? Even though I was no longer a prince of Wolfbridge? All this time I had been trying to prove my worth, to show the king that I wasn't dreaming a futile dream of the future. I wanted to please him, too. I still did, even though Eyre told me time and time again that the king, my father, was an asshole. Even though Eyre spoke against him in front of me, in front of all of Phantom Fangs, without fear. Even though I tethered Eyre to me at his own request to protect his family and to placate the denizens and ruler of the kingdom, because a human and a werewolf really couldn't be seen together. Not after I brought attention to us by reporting Zeke for what he had done to Trace. Even though the king, my father, told me when I proposed forming my own squad that I was no longer suited to be a prince of Wolfbridge. He said my ideals, the things I stood for, couldn't be done in the light. They were things born of shadows. I was born of shadows. I became known as the Phantom Prince when Phantom Fangs earned its name after we killed the last vampire. We instantly became the thing of nightmares. Our name was known and we were feared. No one knew when we would strike or what havoc we would wreak. Phantoms. Todd's tech coverage made it possible for us to become phantoms. It was as the king said. He was always right. He wanted what was best for the kingdom. We had the same goals, ambitions, he said. Not all decisions could be made in the light. But was that true? Eyre never agreed. He always insisted the king just wanted me and my ideals out of the way. I wasn't allowed to call the king my father, not since my title was stripped. Eyre said that was cruel. The king said it was necessary. Now that I had the king's soldiers, I was basically commanding an army. I was doing something in the light, outright, where all eyes could see me. Would I make my father proud? Would we get Sarissa back alive? What would I do if we didn't? I shut down the uncertainty clouding my mind. I decided I would wait for Todd just a little longer before forming an attack plan. But just a little longer. There wasn't much time to spare. Sarissa, hold on.
Chapter 3. Sarissa. Rage was bubbling inside my stomach. Gayla jerked me to a stop when we came across another metal slab blocking our way. I would have ripped the vampire's head off by now if I had any moonlight in me. I kept replaying in my head what she did to Caspian, growing angrier each time she'd slit his throat. She almost took him from me forever. A growl rumbled in my chest as Gala offered up her fingerprint to a metal pad implanted inside of the natural brown stones. The device had a screen that flashed an ominous red and beeped. In response, the metal slab melted down into the earth, just like the one at the mouth of the cave had. I had to squint my eyes at the light that suddenly came through. It was bright, made brighter by the brazen white room it was emanating from. The odd room would have been a perfect sphere if not for the flat surface of the floor. None of it looked natural. It had been carved out smooth, painted white. There was a black blot in the center of it. I blinked a few times, and my eyes adjusted well enough for me to see it was a living thing, not an imperfection. She was a tall and slender vampire dressed in draping crimson fabrics with gilded swirling patterns that pooled delicately onto the floor. Her hair was a lustrous black, and so long it seemed to melt into the fabric. It would have touched the floor, too, if it hadn't also been tied up on the top of her head in intricate loops. Her hair was the backdrop to her thin and surprisingly simple gold crown. Aside from her, there was nothing else in the room. No furniture, no differentiation from the floor to the walls. "Get inside," Gala ordered, as she once again placed her hand exactly where she had already threatened bruises on my skin from previous handling. "Be kind to our guest, Gala." The vampire I assumed to be the queen said calmly. She clasped her slender fingers in front of her and turned her crimson eyes to me. "Welcome to Crimson Caves, Princess Sorissa Valupin of Howling Sky. I am Queen Evie La Demonée of Crimson Caves. Please feel free to call me Evie, and excuse Gala for her roughness. She is my most trusted commander and is used to keeping soldiers in line. It has made her a bit rough around the edges." Her soft lips quirked upward. They were painted as black as the night, a hard contrast to her glistening white fangs just barely peeking through them. I huffed and did my best to rip out of Gala's grasp, which I succeeded in doing. It was surprisingly easy, likely because of Evie's stern words. I refused the urge to shake out my arm and get the blood flowing again. I couldn't show any discomfort. I wouldn't. Weakness was something I would not show my enemies. I bared my teeth. "Maybe I should kill you where I stand, Evie. Gala almost killed Caspian. If he hadn't been so full of moonlight, or if he hadn't acted fast enough, she would have. Forget excusing her roughness. Forget pleasantries and first names. Why should I let that go?" "You have no moonlight, Princess Sorissa. But it wouldn't matter if you did anyway. We aren't here to fight. Vampires are done fighting. I want an indefinite truce. Peace." I blinked. "If it makes you feel any better, Gala would not have attacked your werewolf." She paused. "The Phantom Prince, if she had known it would kill him. She saw he was ripe with moonlight. She also knows his skill." "You know everything that happened," I said. But I meant it as more of a question. How could she know when Gala had been with me since we arrived here? "Gala radioed in when you were on your way here. You must have been under when she did. The delusional properties of saffras mushrooms are quite potent. It was meant to keep you calm until we could speak. I assure you there will be no adverse side effects. And I apologize. I would have asked to speak with you rather than resorting to this underhandedness, but we aren't in good standing with Wolf Bridge. I must have been because I had no memory of it. Radioed. So that meant vampires had portacom-like tech as well, I supposed. I was lucky I remembered everything. Todd had taught me about tech when I spent time with him inside of the heart. I was getting more familiar with this strange world. Todd, Air, Roderick, Caspian. I gritted my teeth. I didn't like Evie's explanation. Moonlight or not, if Caspian hadn't acted quickly, he would have died. My Caspian would have been dead. It was so easy to die. I had known that inside of my forest, but it never applied to me and Babaga. Death couldn't touch us. We were the strongest creatures there. I hadn't really known death. I hadn't known betrayal until Babaga sold me. I hadn't known how my own stupidity could harm those I cared about, like when Roderick almost got killed by Alexander in the square. I hadn't known my own powerlessness until Gala almost took Caspian from me when I was doing everything right, aside from conserving my damn moonlight. You all think you can do what you want without facing the consequences, I said despondently. This world is full of monsters. That it is, Evie agreed. That is why my monsters will cease fighting. If we go on like this, my species will meet total annihilation. I'm tired of the bloodshed, Princess Orisa. I would surrender right now if the werewolves would listen. But they won't. Perhaps a Wera like you will. The Moonlight Child. The lost princess of Howling Sky. I seem to have many fancy titles, but they don't mean anything. I'm just me. You are all of those things, and you may yet earn many more names in your lifetime. You are but a child, still 18 years old. And how old are you? You don't look any older than me. Gala tensed behind me. I was sure she wanted to intervene. I saw her moving in my peripheral, but Evie held up her hand, and Gala stopped like a well-trained dog. Evie smiled. We age well, both my kind and yours. I am 79. But allow me to finish what I was saying. A Wera like you, who has been locked away from this world for nearly the entirety of your life, must see everything with fresh eyes, with new ideas. You've known Phantom Fangs less than a week, and yet your loyalties to them are fierce. I know you by more than your titles, and you are the someone I want on my side, Princess Orisa. I've already ordered the release of all our unchanged humans as a peace offering. Unfortunately, the thralls will have to stay with us, since they are tied to the night as we are. Sunlight will not treat them kindly. My mouth dropped open. I must not have heard you correctly. You're releasing your humans? I'm giving you our humans. It's a show of good faith. I know you will do what is best for them. What's best for them? You're joking. I let out a confused laugh. It started small, barely a giggle, and then I was laughing so hard tears were streaming down my cheeks. Everyone outside of the woods is crazy. The Queen of Vampires is telling me that she doesn't want to fight anymore, that she wants my loyalty. Even though you watched that attack on Wolf Bridge, did you send your vampires there to be a part of it? Did you orchestrate it? I had no idea what to think or what to believe, other than these vampires had to be my enemy because of what they did to Caspian, because of what they would have done to everyone I had begun to care about so deeply, it was like a physical ache being away from them. What Kayla did was hardly peaceful, I accused when my laughter died down. Maybe I would take your words seriously if you had braved Wolf Bridge and asked to speak with me rather than nearly killing my Caspian. Evie blinked. I could have sworn her crimson eyes became a shade brighter. Do you truly believe King Philip would have allowed it? No, I don't. But there must have been another way for you to speak to me peacefully if that is your intention, if peace is really what you want. We were drastic. I concede it, and I will apologize if it makes you feel better. But we did not kill the Phantom Prince. That's more than I can say for what he did to Dinez. Evie flashed her fangs and then hid them behind closed lips once again, but her lips quivered. Dinez? I asked warily. The Queen had been perfectly composed until this moment. Our last vampire. Ask your werewolves about him. Pass judgment on us as they have or dig deeper, because there is more to every story. Then what's your side of the story? Your kind enslaves its females. Mine enslaves its males. Maybe your phantom fangs gave Dinez freedom, but it was the final freedom, and before I could save him myself. She closed her eyes and placed her hand over her stomach. I loved him, but I waited too long to prove it. Now we all suffer for it. That is my side of the story. My queen, Gala murmured. I'll ask Phantom Fangs about it, I said. Evie nodded her head once. You can take all of our humans, the unchanged, back with you when your werewolves come to the front gate. Gala informed me of the power you hold over them, of the way you claimed Phantom Fangs as your own. Because of that, and since they are shields, I'm sure they will be happy to oblige. I glanced over my shoulder at Gala. She was standing with her arms folded. Her face was stone and her eyes were hard. Shouldn't you have just offered up your humans to Philip instead? I asked. That would have been the perfect way to start a talk. He may have listened to something as big as that. The King of Wolfbridge wouldn't have listened to anything I may have offered him, beyond handing him our lives. But I love your optimism. Werewolves are good at holding a grudge. A grudge. Something in my head clicked into place. These vampires were a force to be feared. I had heard that mentioned, and I had read it in my mother's journal. Paws Peak wanted High Kingdom status. Wolfbridge had been a passive, neutral party, observing Paws Peak and Howling Sky. I remembered my mother's hateful words towards humans and vampires. I remembered Todd telling me how Howling Sky, the High Kingdom, burned to the ground. Maybe I had a better picture of this world than I thought. You destroyed Howling Sky, I said. I will admit I gave that order. Yes. Crimson Caves is responsible for the destruction of Howling Sky. I'm surprised you didn't know that already. You look as if you just had a revelation. I shrugged. I was taken from my woods 3 days ago. There has been a lot to take in and process. I understand. Why not kill me now and follow through with that original plan of yours? I was meant to die in Howling Sky too, right? I don't currently have any moonlight, as you pointed out. I told you. I'm done trying to solve problems with killing and destruction. The old ways aren't working. The things I've done, the things my ancestors have done, they didn't work. Whether I kill you now or not, it won't save us. So I'm doing something unheard of. I'm putting our lives in your hands. I will physically lie down at your feet if you wish. Soon you will have to make your own choice. Will you choose war like so many before you? Or will you choose something different? I was left speechless. The passion and sincerity behind Evie's words were unmistakable. If she was a liar, she was a damn good one. I wanted to believe her words, that she could truly mean what she said about peace. But there was something else driving her too, and it involved Dinez. Gala was putting out bad vibes, tensing behind me like a spring trap. I tilted my head just enough to see her clearly out of the corner of my eye. Her fists were clenched at her side, bleaching her skin white. Her nails dug into her palms and drew little droplets of blood that fell from her knuckles. I thought of Phantom Fangs. I thought of my werewolves. They would come for me. They were probably coming for me right now. I had no doubt. That knowledge made me happy and scared all at once. They would be putting themselves in danger again after I had given myself up to keep them safe. I didn't want them to get hurt. I wouldn't let them die. I didn't need to make big decisions now. I just needed to find a way to keep us all alive. Fine, I said. Give me the humans. I'll bring them back to Wolfbridge and look after them. I don't want to fight either. If you want peace, that's what I will choose. But if you pull anything like you did with Caspian again, knowing he'd be able to heal or not, I will show no mercy. Evie smirked. Very well, Princess Sorisa. I hope you will keep our best interests in mind. All species' best interests. I didn't see how I'd be able to help Evie or why I should when the vampires didn't have a record of being trustworthy, when they almost killed one of Phantom Fang's. But I would play along for now. I was being sincere, too. The fight in Wolfbridge last night was bloody and brutal. I hurt so many werewolves, though I didn't kill a single one, but I was the only one acting with those restraints. Everyone else was delivering killing blows, merciless, cold, especially my Phantom Fangs. I never wanted to see that again. And I believed Evie when she said Phantom Fangs killed the last male vampire. I didn't know how it made me feel. Fighting a war was nothing like hunting for food. I had never been a part of anything like this, nor had I ever seen anything like this. I wanted to get back to quiet. I wanted to spend nights with Phantom Fangs and leave this all behind. All my nights. I wanted to kiss them again, to hold them in my arms, because I was sure of one thing. They were mine.
Chapter 4. Todd. I wasn't coming up with anything. The sun was rising higher in the sky. It wasn't very hot on this spring morning, but its bright light was starting to get to me. I wiped my forehead again, clearing away the sweat caused by overexertion. I couldn't find a way to guarantee our safety into Crimson Caves. It was the one place with technology superior to my own, at least at this point. Damn vampires. If only I could figure out a way to perfectly emulate sunlight. That was their one true weakness outside of malnutrition. Ultraviolet, infrared, and visible light. I thought I understood what the sun's light was made of. I thought I could replicate it, but none of it ever worked. It was like I was missing some component. I hadn't been able to figure it out yet, so that research was on hold. I had nothing. Sarissa. We couldn't make her wait any longer. It was only a tentative flickering warmth, like a candle in my chest, that made me think she was still alive. I had no physical proof, and I was worried. What if the vampires took her away just to kill her and dump her body somewhere? Ice flooded my veins. I couldn't think about that. I pressed the heel of my hand to my forehead and grimaced. Caspian didn't check my progress because he watched. He knew I was at my end. He announced, "We're going to go over the plan, and then we're going to implement it immediately. We're out of time." I picked up my gear and Caspian led the way back to the sparse trees where our rotors and the soldiers with us were waiting. I caught Air and Roderick looking at me. I couldn't feel what they were thinking because that mind-reading, emotion-sharing connection between us was gone. Mostly gone. There was an undercurrent of something, but all I could really feel was my own overwhelming sense of failure. I didn't understand any of this. Sarissa was all that made sense, and I couldn't explain why. Biology might have been the perfect explanation before, but she was beyond what I knew about biology. Sexual attraction, fine. Mental and emotional connection shared between 5 different werewolves? What the hell? It hadn't bothered me at the time. I was lost in the feeling of it. Me. Lost in the feeling of it. Sarissa was a wildfire. Everything is explainable. Worry about it after we have her back, I told myself. Todd, what's the best way to kill a gun turret? Caspian asked. Let's take stock of what weapons we have with us, and I'll tell you, I said quietly. Air and Roderick went to one of our rotors and started unpacking the variety of weapons we threw together in the back. We had everything from knives, small handguns, shoulder cannons, grenades, and some other miscellaneous weapons. We also had some odds and ends like those tech inhibitors Sarissa helped me assemble. The gun turrets have thick armor, I said. We'll need heavy firepower to even attempt to bust their shells. Air picked up one of the shoulder cannons and propped it onto his shoulder, looking through the sights and feeling it out. I've never used one of these before, he said. Is there a way we could just short-circuit them? Roderick asked. That's a lot of guns to get through, but they're all automated, controlled electronically, aren't they? Yes, but only if we get the shells off, I said. Nothing can happen before that. After there's an opening, we can climb up and place these tech inhibitors on whatever computer system we find inside. All we have to do is place them? Caspian asked. Or throw them. Aim well and they'll latch on with metal claws. I looked out at the horizon, at the large rocks and caves jutting out and sinking into the land. I was scanning for an entry point that looked the least likely to kill us, but the vampires were good about not leaving any gaps in their defenses. That area, I pointed, between those two jagged rocks that form an overhead, that's where we should go. It has the most cover and there's an entry point ahead, though we'll probably have to use a lot of firepower to blow a hole in the gate. It's solid metal, and I doubt I'll be able to hack it. It's risky, but we might live through it. Remember, we have moonlight, Todd, Caspian said. We'll be able to move quickly, very quickly. I nodded my head. If a gun turret swivels, it's active. This is going to be about speed and who can strike who first. What you say goes. Everybody get equipped to move out and we'll move on my signal. We're doing stealth until that isn't an option anymore. Caspian looked at me. Thanks, Todd. My face burned. I looked away like I always did, familiarizing myself with the grass and flowers underfoot. This was one of the rare times I would be in the field with everybody else. That wasn't usually a good idea. I would probably get in the way. I checked my light armor along with everyone else, making sure everything was in place. I packed tech inhibitors, a handgun, and whatever else I thought might be useful. My Phantom Fangs uniform wouldn't hold up very well under heavy fire, but it was better than nothing. It could still end up saving my life, depending on the situation. My useless life, I muttered. I nearly jumped out of my skin when Caspian snuck up behind me and said, "You've done enough, Todd. You have to believe in the rest of us now. It's our job to keep you safe, too. It's like I'm always telling you, troublemakers. A good team has to work together." I just hope everybody else is better at using moonlight, I said sheepishly. Caspian grinned. It's instinct. It'll come easily to you, especially if the adrenaline's running. He gave me a nudge with his elbow and then continued getting ready. He was right. This time, I would have to depend on everyone else. This time, they were probably the ones who were going to keep me safe. I never doubted that about Phantom Fangs. We always had each other's back. I trusted them, and it was easy, something I didn't realize or acknowledge on a conscious level. Somehow, I also felt like everything would be okay. We're almost there, Sarissa.
Sarissa. Gayla led me back to the front of the cave. Now I understood why there were humans all lined up and sitting by trailers with wheels. They were ready to get inside once they were given the command, so they could be transferred to Wolfbridge. They looked terrified, though. I wondered if they knew that was where they would be going or if they cared. Evie's parting words to me were, "Go now and wait for your werewolves." "You're not coming?" I asked. "No. I fear what I might do if I came face to face with your Phantom Fangs. I mean every word I've said, Princess Sarissa. But I need a while longer before I'm prepared for that." "Is that why you're in this empty room? To hide?" "To realign myself." Evie was strange, but I understood her to some extent. If Gayla had killed Caspian, I wouldn't have had the slightest interest in chatting. I would have fought tooth and nail, and this would have gone nowhere. I wouldn't have listened. I wasn't sure what I thought of the Queen of Vampires. I knew I preferred her company over Gayla's, though. Gayla grew increasingly rougher with me when we left Evie's presence and the white room behind. My arm was throbbing because she insisted on digging into the same place on my forearm with the exact same finger position. It was a wonder she hadn't visibly bruised my skin. She continued to hold me in place as we stood near the cave entrance where the humongous metal gate stood, sealing it shut. "You're hurting me," I said, curious to see if those words would change anything. I didn't know why she needed to keep hold of me when we weren't moving anymore. Maybe she thought I would make a run for it if given the opportunity, which was true. She didn't say anything, and she didn't loosen her grip. She didn't tighten it either, though. "Didn't like what your queen had to say?" I asked. This time her grip on my arm tightened. I flinched. My eyes watered as I glanced at the big, solid metal gate that blocked the outside world. I was a creature born of the night, too, but I would have given anything to see the sun. As if to grant my wish, the gate rumbled and slid back down into the earth. All the vampires stood clear of the sun rays that managed to leak inside, and I took a relieved breath. I would have stepped into the light if I had thought Gala would let me. I spotted a crazed-looking vampire with frizzy white blonde hair, tapping buttons on a console near the gate. Maybe she had been the one to lower it. She glanced up at a large screen above a control panel. It had various smaller windows showing the scenery outside. It reminded me of Todd and all the screens he had set up inside of the lair. My heart ached when I thought of him, when I thought of any of them.
"Stop,"
Gala hissed. "What?" I asked. I wasn't doing anything. A human dropped down from the ceiling and landed with a sickening crack on the rock floor in front of me. It was a woman. Her neck was twisted the wrong way and smeared with blood. Her eyes were void of light and listless. I looked up to see a vampire dangling from the ceiling. Her crimson cloak hung off her like bat wings. She was preparing to take flight. Gala's grip loosened, and I lurched back as the vampire above dove down at me. Rocks crumbled and shot out like bullets when she landed in front of me. I raised my arms to protect my face from the abrasive spray. I barely made it 2 steps back before the vampire blurred in my vision. I saw a flash of bloodied fangs, elongated fingernails sharpened to dangerous points. But that was it. She was too fast for my eyes to see without the assistance of moonlight. I was knocked to the ground. I gasped when my back hit the hard point of a rock. My lungs ached for air, and I instinctively pushed against the vampire suddenly on top of me. Her brown hair tickled my skin as she pushed past my arms, teeth grazing my neck. She was an unstoppable force. Compared to her, I was a lump of grass getting trampled by a magnificent stag, unable to do a thing about it. I squeezed my eyes shut in anticipation of her inevitable bite. Just before her fangs could pierce my flesh, her weight vanished. Her hair was no longer tickling like spider legs against my skin. I couldn't feel the warm, sticky blood dripping from her teeth. I couldn't feel her hot breath. I opened my eyes and blinked a couple times. Gala had one hand gripping the front of the vampire's neck. She was lifting the vampire off the ground like she weighed nothing. She was squeezing hard, and the vampire's purplish veins seemed to move in response, darting and dodging like snakes slithering away from a predator.
"You dishonor the Queen,"
Gala said sinisterly. She bared her fangs and hissed, spraying the captive vampire with spit.
"The Queen has sentenced us to die,"
the vampire choked out. Blood and spittle dripped down her purplish lips. Her dark eyes looked like they were about to roll into the back of her head. Her face was turning blue and swelling like a plum.
"She put our fate in the hands of this Wera. You know how Weras are treated. They have no power in their culture. They are treated like dirt. The Queen has given up on us. She's given up entirely, throwing away our best food source and menial labor just like that. She's running and hiding like a coward. You know why she's doing this, you sorry wretch."
Gala pierced the other vampire's jugular with blood-red nails. Then she slammed the vampire down into the ground, creating a body-shaped crevice in the rocks with little effort. I had seen Caspian do something similar, but it was on much softer dirt and meant to stun. This was meant to kill. Gala stood and shook out her hand to clear off the rocky dust on her skin. Other vampires cloaked in crimson gathered around us.
"Take her away,"
Gala ordered. Then she looked at me, held out her hand, and helped me to my feet. I let go of her hand once I was stable and wrapped my arms around myself, feeling the bruise on my back. It hurt to breathe.
"She will be punished,"
Gala said. "She isn't dead?" I rasped. She looked pretty broken to me, flopping every which way as the other vampires dragged her off deeper into the cave, along with the woman who certainly was dead. No one mourned her. The humans didn't make a single noise.
Not yet,
Gayla said. Were vampires made of steel?
Don't hold this against the Queen. She would be furious. She will be furious when she hears.
I ached, and my insides felt all jittery. Evie was trying to appeal to me, but obviously not all of her vampires were in agreement. All eyes in this part of the cave were trained on me. The humans were looking at me with fear, the whites of their eyes clearly visible. The vampires were looking at me with stone-cold, unreadable expressions. Vampires were a lot harder to read than werewolves or humans. At least these ones were. What was I supposed to do about any of this? I looked longingly out into the distance, the fields of rock and grass beyond the caves. I imagined seeing phantom fangs on the horizon. My heart was full of contradictions. I wanted them to be there, but I also didn't. What would they do? I kissed them, and something changed between us, connected us. There was a possibility they hated me for it, wasn't there? I hadn't asked for their permission. I hadn't known what I was doing, but I didn't regret it. I knew I made the right choice. I could feel it.
Chapter 5. Air. We darted forward from boulder to boulder, jagged rock to jagged rock. So far, the entry point Todd singled out was turning out to be an okay place to shoot for. I hoped it stayed that way. I also hoped we'd be able to get into Crimson Caves without getting stuck at the door. Blowing through solid metal wasn't exactly the easiest thing to do. The gun turrets were still as death. According to Todd, that meant we were undetected. These damn rocks were working as blind spots like he thought they might. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't been in the middle of them, evading vampire motion sensors myself. It didn't sit right. I trusted Todd and tried to ignore my gut, but the worry wouldn't go away. If a gun turret did turn on us, we were supposed to use moonlight to speed up while darting back and forth instead of running in a straight line ahead. Todd said that would be enough to give the automated machines the slip. Whoever had the guns trained on them was instructed to keep running while the rest of us got into position and with shoulder cannons and grenades. Then we'd blow the target to hell. Hopefully. Todd didn't seem completely convinced, and that wasn't good for the anxiety I hated to acknowledge. I knew I needed to keep my mind on the task at hand. This was kind of fucking important, but I wasn't just worrying about one thing. I kept looking over my shoulder at Corin. Phantom Fangs was in the front, and the soldiers were in the back since that was how Caspian wanted it. It made us feel separate, like we weren't being assisted at all. Outcasts. We would always be outcasts. I didn't mind that until it came to my sister and mother. I didn't want them to be a part of it. I tried to ignore the questions burning inside of me. They needed to wait until the time was right, until we returned to Wolfbridge, probably. But even if I got the chance to ask them, I wasn't sure I'd be able to bring myself to. I didn't know where to begin. Focus on staying alive, Air. You can't save anyone if you're dead, I told myself. I darted behind another rock and peeked to my left. The gun turrets were still immobile. Caspian shifted to my right. I looked him over quickly, focusing on his neck. His black skin was perfect, smooth. I couldn't believe there wasn't a mark. No one would have known he had his throat slit clean through to his carotid artery just last night. Gods, he scared the shit out of me. There was so much red all coming out of Caspian's throat like a damn fountain. I was sure that was it. He was dead. He would have died if Sarissa hadn't done whatever she'd done to fill us to the brim with moonlight. Kissed us. What's wrong? Caspian asked. His dark eyes were wide and questioning, eyebrows reaching up to the dark curls of his bangs. Tell me now before we get to the point of no return. I shook my head. It's nothing. Then don't look at me like that. Why? Does it make you uncomfortable? Are you flirting with me, Air? The pressure of our current situation has gone straight to your brain. No, teasing. You're fun to tease, Caspian. So gullible. He huffed and muttered, not gullible. I checked to see that the path was clear. There were no signs of vampires and no signs of turrets swiveling or guns moving. I darted my way to the next rock and checked again, still clear. There was this buzz underneath my skin that wouldn't go away. At first, I thought it was nerves, but I quickly tossed that idea aside. There was something different. Warmth. Was it Sarissa? I tensed and pressed my back against the rock when movement caught my eye. Was it a gun turret? Were we finally spotted? A moment later, I peeked around the stone to identify what I saw, but it was gone. It was probably just my nerves. My tic was manifesting as an annoying twitch in my fingers and apparently as visual hallucinations now. Yeah, that was it. I couldn't afford to indulge my anxiety right now. I couldn't allow it to get in the way of this mission, the most important mission we ever had. Sarissa. I didn't know what she did to me and the rest of Phantom Fangs, but it was powerful. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I had been reluctant to kiss her, but it wasn't because I didn't want to. She was a Wera. I was tethered. It should have mattered, but then I kissed her, and it didn't. It should still matter. I wondered if some witch magic had rubbed off on the lost princess. She was raised by the Witch of Witch Woods. She hadn't known anything about this world. She was naive and practically medieval. All of that should have bothered me, but it didn't. Not anymore. My emotions consumed me. She consumed me when she kissed me. She literally became a part of me, and so did the rest of Phantom Fangs. It was intimate as hell, almost disconcerting. I couldn't get it out of my head. I couldn't get over the fact that, at that moment, I understood Roderick of all people. I took a deep breath and darted to the next rock. I was certain the closest gun turret would see us this time. We couldn't be in its blind spot when it was almost directly in front of us, looking over us at about 20 feet on a rock structure. But the thing stayed as motionless as before, and I saw no sign of vampires. Something else moved instead, and the ground rumbled. The solid metal gate barring the mouth of the cave we were headed toward was sinking into the ground. I could make out figures walking around inside. It was too dark inside, and too far to see well, but I could tell that much. Why did they open it? Was it to bait us? Did they know we were here? At least we knew this area was occupied, and we wouldn't be lost in empty caves for miles in search of our princess. The buzzing underneath my skin grew more intense as if to confirm my thoughts. "Seems we're going the right way," I murmured. "She's in there," Todd agreed. "I can feel her." Roderick let out his signature caveman grunt, and Caspian nodded his head. Soon we would be reunited, I hoped. When that happened, I wondered if we'd understand exactly what she did to us. The king said something about 4 mates, but what Sarissa did to us was beyond what mated werewolves experienced, to my knowledge. It wasn't the mate claim, especially when it included the other members of Phantom Fangs and was given by a Wera, and I was tethered. I couldn't have a mate. I couldn't marry a woman. And 4 mates? How would that even work? What are we supposed to do, share her? Yeah, right, I mused when the rest of Phantom Fangs looked at me. I pursed my lips and shook my head. I didn't mean to say that out loud. That doesn't matter, Caspian chastised. Sarissa may not fully understand what she did. We certainly don't. We'll worry about what she did some other time. Sarissa needs us. She might be okay for now, but she's in the hands of vampires. There's no time to waste. We need her back with us and safe. One thing at a time. Awful close to this gun turret, Roderick remarked, looking up. And yet it hasn't moved an inch. Yeah, Todd agreed. It should have sensed us this close. Our cover's not that good. Something isn't right. Look out! One of the shoulders behind us shouted. I had almost forgotten they were there and jumped at the sound of his voice. I looked up wildly, scouring the jagged rocks we were using as cover. Aside from the gun turret we were by, I hadn't noticed any danger before. The other gun turrets seemed to be a safe distance away. Then I saw them, the vampires perched on the tips of rocks like a murder of crows. They surrounded us from all sides. It was like Wolfbridge all over again. The bastards were sneaky. They were wearing all-encompassing crimson cloaks with gilded hems, making it impossible to discern their features and effectively hiding their skin from the sunlight. They were like shadows of death itself. "We've been expecting you," one of them said in a clearly feminine voice. There should have been a fight, but, like back in Wolf Bridge, not a single weapon was raised.
Sarissa. My heart was pounding in my ears. Phantom Fangs was close. My werewolves. They had to be. On the horizon, past the jagged rocks, I could see them. I couldn't see their faces, and I didn't know why there were so many others with them, but I just knew it. They were here. I squinted to see better. I saw the crimson-cloaked figures, vampires. They were walking side by side with my werewolves, so that had to be a good sign. Unless that meant Phantom Fangs wasn't in the crowd at all. I began pacing back and forth as I waited impatiently for the group to get closer so I could see better. The sunlight wasn't helping. It made them appear as mostly dark silhouettes. I checked again. Finally, I could see faces. I scanned each one and how they were dressed. There was a small army of soldiers from Wolfbridge wearing their dark blue uniforms with the orange-red insignia of 2 wolves touching noses. And then I saw them. Phantom Fangs marched down the middle of the group, tall and proud in their unmarked black combat gear. They're here. The werewolves seemed a bit tense, but they were untouched. Given the situation, that was all I could ask for. Evie was staying true to her word so far. It made me hope there could be some peace in this war-torn world. I ran for Phantom Fangs, forgetting about Gala standing behind me. I had no shoes and stuck to the paved path, but little stray rocks tried to dig into the soles of my feet anyway. I ignored them and kept going, running at full speed. The way the wind whipped my hair around reminded me of all the times I had run through Babaga's woods for fun or to hunt. This time, Phantom Fangs was my destination. A huge smile spread across my lips the moment Phantom Fangs spotted me. Todd broke away from the group first and ran to meet me. Neither of us stopped or slowed down until the last minute. Todd dug in his heels and grabbed me as I slammed full force into his chest, knocking him over. He wrapped his arms around me, and we both laughed as I kissed his freckled face all over. Tears blurred my vision, and I quickly wiped them away. "You're okay," I said in relief.
"You look okay, too,"
Todd replied, as he hugged me just a bit tighter.
"Sarissa, don't do that again."
He sat up, held me in his lap, and kissed my forehead. I felt the warmth of that kiss all the way down to my toes. I needed more. Then the other Phantom Fangs members circled around us. I got off Todd's lap, took his hands, and pulled him up to stand beside me. I grabbed the next closest Phantom Fangs member, which was Air, and hugged him tightly. He squeezed me back. He said,
"Sarissa, I'm glad you're okay. But do you have any idea how dangerous that is?"
He glanced back at the vampires with the werewolves behind us, and then ahead at the vampires gathering at the mouth of the cave I came from. "I'll do whatever it takes to keep you all safe," I said firmly. Air bent down and pressed his thumb against the corner of my mouth.
"Get rid of that smirk, you troublemaking Wera."
I could see great relief in his blue eyes, though, shimmering like a deep body of crystal-clear water. I needed him to kiss me. Caspian grabbed me from behind, wrapping his arms around my waist. I squeaked in surprise when he squeezed me tighter, aggravating that bruise I got on my back. He loosened his grasp and rested his chin on my head.
"I wasn't sure we'd see you alive,"
I teased. "Still looking down on me, Caspian?" I tilted my head back to try and get a look at his face, but he insisted on keeping his chin right where it was.
"Not a chance,"
he whispered. I melted back into him for a moment to encapsulate his warmth, and because I wondered if he was hard for me, I wanted him hard for me. The space in between my thighs was burning hotter and hotter with each passing moment. But the reunion wasn't complete yet. Why wasn't Roderick stepping forward? I cast my gaze to the big, tattooed werewolf, tethered, and cocked my head. He averted my gaze. I wanted to know why without asking. I dug inside of myself for the answers, trying to reach that connection that tied us all together. I found it, but it was faint. At least when it came to trying to figure out Roderick, it was. I felt Todd's glowing happiness as an extension of my own. He was the one I could feel the most clearly. But even he was fading in and out. Maybe it was a fleeting connection somehow made by moonlight and nothing more. But that didn't feel right. "This is sweet," Gayla said as she emerged from behind me. Her red hood was drawn and large, casting her face in shadows. The relief was gone. All of a sudden, everyone was on edge, remembering that we were in the vampire's territory and potentially in grave danger. Phantom fangs caged me in with their bodies as if to protect me. I touched Roderick's arm and leaned into his back to get the hug he wouldn't give me. If this was going to get bloody, he at least owed me that. His muscles twitched under my touch, but I was sure I felt him soften just a little.
Did they hurt you?
Caspian asked, keeping his eyes on Gayla. "Not really," I said. "I have a bruise on my back, but it's fine."
Why?
One vampire wasn't happy with their queen's decision.
Decision?
Gayla interrupted.
"You can take however many of our trailers you need. Attach them to your rotors and load up these humans."
She nodded, pointing her nose over her shoulder to the mouth of the cave where the humans were all gathered and waiting for a command.
"Take them back to Wolf Bridge with you."
What?
Caspian said flatly.
Aren't you the vampire who tried to kill me?
His lips curled into a feral snarl that was unlike him. I grabbed his arm.
What's the catch?
Caspian asked.
Why aren't you attacking us?
Gayla pursed her lips.
You know exactly who we are, don't you? If you wanted revenge, why didn't you finish me?
Caspian, Air growled. Don't provoke them. Gayla's dark eyes burned. Her red lips trembled. I wondered if she would cry. But then I realized the trembling was from barely contained rage. If looks could kill, Caspian would have dropped dead. My hackles rose at the thought, and I stepped in front of him, holding my arms out wide to bar him and the others from this vampire I couldn't figure out. Was she with her queen or against her? I will protect Phantom Fangs. Caspian grasped my shoulder and drew me back.
You don't have any moonlight, Sarissa,
he said quietly.
Phantom Fangs killed our last vampire,
Gayla accused.
Of course I know who you are, Phantom Prince. But my queen specifically ordered me not to kill you.
I decided Gayla didn't approve of her queen's decision any more than the vampire who killed that woman and attacked me. But for some reason she was loyal, following through with Evie's orders even though she disagreed. The vampires want a truce. No more fighting, I said, butting in. Then I growled. Not that I'm excusing what she did, but I heard it straight from Evie's, their queen's mouth. I would have ripped her throat out already if I hadn't believed her queen was sincere.
A truce? I don't believe that for a second.
Caspian growled, too.
I do,
Roderick said.
There are no more male vampires, according to the vampire we killed. But they need to protect their unborn vampires because that is a possibility, isn't it?
Gayla's face transformed into a blank stone slate.
Now that you know we mean you no harm, she said. Fetch your rotors. Bring them here so that you can move these humans. We're giving you all of our unchanged humans as a sign of goodwill, to show our sincerity.
Caspian hesitated. I grabbed his hand and said, Evie meant it. I really think she did. As angry as I was about what Gayla did to Caspian, I did believe that. Evie wanted to keep her species alive, and starting a fight here wouldn't help my werewolves. I couldn't protect them like this. Their safety was my top priority.
Then where is she?
Caspian asked. I frowned. I didn't know if now was the best time to talk about Dinez.
Are you the ones who blew up our wall?
Todd asked.
How did you get past my surveillance cameras?
I believe Pa's Peak attacked you, not us,
Gayla said coolly.
And you just decided to come inside and kidnap our princess while they were at it.
Air goaded.
We saw an opportunity and we took it.
You're lying. We're not stupid. Air nodded his head toward Todd. Not many can get past his tech. Todd grimaced.
Lying or not, what do you expect to come of this?
Caspian asked. That's up to the lost princess, Gala said.
I know the princess is quite powerful on her own, but she doesn't rule a kingdom. Are you putting your faith in the right individual?
It's up to the lost princess, Gala repeated. Then she looked at me again, her eyes glinting black orbs.
I want to see your queen. Send Queen Evie La Demine of Crimson Cave so she can tell us this herself.
You will not be seeing the Queen of Vampires. Gala wasn't looking at Caspian at all now. She was watching only me. I bit my lower lip and said, Caspian, enough. Trust me. He clenched his jaw, but he listened.
I trust you, but I want to check the trailers and the humans before I send these soldiers back for the rotors.
Very well, Gala said. This way, then. Chapter 6. Sarissa.
Only Phantom Fangs enters,
Caspian ordered when we reached the gaping mouth of the cave. Fine by me. All of you in there would congest the place worse than it already is, Gala commented. And me, I chimed. I'm with Phantom Fangs. Caspian raised an eyebrow but didn't contradict me. Todd's eyes grew wide when he spotted the large screen mounted on the rock wall just within the mouth of the cave. He reached out to the large control panel. Paws off before you break something, the frizzy-haired vampire from before said, as she dashed over and smacked his hand away. She seemed to pop in and out of places like little electric sparks. Her every movement was snapping from one position to the next instantaneously. I wondered if she could move fluidly at all, but it was fitting. Her hair made it look like she had been struck by lightning. Maybe she had been.
I wasn't going to break anything,
Todd said defensively.
I was just curious.
His face flushed. This possessive feeling washed over me, because I wanted to be the only one to make his face turn red like this. The vampire got up close to Todd, grabbed his wrist, and looked intently at the metal bracelet, IntelliBand, he was wearing. This is a nice design, but there is room for a lot of improvement. Todd's face went a deeper shade of red as he ripped out of her grasp. I stifled a growl when I realized the vampire let him go. She could have easily held him in place. I knew just how strong a vampire's grip was. It would take moonlight to combat them in a hand-to-hand fight.
Where do you get all your power?
Todd asked as he stared at the tech. The vampire blinked her big hazel green eyes. From our powerful underwater currents and hydroelectric generators. Jocelyn, that's quite enough, Gala said, as she removed the hood of her crimson cloak. Get back to work. You never let me have any fun, Gala. The frizzy-haired vampire sulked and quietly stalked off to some corner to continue tinkering with her extensive tech. Todd stared longingly at the tech. Caspian and Air looked like they were ready to power up their moonlight and rip off heads. Roderick seemed relaxed. There wasn't a tight muscle in his body. He believed there was no chance the vampires would attack us. I could feel an undercurrent of that confidence. I could feel all of them. Our connection wasn't as strong as when I had kissed them last night, using the full moon and its moonlight or something. But it wasn't temporary. A hint of it was there. It allowed me a slightly deeper look into Phantom Fang's actions. I was grateful for that. But I wanted more. I wanted it like it was last night. It made me feel closer to them because I understood everything about them, because everything was open between us. That was how we were supposed to be because they were mine. Mine. My body ached and burned like it was on fire. I might have blamed it on the suffrus mushrooms the vampires used to subdue me, but I was more or less feeling normal after the antidote until Phantom Fangs arrived. Now my body was screaming at me to touch them. But this wasn't the time for that. Gayla held out her hands.
Look all you want. Inspect the trailers and the humans.
Can we go deeper into the caves?
Caspian asked.
No. This area only.
Things went smoothly after that. Phantom Fangs looked over the humans, and Todd made sure there was no unwanted tech anywhere, on humans or on trailers. We checked the bandages on most of the humans' necks, too, but all the bites were clean and safe from infection. Eventually, Caspian sent some soldiers back to grab their rotors. When they returned, we hitched up the trailers to the backs of the rotors and started moving the humans inside. Caspian promised them they would be taken care of. I wasn't sure they believed him. We had to really pack the humans inside the trailers as if we were packing on clay, because there were hundreds of them. But we managed it. It would have been bad news if Phantom Fangs had come alone without the soldiers and extra rotors. The humans did as they were told, docile, afraid, and hopeful all at once. I hated seeing the fear in their eyes and wanted to make sure they would have a better life in Wolfbridge. I may not have approved of everything in Wolfbridge, but it did seem like one of the better places for humans to be, and I had every intention of making it better. Equal. I didn't know how I was going to manage that, but I was determined if nothing else. But Caspian was right. I didn't rule a kingdom. What could I do?
Do your rotors have enough power to pull these trailers?
Jocelyn asked as she flitted around one of the clunky vehicles. They were definitely clunky when they compared to the vampires' streamlined vehicles. She popped the hood and investigated the rotors' brains and guts.
These engines are rather inefficient, aren't they? Our gliders can...
Todd growled, pushed past her, and slammed the hood shut.
They do just fine. They're very efficient and have plenty of power.
Jocelyn let out a deranged little giggle that made me wonder if her brain was loose and rattling around in her skull.
If you say so, werewolf. Just trying to help.
Todd shifted uncomfortably.
Let's head out,
Caspian announced.
I'm going to ride in one of the trailers,
Air said. I'll go with you, I said. Maybe we can reassure them together. Air's eyes softened.
It's like you can read my mind.
Not at the moment, but apparently I know you pretty well already. A smile graced his lips. He reached out his hand as if to touch me, but he pulled back and climbed inside one of the trailers instead.
We'll take a break later so everyone can stretch their legs,
Caspian said. I waved to him and the others. Then I crawled into the same trailer as Air and sat next to him on the hard floor. The humans mashed themselves together like they were trying to get as far away from us as possible, even though there wasn't enough room to accomplish that. Another werewolf came around to close our trailer. It was Corin, and we exchanged quick smiles. I noticed his hands itching at his belt, like he was considering drawing his gun. The vampires hadn't made a move, but the werewolves didn't intend to let their guard down until we were clear of Crimson Caves. Like Roderick, I wasn't worried, especially at this point, because it would have been ridiculous for them to send us off with all of these valuable humans of theirs just to blow us up with their big gun turrets. They weren't stupid. When the rotors started growling, our trailer rumbled and we began to move forward. There weren't any proper windows in the trailer, just slats rimmed along the top to let in fresh air, so we couldn't see anything going on outside. Everyone sat silently, stiffly. I let them have their silence. When there was nothing but the constant hum of engines and an occasional bump, the humans' bunched-up shoulders slid back down into a more relaxed position. The vampires kept their word. We were going back to Wolfbridge, and I would have time to think. I needed to ask Phantom Fangs about Dinez. Maybe I would understand more when I heard their side of the story. Or maybe I would understand less. Air broke the silence and addressed the humans.
Life will be better in Wolfbridge. Better? How?
A man asked sheepishly.
I'm tethered. I lived my life as a human there. It wasn't perfect, it still isn't, but you won't be fed off of, and the labor is fair.
You seem like they're equal, a woman pointed out.
Not quite, but I did land myself one crazy team of werewolves.
The humans smiled nervously and snuck glances at me. The few words Air offered seemed to settle them some.
Thanks for coming with me,
Air said as he took my hand. He placed both our hands in his lap and traced my knuckles with the pad of his thumb. It sent shivers down my spine. I leaned into him so I could suck in his warmth and sate some of that burning need to touch. I wasn't gone long, but I missed being close to him, to all of Phantom Fangs. I longed to be even closer. "We'll make sure they're treated right," I whispered.
Yeah, I'm feeling more optimistic now than I ever have for some reason. I think everything is going to be okay.
He whispered back,
"That's a big deal coming from me. You've sure shaken things up since you arrived, since we brought you back to Wolf Bridge. Even before that, it all started when we found out you were more than a legend. You were making waves just by being outside of your woods."
He smiled.
"Thank you for saving all these people."
"I didn't do anything. The vampires let them go."
"They gave them to you. This is still all about you, the Moonlight Child, the lost princess of Howling Sky. It's true, you're both of those things. You have a strong presence. Even the vampires feel it, though I'm not sure what they think they'll get out of it. You're unyielding. You do what you believe in, like the time you stuck up for that man who was harmed by a prince of Wolfbridge at the square while I stayed frozen in place."
"That impulsiveness almost got Roderick killed," I retorted.
"And yet you would do it again because you don't bend."
He took a deep breath and circled the back of my hand with his thumb.
"I know I seemed reluctant to kiss you at the full moon banquet. I was reluctant, but it wasn't because I didn't want to kiss you. Things are just confusing with you and all of your rule-breaking, princess."
"So kiss me properly this time, Air. I already broke the rules. There's nothing to hold you back now."
"In front of all these people?"
"Especially in front of all these people." Air shook his head, but his gaze was intense. He wanted to make up for the last kiss badly enough to do it. He moved his free hand to my face and cupped my cheek. I closed my eyes. Fire ripped through my veins. Nothing felt like being close to these werewolves. My Phantom Fangs. His lips skimmed mine. Once, twice. He took my lower lip in his teeth and gently tugged. Then he licked away the little twinge of pain and kissed me. His lips were soft against mine, and demanding at the same time. The rest of the world seemed to recede into nothingness, leaving only me and Air. I wanted him to touch me all over, skin on skin, but I settled for his sweet kiss because it said it all in the moment. But I couldn't ignore the burn in my sex, the ache spreading through my entire body. Phantom Fangs drove me wild, and it got more intense as we grew closer. More than anything, I wanted to stay with them.
Chapter 7. Roderick. I was behind the wheel of a rotor, not my usual place. I volunteered to drive one and purposely grabbed one that didn't have anybody else from Phantom Fangs or Sarissa hitching a ride in it. I inevitably saw them on and off as we took breaks here and there, but I didn't stay to chat. I kept things short. The breaks didn't last long since we didn't have much food to go around, and it was best to get straight back to Wolf Bridge so we'd only miss one meal instead of wasting time on hunting. Keeping to myself was easy enough. At least these humans were well-fed and somehow healthy, but it made my blood boil thinking about why they were well-fed and kept healthy. They were self-replenishing blood banks for vampires as long as they were taken care of. Lesser creatures weren't given that treatment, but apparently vampires found humans and werewolves if they could get them, especially nutritious. But I was pretty sure plenty had died when a vampire decided to suck them dry rather than use self-control. They were bloodthirsty monsters, and they fed often. Even if these humans had survived many feedings, what kind of life was that? The bites would scar, and these humans would never forget. Come evening, we were nearly inside Wolf Bridge. I caught a glimpse of the kingdom through the metal mesh of the west gate we were moving toward. I wouldn't have a rotor to hide behind for much longer. I'd see Phantom Fangs again. Worse, I'd see Sarissa again. I wanted to scoop that feisty Wera up in my arms, hold tight and never let her go when she had come running for us like an angel bright and shining against the gates of hell. I couldn't believe my eyes at first. Todd didn't hesitate. He ran to meet her. He was the first to touch her and prove she was really there. She sought out all of Phantom Fangs after that, but I held back because guilt overtook me. I had been ready to betray them all by giving Sarissa up to the rebels. I would have done it if it wasn't for Sarissa. She changed my mind, and I was prepared for the worst when I confessed my almost betrayal. I had expected violence. I didn't get it. I got a dismissal, forgiveness, from her and Phantom Fangs. They should have turned on me. I proved Air right. They should have killed me for treason because that was what traitors deserved. Maybe Sarissa's kiss saved me. She knew the sincerity of my heart when I said I wasn't going to follow through with the rebels' plan. They all did. Earlier today, Caspian thanked me for choosing Sarissa, for choosing them. They just wrote the whole thing off like it was no big shit. We'd almost lost Caspian, and Sarissa gave herself up to vampires. We got down to business after that. There was no room for fighting among ourselves. Air wasn't even on my ass. It made me feel worse. I was twisted up inside like the gnarled trunk of an old tree. Maybe they thought they needed me to rescue Sarissa. The rebels would have found another way. They never would have used me like this, let alone forgiven me for a complete and utter betrayal. I fell in line behind a couple of other rotors as we waited for the gate to rise and allow us entry. Caspian was in the rotor at the front, our fearless leader. Merrick Rex had always been my leader, the man in charge of the rebels, but I couldn't go back to him. He wouldn't understand, and I wouldn't redeem myself or fix my mistake by giving Sarissa to the rebels now, pretending like that was what I had intended all along. If I tried to explain my decision, if I tried to explain Sarissa, no, they wouldn't understand. I wouldn't have understood if I hadn't met her and spent time with her myself. I couldn't have anything more to do with the rebels. This was it. I made my choice. Before we left to get Sarissa back from the vampires, while we were preparing, Caspian asked me to tell him everything I had given the rebels so that he could properly prepare for any backlash. More like so Todd could. It didn't end up being anything they were worried about, especially because I told them the rebels' numbers were so few. Caspian didn't even bother telling the king, and if he had, he would have made up some story about it. I was sure of it, because the king wouldn't have been so forgiving of my treason. But Caspian seemed determined to keep me around. I gripped the steering wheel tightly and glanced at the rearview mirror just to catch the blinding light of the setting sun. I tapped my fingers impatiently until I realized it was something Air would do and forced myself to stop. The big-ass gate took its time opening. Once it was raised high and securely locked in place, the couple of rotors in front of me moved forward on familiar orange-red streets, and I followed. Just another piece in our bland fucking parade. The streets were cleared for us as werewolves and humans alike stood on the sidelines, watching us like we were exotic animals. The humans grew much denser when we reached the tech-off zone. Caspian led us to the heart of the zone. Then he parked his rotor off to the side of the street and said, "Everybody out. Let's find these people a place to stay. Good thing we already have some new houses under construction. We're going to need a lot more, though. Who's in charge of building?" A group of men walked forward. "We'll start preparations immediately." "Great, thanks. I'll inform the king and send you better directions later. Right now, we need a place for these people to stay." "The barns on the outskirts will work well," one of the men offered. It was a good thing the tech-off zone and the whole walled-in expanse of Wolf Bridge had so much land. There was ample room for these newcomers, and for now, people could apparently stay in the barns. I helped the rest of the humans out of the trailer my rotor was towing, and pointed them toward the humans and werewolf guards sorting all the newcomers. I didn't know the tech-off zone all that well myself, so I was useless in that department.
"Thank you,"
the last person in my trailer, a woman, said to me. I tried to wave her off, but she grabbed my arm and said it again.
Thank you.
All of this gratitude was not something I was used to, but it sort of felt good. It would have felt much better if I had known I was giving these people freedom. Damn it. Why did things have to get turned upside down? I would have to find, or at least try to contact Job. The rebels deserved some kind of explanation, didn't they? I spotted Sarissa looking my way and quickly averted her gaze. The black and the white, seeing things clearly, was something I always had a gift for, and I wondered how she single-handedly managed to shift my perspective. It was like I was a compass, and she was true north. She made me realize, though I hadn't wanted to, that the world maybe wasn't so black and white, after all. That was what bothered me. I didn't know where I fit in anymore. I didn't know my purpose. I wondered if I had forsaken humans for Sarissa.
Are you okay, Roderick?
She was behind me. I wasn't going to turn around, but she touched my arm and I lost my willpower.
Why have you been avoiding me?
I was going to give you up to the rebels. I don't know what I thought. That you wouldn't want to see me? She hugged me and said,
I'm happy to see you. I'm not mad. I think I even understand where you're coming from, a little. There's a lot of dissonance outside of the woods. Different sides clashing, unfairness, pain. Babaga gave me fairy tales to read by werewolves, vampires, and humans. They all seemed similar to me. Yes, they all had different customs and cultures, but they wanted the same things. Happiness, family, love, power. Maybe that's why there's all this war out here.
She held me tighter, but I couldn't bring myself to return the gesture.
I always wanted to leave my woods,
she said.
I wanted to make friends with werewolves, vampires, and humans. I wanted to find my own pack and become the first Wera to reach Alpha. I don't really know the Prime War, or all the terrible things the three species have done to each other, but I've seen enough and been through enough to know it's all been equally terrible. Even from kingdom to kingdom, not all werewolves are united. Not all humans. If everyone could forgive and forget, maybe the world could grow again and become something beautiful.
Her eyes were shining, shimmering like stars in the night sky, as she looked up at me. Gods, she was beautiful. I touched her cheek, grazing her supple bronze skin with my fingertips. Then I tangled my fingers in her curly hair and pressed gently down on her scalp. You are too pure for this world, little fighter. And you sound just like Caspian with that naivety of yours. She laughed.
It's nice to know Caspian has similar ideas.
I wrapped my arms loosely around her waist, bringing us closer, bodies pressed together. I didn't know it was possible to ache so deeply for someone. My chest, my dick. I was getting mixed messages from my own body. I wanted her to calm the storm raging inside of me. I wanted to lift her up so that we would align just right. I wanted her legs wrapped around my waist so I could feel her hot pussy against my sudden hard-on. I didn't even know if she was wearing underwear underneath that long, plain black shift she was wearing. Was she wet for me? I wouldn't find out because I didn't do it. You see clearly, I said. Teach me to see clearly too, Sarissa, because I've lost my way.
Together. We all belong together. That's all I know,
she replied. She reached up and grabbed my face, gently scratching through my beard. Then she brushed my lips with her fingers, inviting me to bend down and kiss her. I didn't. The soft hum of an engine grabbed our attention. It was the carriage, the streamlined vehicle reserved for werewolf royalty. This was different than the time Alexander and Henry decided to pay us a visit in the square. The king was with them, and he was making a statement. I had a bad feeling about how this would go down. Chapter 8. Caspian. The king was in the tech-off zone. That wasn't something that happened very often, if ever. A grim line set my lips as the carriage came to a stop and the low rumble of its engine died. The polished metal of the doors caught the light when the driver got out and opened the single-passenger door with a bow. The king and my brothers came out in specific order. It went youngest to oldest. Henry, Edward, Dominic, Alexander, and Julius. I would have been first if I had still been considered a prince of Wolf Bridge. I froze when I realized they each had their sights set on me. My brothers moved to the side as the king passed through the middle of them. He stopped mere inches from me, his silver-lined dark blue cape billowing in the wind, and looked me dead in the eye. "What's all this?" "The vampires gave us all the unchanged humans they held captive. They're asking for a truce," I explained. The king's expression didn't change. He had a cool demeanor, and he was as composed as ever. I wasn't sure what he was thinking. I never was. I didn't know if he approved or disapproved. "And you believed them?" he asked. "The vampires came to us when we were about to infiltrate the caves. They surrounded us without a single weapon drawn. They invited us inside, returned the lost princess, and gave us all these humans. Of course I was suspicious, but they did have more firepower if they wanted to fight. I decided it was best to follow along, to gauge their words and actions before retaliating." The king said nothing. I hesitated before continuing. "They had trailers all set up and ready to attach to our rotors. They had these humans lined up and waiting. I had Todd check over the trailers and humans for any hidden tech or tricks, but there was absolutely nothing. I think they might mean it. Princess Sarissa thinks so." "Then why did they take the princess in the first place while using Paul's Peak as cover? That attack was hardly peaceful," he said calmly. "Did they trick Paul's Peak, Prince Charles specifically, into leading such an ill-prepared assault too? Why didn't they come to me with this truce, rather than shedding unnecessary blood? Werewolves died last night. Have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten. I can't read the vampires' minds, but they seem to think their fate rests with the lost princess." Sarissa pushed her way to my side.
Evie, the queen of vampires, told me you wouldn't have listened if they had come to you with the intention of talking. Is that true?"
"She is in fact wrong. I would have listened," the king replied.
"When you're so close to eliminating vampires for good?"
I saw the slightest twitch in the king's lips, hidden beneath his thick beard. "With all due respect, princess, you don't know what you're talking about."
"What are you going to do now, then? The vampires didn't kill anyone last night. We don't know if they said anything to Paws Peak or if Charles led an attack because he was a spoiled brat and threw a tantrum. And don't misunderstand. I'm furious about what they did to Caspian. They told me it was calculated and that they wouldn't have done it if they hadn't been positive he would survive. It sounds like bullshit. I'm as reluctant to trust them as you are, but they did give us their slaves. Humans who need your protection. Humans who are now part of your kingdom. But what are humans to you, Philip? Are they pets? Why do they live in this primitive zone separate from your own? Why are there two? Why is there such a vast difference in tech?"
"The humans living in Wolfbridge want for nothing," the king said curtly.
They aren't equal, and they want for plenty when rotten princes decide to break their bones just for the fun of it."
Sarissa's eyes flashed to Alexander, who actually ducked his head in submission. Gods, Sarissa was dangerous. I'd never heard anyone speak to the king like this before. Before the night Sarissa kissed each member of Phantom Fangs, I had never seen the king lose his composure. But again, at this moment, that was exactly what he did. "You would be wise to watch your tongue," he said, raising his voice. Sarissa planted her feet in front of me, wedging her way in between me and the king as she held her chin high, undaunted by the difference in height. I gripped her waist, intending on moving her back, but she growled. My hands were met with a shock. I stepped back in surprise, shaking out the buzzing sensation in my fingers. She didn't have any moonlight. She couldn't have used it to somehow zap me. It was all dominance. She was more like the ancient werewolves, the nomadic tribes before kingdoms were erected. I didn't know much about the first werewolves, but Sarissa certainly wasn't like a modern one, especially when it came to wear us.
"Deny it, then," Sarissa goaded. "Prove I'm wrong."
I didn't know what to do. From the look of it, no one else did either. Everyone was silent as death, with eyes as wide as a full moon. Phantom Fangs didn't have an answer for me either. They shook their heads or shrugged in resignation. Sarissa would do what she did, and there was no stopping the stubborn, impulsive, amazing Weira. The king said, "Humans live the best life they can possibly live here. As for the vampires, they have never proved themselves to be trustworthy. Even now, I know they are deceiving you because they are the monsters of the night. They'll have to do a lot more than give us their slaves to change that. No, there is no way I can agree to a truce with vampires. Vampires will rise up again if we allow them to, and that is exactly the game they are playing. It's time for them to end. Werewolves are the superior species, after all. It has always been our fate to end the Prime War and come out on top. Lorraine made it so. Who am I to challenge the gods? I've provided the humans a home, searched for peace. The vampires will not have it.
You're just like the King of Paws Peak, Sarissa accused. You're all the same.
Werewolves are superior. I'd heard those same words my entire life. Maybe I had believed them to some degree. I had, but that changed the day my mother died. Everything changed the day my mother died. The only warmth I knew in the world was gone, and I started causing trouble. I went to the tech off zone. I watched happy families that resembled my own once happy family. It was out of longing or maybe jealousy that I started watching Air. He looked happy. I wanted it to rub off on me. Then when I approached him for the first time, he went as cold as the rest of the world and turned me away. But I was persistent because his laughter would always find me when I snuck back into the tech off zone. Back then, Air was the sun. Even I, a werewolf, couldn't live without the sun. Air was more of a brother to me than my own flesh and blood brothers ever were. He was a human. I was a werewolf. It didn't matter. It still didn't. Air became tethered to me, but it was never something I wanted. I did it for him and him alone. Because the world was messy. Because werewolves are the superior species. Because shields came into existence during our lifetime, and we remembered what life was like before that. Though Wolfbridge never used humans for meat, our relationship was forbidden back then and only tolerable today. Air was chained to me so he could protect his family in ways he couldn't have as a normal human. I never minded humans, but I had never known vampires as anything but bloodthirsty killers, the ones responsible for my mother's death. I hated them. Gods, I hated them. I still did, but they were no longer one-dimensional monsters, not since the day I saw the hatred in the last vampire's eyes. He hated his own kind. His words were damning. I shook my head at the multitude of bad memories. Sarissa and the king were at each other's throats, arguing while the world around them stood still.
You truly believe genocide is the right answer when the vampires have all but surrendered?
Sarissa demanded. You know nothing of this world, Wira. It has been only days since you left the Witch Woods. Do not pretend you know better than I when you have been removed from the world for almost the entirety of your life, and for all you can remember. My head was spinning. The thought of genocide didn't sit well with me. It made me sick to my stomach. Killing the last male vampire was the one and only time I had killed a defenseless creature. He didn't have the luxury of running like a deer or an elk. Not that he had wanted to try. No, it was worse. He wanted us to kill him. I shuddered. If the vampires were really done fighting, why should we continue? At the very least, why should we continue sacrificing our own werewolves? Could we finally move toward peace? Peace. I wanted peace, something this world had never known. I wanted an end to the Prime War that didn't include all of Prime dead in the dirt. The king and I didn't see eye to eye. We never had since my mother's death. I feared him, respected him, looked up to him, and I never did anything I wasn't ready to commit to. But Sarissa gave me wings. She offered me a way to that far-off, blurry future I had wanted for so long. The path I was on now would never work. I couldn't attain that future working as a shadow for a king lost in the past. There was only so much that could be done in the shadows. Maybe it was time for Phantom Fangs to enter the light. Maybe it wouldn't end up being the right thing. Maybe I wouldn't know what to do. But I had to try. It was like Air always told me. I never really changed anything. I was going to prove him wrong. I was going to stir things up, even if it made things worse, because it was time for change. I stepped forward, placed my hand on Sarissa's shoulder, and moved her aside so I was standing in front of the king, the werewolf I wasn't allowed to call my father.
Caspian,
Sarissa protested. I have to do this, I said resolutely. I thought she might fight me, but she stepped back. "What now?" the king asked. "King Philip Vicast of Wolfbridge, I challenge you for the throne on the next full moon as is formally allowed by the Alpha Challenge." The king's dark eyebrows rose ever so slightly. "You cannot refuse," I continued. "Only the strongest are fit to rule." Alexander and Henry laughed like this was all some kind of joke. Maybe to them it was. The Alpha Challenge was hardly ever invoked. Apparently it went by the wayside when werewolves left small, nomadic packs behind in place of these large kingdoms. Most just assumed it was best to pass the throne on to the best-suited heir. But that didn't mean a king couldn't be challenged. And when he was, he had to accept that challenge. "You can't be serious, Caspian," Alexander hollered. "Dad is one of the strongest werewolves who ever lived. He shared his mother's womb with only 2 other cubs, only 2. Our uncles, great and powerful warriors who died honorably in the Prime War. Dad is way more powerful than you, than any of us." It didn't look like everyone agreed because plenty of eyes turned to Sarissa. The king closed his eyes. Sarissa took my hand. I could feel Phantom Fangs' eyes on me. I could sort of feel them like I could last night, though it was very faint, a whispering connection of unease. The king let out a low hum and opened his eyes. "So be it, Caspian. The cost of your failure will be their lives." Sarissa gripped my hand tighter. "I will eliminate the rest of Phantom Fangs along with you," he promised. "You can't. They have nothing to do with this," I protested. "I just wanted to prove myself. I only ever wanted to prove myself. Couldn't my father see that?" "I can and I will as is my right as King of Wolfbridge. Then Princess Sarissa will be untied. Caspian, you brought this upon them yourself." I tried to bite back the growl in my throat. I tried to tell myself this was just another incentive I needed to make a change, to win. Air was right. To make real change, everything had to be risked. I hated that I was taking the decision away from him. Air was as wary of change as I was because it would directly affect his family, but I couldn't take it back now. I made the choice for all of Phantom Fangs and Sarissa without their permission. Whatever happened, it would be on me.
"That won't happen, selfish king," Sarissa said with conviction. "Caspian is going to win."
I got the feeling she would make sure of it, too. I wondered if I felt that way because I had seen her recklessness every day since I first met her, or if it was because of that faint connection I swore I could still feel. Apparently, I was as reckless as she was. I had put us on a crash course. I had to give them everything I had. For Sarissa, for Phantom Fangs. I was certain at least one of them would be furious at me for this, but I didn't feel that. There was only resolve, a faint brush against my skin, cool like ice. Maybe it was more like resignation. "You would be wise to prepare," the king said. "You have almost an entire month, 26 days to be exact. Either that or get distracted with the princess while you can because you won't have long with her. Experience the closeness of a true mating. When you die, it'll make it all the worse for her. She'll be broken, and it will be your fault."
Chapter 9. Sarissa. The long day was finally over. The sun was dying in the sky when Phantom Fangs and I finally made it back to the lair. It felt like coming home, and it was nice to be in more substantial clothes. But there was an almost uncomfortable silence accompanied by that feeling. Everyone was quiet after what had happened in the tech-off zone. We sat on couches and chairs or leaned against walls or pillars, not saying a word, even though I was certain each of us had plenty of words to say. I didn't want Caspian to fight Philip. I wanted to do it for him. If this was a full moon fight like he said, I could win without a problem. I had no doubt. I'd get to recharge again before the fight. I couldn't believe I had almost an entire month to wait to fill my moonlight reserves again. I didn't like feeling helpless or useless to Phantom Fangs, but moonlight was my greatest asset, and I was doing a horrible job at conserving it. I never had to before. Then again, maybe Caspian needed to challenge Philip for his own reasons. Philip was his father, after all. Even though our connection was almost non-existent, there was a heaviness pressing down on me.
We gotta toughen you up,
Roderick said gruffly, braving the silence.
You can't rely solely on moonlight to defeat the king. His power is stronger than yours when combined with moonlight. You're going to have to time everything just right and use some real fighting skills in that alpha challenge. Use the king's own strength against him.
Roderick pushed off the pillar he was leaning against and stood tall. His arms were folded, muscles bulging, veins large and defined. I stared at his coiling tattoos and brown skin, enjoying the sight. I fantasized about him touching me, holding me with those powerful arms. When I looked up, I noticed he was staring at me, green eyes piercing. I wondered if he read my thoughts. "Train me too," I requested. "With how often I find myself without moonlight lately, I definitely need to learn your skills." Roderick gave me his lopsided smirk.
As you wish.
Air cleared his throat. He looked uncomfortable, sitting alone on a chair at the kitchen table.
The king won't hurt your family, Air,
Caspian said. He was sitting on the opposite side of the couch from me.
He wouldn't want to risk destroying everything he's built. That includes the limited freedoms he's given humans. How he's allowing the princess to stay with us. He's confident. Too confident to play dirty. Besides, it's like Roderick pointed out. He's stronger than I am. He's sure I can't beat him. That's exactly how the king is playing dirty, Caspian. He wants to break Sarissa beyond repair, because then she'll be compliant. You heard what he said. The reason he's letting her stay with us is because he wants us to spend our time bonding to make it all the worse. The king is a snake, Air hissed. Smart, cunning, and powerful. He's been the king of Wolfbridge for many years because of his power, and he intends to reaffirm his place by winning the Alpha Challenge on the next full moon. He won't win, Caspian said flatly. Just in case,
Todd murmured.
We'll keep an eye on the king. I don't have cameras directly in the king's chambers or anything like that, but I do have cameras everywhere else. I may not be a guard, but I'm more or less in charge of surveillance because I'm in charge of the heart and consequently all the tech in Wolfbridge. I just wish we had some kind of guarantee. Air growled. Let's just hire a spy, Roderick suggested. There have to be some werewolves out there who would side with us. We don't have to hire anyone, I said. Corin will contact us if he hears about any dirty fighting. He'd want to stop it. He loves Trace. He wants to be with her, and we're his only chance at that. Corin? One of the guards who came with us to Crimson Caves?
Roderick raised an eyebrow. Air's lips pressed into a straight line. Then he started worrying at his bottom lip with his teeth. Todd commented,
Maybe we should be more worried about Paws Peak getting back inside of our walls. They blew a hole in the east wall. They went to the trouble of going all the way around so they'd be closer to the castle instead of blowing a hole in the west wall. It was ridiculously easy for them. None of us had any idea. Nothing was caught on camera. I'm sure the vampires had something to do with that, though they wouldn't admit it.
He shook his head.
I'm trying to think of a way to reinforce our walls. The king immediately started having the east wall repaired before we left for Crimson Caves, and I gave the building crew some tips then, but I'm not confident in them. I need to take a look at the east wall later and analyze the damage properly.
I yawned. I wasn't bored or anything, but I was tired. My energy was completely sapped.
It's been a long night and day,
Roderick announced.
All this shit can wait until morning. We should go to bed.
I have a question first, I said. Who is Dinez? Phantom Fangs stared at me. Caspian leaned forward, clasped his hands and asked,
Did the Queen of Vampires tell you about him?
A little, not much. She told me you killed him. I want to hear the story.
It's not much of a story,
Air muttered.
We were sent to Crimson Caves on a recon mission. It was mostly a test, but the idea was to find a way inside of the vampire's seemingly impenetrable fortress.
Todd said.
We found the last male vampire instead and killed him,
Roderick said,
exceeding the king's expectation. And we became infamous for it.
Caspian finished. Was it worth it? I asked. He hesitated.
Yes.
You don't regret it?
Should I, Sarissa?
I don't know. Evie said she loved him. He laughed, but it sounded more like he was choking.
If that was love, we really shouldn't be considering a truce. They kept him locked up in a literal cage, Sarissa, isolated from everyone else. He was completely alone. Sure, his needs were met, but I had never seen a creature more pitiful. He told us to kill him and damned his own kind because he knew he was the last male. The last male at the time,
Roderick reminded.
With no guarantee a newborn male would eventually take his place.
I said, I don't understand. Evie seemed genuinely hurt.
There's nothing to understand,
Caspian growled.
If there's one thing the king is right about, it's the damn vampires.
You sounded like you were interested in this truce with the vampires when you were talking to Philip earlier. He ran his hands through his curly hair.
Are we done talking about this?
Sure. I'm tired anyway. He didn't want to talk about it, so I wouldn't push. We had other more pressing things to worry about, and I needed sleep. I stretched and curled up on the couch we were sitting on. I'll sleep right here.
That's unacceptable,
Caspian said, as he placed a hand on my left ankle. His touch made me smile through the tension that had gathered. He was unbelievably warm, and I wanted to be closer.
You can have my bed.
I don't want to steal anyone's bed, I protested.
What if we just took turns and rotated the couch out?
Todd suggested. That I'll accept, I said. I'll take you up on your offer then, Caspian. I hopped off the couch and looked at each member of Phantom Fangs, letting my gaze linger. There was a question hovering in the air. There was energy in my hands and my lips, all over my body, sparked to life again by Caspian's simple touch. I wanted to feel them. I had wanted to curl up next to Caspian the moment he sat on the couch, but he sat a cushion away from me. I figured that meant he didn't want me to, that maybe they didn't have this same unbearable ache for me that I had for them. May I give you all a kiss goodnight? I asked, twirling a finger in my long curly tresses.
Do you realize what your kiss last night did?
Caspian asked. It brought us closer together? Placed a claim on you? I don't really know, I confessed.
We don't really know either. But if you're okay with what all of that could mean.
His voice trailed off. Are you all okay with it? I asked. I know I'm a newcomer. I know you had each other before I came in and started causing trouble, but since leaving my woods, since meeting you, all four of you have stood beside me. You've saved me more than once already, and it hasn't even been a week. I can't imagine being without any of you. I want to keep you all forever. This world is too cold without you, and I won't always be trouble. I promise. I can protect you. I looked at each one of them carefully as I said the words, steadily holding their gazes so they knew I was serious.
I want that too,
Todd agreed.
All four of you.
Then he blushed and dipped his chin in an attempt to hide his eyes.
Not like that.
Caspian Air and Roderick laughed. Roderick was the closest to Todd and clapped him on the shoulder. Caspian got off the couch and took a few steps toward me until he was standing in front of me. He grabbed my chin with calloused fingers and tilted my head up. Then he bent down and captured my lips with his. His whole body went limp for a moment before I gathered my bearings and slipped my arms around his neck, into the curls of his hair, kissing him back. He stopped the kiss too soon, but he kept his face close enough for our noses to touch as he said,
I'm not going to fail you, any of you.
He stepped away and Roderick took his place.
I get a proper kiss, little fighter. No teasing this time.
I smirked. It was your own fault for teasing me first. Roderick dove in without warning and captured my lips, using his teeth to bite just hard enough to hurt, but not hard enough to pierce my skin. He swept his tongue over my teeth and found my own tongue, inviting me to a dance I didn't know, but was quickly learning. I pressed into him so I could feel better, rolling my hips against him. He swallowed a moan deep in my throat. More, more, more. I was almost lost when air grabbed Roderick and forced him away. Wisps of blue licked his skin, and I knew he had used moonlight to do it.
The princess didn't sign up for any more than a kiss, Roderick. Don't get carried away.
He said the words to Roderick, but he was gazing at me with his lake blue eyes. They were sparkling, beautiful. He gave me a soft smile, and then he kissed me just as softly.
Third kiss,
he whispered in my ear.
Think I'm addicted.
When he stepped away, Todd automatically took his place. His face was a bright red, eyes downcast, so I took the lead. I ran my fingers across his cheeks, feeling his soft skin and mapping out his freckles. I wrapped my arms around his back, asking him to bridge the short distance between us. He bent down and kissed me as his hands found their way to my hips. He lifted the bottom of my shirt and drew gentle, tantalizing circles on my skin. I wanted to roll my hips again, but I restrained myself, cut the kiss short, and ripped the beanie from his head instead, gracing the room with the bright red of his hair. It was a vibrant color that almost seemed to cast a light of its own. "I'll share your hair with phantom fangs," I said, smiling. I didn't know how it was possible, but Todd's face went even redder as he replied,
"Okay."
My heart was full in this moment. In hardly any time at all, these werewolves had become my friends. No, they were more than that. They were family. We risked our lives for each other. That more than qualified us as family, as pack. They were the pack I always dreamed of having someday when I left Babaga's woods. I had wanted them to be my home. Now I knew they were. It was dark, and I was alone. I was curled up against endless void, wearing nothing but the thin black shift the vampires provided me. There was no solid ground underneath me, no way to orient myself as I floated in a vast expanse of nothing. When I reached out, my hands pressed against something solid, and I got to my feet. Slowly, I looked all around me in every direction, trying to gauge where I was. I was nowhere. I walked forward, my feet finding purchase on some unknown surface underneath. I kept walking in what I thought was a straight line, but I couldn't be sure since there were no landmarks. I couldn't hear my footsteps either. This place was as silent as it was empty. Then a scream echoed from somewhere. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I looked around wildly for the source of pain. Then I saw light in the distance. It was flickering, growing. Flames, smoke, the silhouette of a kingdom, a tall and proud castle, the wails of the dying. It all came from the same place. I was afraid. "Caspian!" I shouted. "Todd? Roderick? Air?" No one answered. Where was Phantom Fangs? I needed to know if they were safe. I had to find them. They would be doing the same for me. That was what we did. We saved each other. Over and over, no matter what. That was what made them pack. That was what made them mine. The world outside of the woods was cold and dark, but it didn't have to be. Phantom Fangs was my warmth. They were pure light. I closed my eyes. The awful sounds pounded into my skull, but I thought only of Phantom Fangs. Even if I couldn't see them, I knew they would always be with me. I had created something with them. The willingness to sacrifice your own life for the life of someone else had an unbreakable quality after all. I pressed my hand to my chest, feeling my steady heartbeat. Then there was silence. When I opened my eyes, Phantom Fangs was in uniform and standing before me in the void. We were surrounded by nothing, but I wasn't scared anymore. There was no more screaming, no more fire, no more dying kingdoms. There was serenity. Caspian wore a playful grin. Roderick was smirking with that signature lopsided upturn on the left side of his mouth. Air flashed perfect white teeth. Todd's lips were barely set in a smile, like it was something he didn't do very often. But it was sweet, happy. These were looks they gave and saved for me. I moved forward to touch each one of them on the cheek. Each time my fingertips met their skin, a burst of energy shot down through my body and dispersed in a tingling shower of fuzzy sparks. "You are mine," I growled. Caspian grabbed me. He wrapped his arms loosely around me and rested his hands on my butt. I shivered, wondering what it would feel like to have him touch me like that without fabric in the way. I remembered him naked the first night I met him. I recalled every detail of his sculpted body perfectly, because he was burned into my memory. Skin dark and tinted blue in the night. More muscle than I would ever have. I let out a little gasp when his hands suddenly felt closer. I opened my eyes and realized we were both naked. His skin was touching mine, hands pulling me closer, pressing me into his hard body. His erection was at my stomach, but I couldn't quite feel it, like it wasn't real. I could only imagine. Still, the heat between my legs was real. There was a powerful need inside of me that brought a whimper to my lips. It never stopped when I was close to Phantom Fangs, and I didn't know how much more I could take before I sought some kind of release. But I didn't want just any kind of release. I didn't want to touch myself like I had in the tub inside Wolfbridge Castle. It wasn't enough. Attraction. This was all the result of sexual attraction, their bodies and mine. I sort of understood it, but I had never experienced it before Phantom Fangs. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know if I was supposed to try and ignore it because they hadn't made a move, but they felt the same way, didn't they? I held Caspian's arms as I shook and managed to look past him to the others. They were all attracted to me, like magnets. I knew it even though the others were still in uniform. I had seen it before, their bodies reacting to mine. I wanted to see them naked too, but I couldn't quite get a picture. Caspian was the only one I had seen naked. That seemed wrong. My body ached worse, and I broke out in shivers. I didn't feel whole. I was fracturing. I needed something. A howling sky. I blinked, and the scene changed. I winced and grabbed my head as distorted words echoed around in my skull. The void turned into a scene. Grass, mountains, a kingdom sitting on top of the clouds. Then I was inside of the kingdom, standing in front of a pristine castle that looked like it was made from moonlight itself. Werewolves stood there, tall and proud. They were of the highest caliber, powerful and wearing expensive, colorful silks in light pastels. The guards were dressed in glistening metal. The purple insignia of a wolf howling at the sky was displayed on the left side of their chests. This was the High Kingdom. This was Howling Sky. The scene blurred forward again, and I was taken to the castle courtyard where a large circle sat at its center, reflecting the full moon in the sky. 2 werewolves were fighting in their moonlight forms, with an audience of werewolves in their base forms watching on the sidelines. This was what Caspian would be doing for the Alpha Challenge. I flinched when the 2 werewolves collided, moonlight on full blast. It sent out a shockwave that resounded all around me like an intense thunderstorm. The wolves flew back and clashed again. Each blow was quick as lightning, skilled and calculated. They held a lot of moonlight, but they were also using it efficiently, toning it down when it wasn't needed, concentrating it into specific points of their bodies. Perhaps they held less than I could, but they knew how to make it last longer. This idea weaseled its way into my head. Howling Sky was home to werewolves of the highest breeding and skill. They had become the High Kingdom for a reason. They fell, but I was certain they put up the best of fights. Maybe there were answers in Howling Sky, things even Philip didn't know about Moonlight. Return to Howling Sky. Chapter 10. Sarissa. I sat up in a rush. The void was gone. I was in Caspian's room inside of Phantom Fang's lair. The room was dark with only unaligned moonlight drifting in through the window past the curtains, allowing me to see. This room looked a lot like Air's. There wasn't any defining personality beyond the basic tan, dark blue, and orange-red color scheme used throughout all of Wolfbridge. It was spotless, bare. Aside from Todd's tech, Phantom Fang's didn't appear to be very materialistic. I tried to resist the urge to jump out of bed since it was so late, but I had to share my dream before I forgot it. Not that I thought I could forget something like that very easily, but dreams were fickle like that. I threw the blankets over to the side and ran out of the room in the oversized shirt and short shorts I fell asleep in. I almost jumped down the entire flight of stairs and slid into the main room where Caspian was sleeping on the couch. I was so wound up, I didn't bother being careful when I pounced on him. Caspian gasped and startled awake. He sat up and came face to face with me. He blinked a couple times. Then the shock wore off. He closed his eyes again and dropped back down onto the couch with a sigh.
"You trying to give me a heart attack?"
he mumbled. I shifted so I was straddling him instead of digging into his stomach with my knees. Hard muscles or not, I was certain it wasn't comfortable. The couch was just wide enough for me to place my knees next to either side of his waist. He only had on a white shirt and loose-fitting pants. He had no blanket, so I didn't get tangled up in that. I placed my hands on either side of his face and squished his cheeks. "You need to wake up, Caspian."
"It's too early, Sarissa. The sun isn't even up. Most werewolves like to sleep in until noon."
My sleep schedule is pretty much non-existent these days. Caspian kept his eyes closed. I noticed the dark circles underneath, purplish against his dark skin that typically had more of a blue, moonlight-like undertone. He started breathing deeper, threatening to go back to sleep. I thought about letting him. Then I thought about the dream I just had. I was touching him in that dream. We were close like this, except there was no fabric between us. It was all skin. I wanted to feel it for real. I shuddered at the thought. I shifted, lifting myself up on my knees so I could get my hand underneath his white shirt. I pulled up the fabric and placed my hand on his firm stomach. My eyes rolled shut. My dream didn't do this justice. His warmth seeped into my fingers. I explored the defined divots in his abdominal wall, tracing the muscles. Heat flared in between my thighs, tingling, throbbing, aching. Caspian's eyes shot open. The hard-to-see blue flakes that tumbled in the dark abyss of his eyes were falling faster than usual, swirling around like a tornado.
"What are you doing?"
he asked. "I had a dream about you, Air, Todd, and Roderick." I rocked my hips against his stomach, hitting a sensitive area of my sex. I decided I liked being on top of Caspian, at least for the moment. I shifted down. Was he hard? Was he feeling what I was feeling? Caspian's breath caught. He sat up, planting me firmly in his lap. I rocked against him again after wrapping my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist. A needy whimper escaped my lips.
"Stop,"
he said. His fingers dug into my waist, and every muscle in his body went rigid. Why? My eyes were half-lidded, lost in this inexplicable sensation. I shook my head to try and clear it. "This doesn't feel good for you?" I asked, concerned. I loosened my clasped hands at the back of his neck. I thought about withdrawing, but I couldn't move off his lap because his fingers were still digging into my waist, keeping me right there.
"This feels very fucking good,"
he said and let out a breath.
I'm not doing this right here and now."
"Okay," I said, unsure.
"I want you, Sarissa. I'm not sure if you realize how much, and I'm not sure if you know what all of this means exactly. Your kisses, the way you're touching me, the way you look at me, all of us.
I want to keep you. I reminded him of what I said earlier.
Does that mean you want 4 mates? Because that has never been done before, and I can't do this.
He sighed.
I just don't know. I don't want to break things.
He growled and pressed his forehead to mine.
What are you trying to do right now?
I'm not sure, I confessed. I want to be close to you. My body aches. I have a need that won't go away. I tried to ignore his erection jamming into the sensitive flesh between my legs. I could barely stand it. I needed to move. I needed the clothes gone. I needed him inside of me. Caspian rested his forehead on my shoulder. He tilted his head to the side, breath labored and hot against my neck.
I would gladly help you take care of that need if I thought I could without...
His teeth grazed my skin, sharp and zapping like static electricity.
Biting you and sealing you to me.
I don't think I would mind, I whispered. My hips had a mind of their own, and I tried to roll against him again, but his hands were like hard restraints without any give. He held me in place. I was so frustrated. Sitting like this was putting a constant pressure on my vagina that nearly had me in tears. I could barely breathe. Caspian, I begged. Please. I was trembling so badly I thought I might shatter.
No,
he said.
I can't do it, Sarissa. I can't. I'm pretty sure my heart can't take getting broken before the Alpha Challenge. Don't play around with us.
His lips moved softly against my skin, dry until he pressed his lips more firmly to my neck in a welcoming wet heat. He softly touched his tongue to my neck and then grazed my skin with his teeth once again.
You're too precious to us,
he whispered.
I can't seal you with the mate claim, because what if it shuts out the others? I don't think you want that. From what I know, a were can only be sealed to one werewolf. But what you did when you kissed us on the full moon wasn't like anything I've ever heard of before. This is uncharted territory, and I'm just not ready, Sarissa. I'm not ready.
Okay, Caspian, I said. I brought my fingers to the back of his head and stroked his curly hair, tangling my fingers in it and focusing my attention on the bouncy texture in an attempt to lessen the ache. I thought he was wrong about the possibility of him sealing me, shutting the others out, but I didn't say it because it wouldn't have changed his mind. But you should know, I have no intention of ever breaking your heart.
Let's just get through the Alpha Challenge together, shall we? I need you with me.
He needed me. Of course, Caspian. I smiled. All of us together. He moved and sat me down on the couch next to him. It helped the ache a little, only a little. I had to get my mind on something else before I lost it. We need to wake up everyone else because I had a dream I need to share. I think we should go on a trip to prepare for the Alpha Challenge. Caspian raised a dark eyebrow. It feels important. I pressed my hand to my chest.
You're having prophetic dreams now?
The playful grin I loved flashed across his lips.
You must have inherited witch magic after all.
I raised my chin. I would be quite proud of that. Maybe I'd be representing Babaga properly instead of everybody thinking she's some kind of evil monster. I frowned. My love for Babaga hadn't waned, even with the fresh wound left by her betrayal that continued to make my heart bleed. I was in so much pain. So much confusing need. I thought I was hiding it all well, respecting what Caspian said and moving on, but a tear escaped my eye anyway. Caspian reached for the tear before I got the chance to. He gently caught it with the pad of his thumb. I knew he cared. I could sense it. But he didn't know what else to say. There was nothing he could say because he wasn't ready. I caught his hand and held it to my face before he could retreat. I needed him to know I wasn't angry. I wasn't upset with his decision because he wasn't rejecting me. Not really. He was afraid, and he needed time.
Let's wake up the others, then.
he whispered.
So what exactly are we doing up so early when we went to bed so late?
Air asked as he rubbed his eyes. Everyone was half asleep except for me and Caspian. I think we should go to Howling Sky to prepare for the Alpha Challenge, I said. Howling Sky was home to the most powerful werewolves, right? I think we could learn something there.
They're dead. What made them powerful was their bloodline,
Todd commented.
You and I are probably the only ones left. Truthfully, my bloodline isn't especially amazing in the strength department either. Caspian's bloodline is stronger than mine. Yours, on the other hand, is in another category entirely.
I shrugged. I just feel like it's where we need to go. Besides, if we go, we'll be able to focus only on our preparations, right? There won't be any distractions. Air frowned at that. Roderick said,
I think it's a good idea. At least the getting out of our heads part. Caspian needs to focus if he's going to win the Alpha Challenge. It'll be easier to do that if he's outside of Wolfbridge.
We all have to go to Howling Sky together, I insisted. That's what I dreamed.
Dreamed?
He shook his head.
Never mind that. I agree Caspian needs to get out of Wolfbridge with me. But if all of us left together, if all of us were alone together, it sounds like it would be more of a distraction than being in Wolfbridge.
His green eyes locked onto mine, burning. I shivered in response to his gaze, goosebumps spreading all over my skin. His look spurred on that ache I was trying to ignore. I wondered if it had become a new constant in my life. If it had, I wasn't sure I would survive it. It was almost like that pull I felt to Charles after he bit me. But this was much more powerful, and I didn't want to resist it. I needed them. We needed to go to Howling Sky together. I always listened to my gut, my heart, my head, and they were all telling me the same thing. I really feel like we should go, I whispered. Do you trust me?
Yes.
They all responded without hesitation. Then trust me on this. We're going to make sure Caspian wins. I know we're all worried about Wolfbridge and what might happen there while we're gone, but I don't think we have to worry about the king. From everything we already discussed, I think it'd be very unlikely for him to break all that he built here just to hurt us. As for other threats, mainly Paws Peak, we're only 5 werewolves. If Paws Peak is stupid enough to attack us again, us not being here wouldn't change much of anything. The same goes for Crimson Caves. I don't have any moonlight left, so I would be useless. Besides, we'll be gone less than a month. Philip obviously knows how to protect a kingdom, or it wouldn't have lasted this long, right? He'll continue to protect it with or without us here. Going to Howling Sky is the best way we can help everyone in Wolfbridge. Making sure Caspian wins the Alpha Challenge is the best way we can help Wolfbridge. Todd nodded his head slowly.
Maybe it would be beneficial for us to be somewhere else on our own after all. I mean, there is something tying us together. It's faint compared to how it was on that full moon night, but it's powerful. I think we can all agree on that. Going to Howling Sky would eliminate all other distractions in that sense, and maybe we'd be able to strengthen this thing. It could help us.
He shrugged.
I'm with Sarissa.
Caspian sighed.
A vote, then?
It didn't take long for Phantom Fangs to come around, because not one of them voted against me. Air hesitated, but it was only for a moment. We should leave as soon as possible, I said.
Let's plan on leaving tomorrow,
Caspian agreed.
Before we can say that, for certain, though, I need to talk to the king. So while I work things out with him, the rest of you should do whatever you need to do to prepare for our departure.
Where's Corin? Air asked.
The castle where he's stationed.
I'm going with you, then. Caspian opened his mouth to say something else, but he ended up closing it again without saying anything.
I'll gather the supplies we'll need,
Roderick said as he stood and rolled his broad shoulders back and cracked his neck.
I'm going to the wall to see what I can do about last-minute fortifications, and also to see if I can pinpoint exactly how Paws Peak and the vampires got past our defenses.
I didn't like how certain Todd was about the vampires being the ones to infiltrate Wolf Bridge, that they might have used Charles's impulsive rage to do it and took the opportunity to capture me. But I could also understand why. Wolf Bridge and Paws Peak, the werewolves, had no interest in helping vampires, even my phantom fangs. I wondered if things could change. I wondered about Evie's sincerity. I'm going to the tech-off zone to see if there's anything I can do to help the new humans who just moved in, I announced.
Sounds like we're good to go,
Caspian said.
We'll plan on meeting back at the lair tonight. Just in case, we're all taking portacoms with us. Sarissa, I'll teach you how to use one.
I think I have a pretty good idea of how to use one, I said with a satisfied smile. I winked at Todd, remembering the crash course he gave me on tech during our time together in the Heart. Or do you need help with gathering supplies, Roderick? I could go with you instead.
I'm good. Do your thing, little fighter. Go help those humans. If anyone can make them feel comfortable here, it's you.
Even though I'm a Wera?
Because you're the lost princess of Howling Sky.
Caspian said.
No, not even that. Because you're you.
Because I'm me. Evie said something similar.
Chapter 11. Air. Caspian and I were silent as we walked through the many castle halls. I was beginning to wonder if he had forgotten where exactly in the castle Corin was stationed because it seemed like we were circling back around. I looked behind me and into another hall to check if I recognized anything. Then I ran into Caspian. "Give me a warning next time," I said. "Watch where you're going," he retorted, and pointed. I followed his finger to see Corin rounding a corner down the hall. "He's on break. That explains a lot. I was beginning to wonder if I didn't know where he was stationed at all." "Gods, Caspian. We were going to have to ask someone." He chuckled. "Better go catch up with him if you want to talk." I didn't know why he was acting all lighthearted. I wasn't certain he wasn't looking forward to his talk with the king, but that was Caspian. "Be nice to him, Air." The playfulness was gone with that serious tone in his voice. "I'm not stupid," I said. He hummed low in his chest. It almost sounded like a growl. It was like he didn't believe me. He was such a pain in the ass sometimes. "Good luck with the king," I said. I was about to step away so I could catch up with Corin, but Caspian grabbed my shoulder. "What?" I said irritably. "I mean it, Air. Corin's nice enough. From what Sarissa said, I can only assume you're worried about Trace, but please don't start anything." I shoved him off. "I won't do anything unseemly. If you need to talk, I'll always do my best to solve your problems." I scoffed. "I don't need you to solve my problems." Caspian gave me a dismissive shrug and turned on his heels. He left the way we had come, making his way to the throne room where he would discuss Howling Sky with the king, his father. I watched him for a moment, observing his broad werewolf shoulders and his confident gait. He had changed a lot physically since we were kids, but every time I looked at him, all I could see was that dumb cub all those years ago. He still acted like that cub even if he didn't look much like him anymore. He was still trying to win me over when there was no reason to, wasn't he? Why did he care so much? And how did I ever catch his attention in the first place? There was nothing special about me, but Caspian always seemed to think so. Damn phantom prince. I let out a pent-up breath as I ran forward and rounded the corner. I caught up to Corin just before I would have lost him down another hall. My steps were light and quiet, my movements like a phantom. Phantom fangs hadn't existed for long, but it had made us all ghosts. He didn't see me coming. "Corin!" I called. He stopped with a jolt and looked back at me. His eyes widened as he turned around to face me. He had this look that reminded me of a puppy. It was mostly his big brown and expressive eyes. I could see exactly why Trace had a thing for him. He was the cute type, and yet he was brawny as fuck because that seemed to be a minimum werewolf requirement. "What can I do for you, Air?" "I might be leaving Wolfbridge until the next full moon," I said, and tried to swallow the dryness in my throat that was causing my voice to crack. "I need to know that Trace and my mother are going to be kept safe. I'd feel better if I knew someone trustworthy was watching over them. But was Corin trustworthy? I'll keep them safe, he assured. Is that all? Do you really love my sister? I blurted. Yes. Prove it. He tensed and looked past me to some other guards moving down the hall. Not here. He waited a moment longer before pulling me away into a quiet, dark corner near a storage room. Then he ushered me inside the cramped space of the storage room and shut the door behind us, trapping us in darkness. I hated that he touched me without permission, and I immediately ripped out of his grasp. We were too close for my liking, but I couldn't do much else. There was barely enough room in here not to touch him. My back was pressed against a collection of broomsticks. I understood the need for discretion, but I was claustrophobic. My heart was pounding, and I wanted to scream. I love Trace. I know I'm not supposed to because she's a human and I'm a werewolf, but Trace is my everything, Corin said. I growled. I never meant to fall in love with her. You shouldn't have, I said severely. You haven't. You don't love her. How can you? Just listen, he pleaded. She started working in the castle about a couple months ago. Had it been that long since Trace started working in the castle? Since Phantom Fangs? How could I have been so fucking oblivious? Corin watched me warily for a moment. My eyes had adjusted to the dark well enough to see him. Was he afraid of me? Was I growling without realizing it? Go on, I said gruffly. Trace and I met in passing. We merely glimpsed each other just because we both worked in the castle, and it was nothing more than that. Then we ended up having breaks at the same time. One day I went straight to the kitchen instead of eating in the mess hall because I was starving. Trace was there with some other humans. She spotted me when I failed to sneak my way in and out. I somehow managed to cause a landslide of pots and pans, even got buried in them. Trace came to my rescue with a smile on her face and a giggle she tried to hide. When she got me out, she offered me a cut of prime meat because it looked like I could use it after that embarrassing display. No human had ever talked to me like that before. No human had ever felt so warm either. I scowled. Trace was terrified of werewolves after what happened with Zeke, but she applied to work in the castle to overcome her fears and was able to talk to Corin like it was no big deal. Apparently, when my sister made a decision, she stuck with it. I talked to her plenty during that lunch break, Corin said. I hadn't ever talked to her before that, and it went by too fast. I wanted to see her again, talk to her again. So I went out of my way to meet her in the kitchen the next day. She was there, and it turned out to be a good place to go since we easily became invisible when we sat down and talked in a quiet corner while the cooks bustled around, focusing on their work. We kept our voices low and talked for as long as we could. It quickly became a daily routine. I bit my lower lip to stop myself from interrupting, but I was getting fucking irritated with how close he was to me in this tight space. He was close enough for me to feel his breath on my skin. The more he told me about Trace, the angrier I got. I asked him for help to watch over Trace and Mom, but I couldn't believe this. Was it really and truly possible for a werewolf to love a human? Corin continued. She became the highlight of my every day. One day when we were talking, she touched my hand. It was a light touch, but she must have felt it as deeply as I did because our eyes met, and we kissed ever so briefly. We stopped because of the unspoken rules, but then we kissed again because we didn't care. I fell in love with her little by little since I first talked to her. After we kissed, I started wishing for more than secret conversations and more kissing. I couldn't get the idea of claiming her out of my head, and I never will until I do it. She told me she wants it too, but that we have to wait because no one else would understand. We could destroy what we have if we're not careful. But I want Trace as my mate, so I can spend always with her. Sometimes waiting is excruciating because I don't know if there ever will be an end to it. She's human, I hissed. She's human. You will easily outlive her. She can never have your cubs. The growls, this ridiculous werewolf reflex in my chest were growing more intense. I was having a hard time staying quiet. I didn't want to stifle them, but I did my best to because I didn't want anybody else knowing about this. She doesn't deserve to be locked away like your wearers are. Corin growled back. The softness in his gaze was gone. There was hurt, pain, an edge that didn't suit him. I would never lock her away. I'd never do anything to hurt her. His voice cracked. That's why this hurts so much. Because werewolves and humans can't be together. Because I have to keep her more hidden than any wera to keep her safe. I don't care about cubs or my lifespan. I just want to live my life with her as long as I can. And then you'll throw her away when she's old and sick, no longer suitable for a sexual companion. I jibed. Never. This is about much more than sex to me. Hell, air, we've never had sex. I flinched. It wasn't unusual for werewolves and women to have sex, even in Wolf Bridge, but I didn't want to think about it. It was supposed to be consensual, not like what Trace was put through before. I couldn't imagine it, but I had to wonder. If they really felt this strongly for each other, why hadn't they had sex yet? We can't have sex because I would try to claim her. I would bite her. Werewolves don't bite humans unless they mean to kill them. I've never heard of one trying to claim a human, have you? Our bodies work differently. I wouldn't be able to seal her to me, but I have this persistent urge to try. It was like he read my mind. He moved in just a little closer to me, his lips almost brushing my ear. You're tethered, but you too only have the lifespan of a normal human. And yet you and your entire squad have something going on with the lost princess of Howling Sky. What's that about? Sex? What is the princess to you? Do you love her? Because that seems way more unbelievable than what's going on with me and Trace. My jaw locked. I lost all fight as Corin moved back. He was right. I'll watch over Trace and your mother, he repeated. I'd do it whether you had asked me to or not. I've been watching over them. I'm trying to find a way to be with Trace without all the secrecy, because I need it to be possible. If Caspian becomes king, it'd be possible. I hope you're right, I said. Corin pressed his ear to the storage room door and then opened it a crack, checking the area before letting me out and bathing us in light. He was jittery. He was probably worried because we had gotten pretty loud for a moment there. I should have been worried too, but I was just tired. You should see your mother and Trace before you leave for whatever the hell you were talking about, Corin said. They miss you more than you seem to realize. I tried to ignore the needle pricking my heart. It was growing more painful by the second. I'll do that, I said. I couldn't walk away fast enough. Chapter 12. Caspian. I took a big breath once outside of the double doors leading to the throne room, steeling myself for what was to come. I hesitated when my hands touched the stained wood. The guards stood to the sides, giving me a wider space when I didn't immediately enter, so I pushed through. If I had been alone, I might have been stuck at the doors. In some cases, peer pressure was helpful. The throne room opened up to me, and I froze on the long, dark blue carpet leading the way to the king. He was talking to some werewolves, his advisors, when the door shut behind me and let out a low boom that reverberated for less than a few seconds, but long enough to announce my presence. The king looked up at me. His eyes hardened. "Leave us," he said to his advisors with the flick of his wrist. He said it loud enough that I would hear the authority in his voice from clear across the room. I walked slowly and with deliberate steps as the advisors rushed past me. The king sat back in his silver throne, arms resting on the armrests, back straight, jewel-encrusted silver crown on his proud head. He was immovable and symmetrical, an intimidating sculpture. When I reached the foot of the throne, I knelt down on one knee. It was supposed to be a sign of respect, but for me, it felt more like giving in to the weakness in my legs. "What could you possibly want now, Caspian?" "Permission to go to Howling Sky, my king." My gaze was glued to his polished black boots. Silence engulfed me. But I still didn't look up. I simply waited for a response. At last, the king laughed. "Huh! You want to run away, then?" "No," I said as I gritted my teeth. "To train without distraction. I have a powerful werewolf to beat on the next full moon, after all." "Can you stomach it? You know the Alpha Challenge ends in death. Or have you forgotten that part? One of us will die. Did you think that through? I suspect you didn't." I tried to bring my gaze higher, to look up from the fine leather of his boots to the expensive fabric of his breeches. His head bobbed up and then down. I settled for the silver bottom of his dark blue robes. "I'll win and find a way around killing you," I thought. I cursed myself for being unable to say the words out loud. It was wishful thinking. It wouldn't happen. I couldn't make it work. I knew the Alpha Challenge would have to end in death. "You're not fit to rule a kingdom," the king informed. "You knew your place before. Everything was as it should be until the lost princess riled you up. You should be guiding her, Caspian, not giving in to her wild fantasies. Do you understand how much it pains me to know that I will have to put down one of my own sons?" The rage flared up inside me, and I lifted my chin. I stayed on one knee, but now I was looking the king in the eye, defiant. "Am I truly your son? This is the first time you've said so in how long? Why say it now?" I was mortified when I realized tears were burning my eyes. I held them back. I couldn't let them fall, not in front of him, not in front of anyone. Weak, 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 weak. "All I've ever wanted to do is please you," I roared. "A part of you," the king said quietly. There was no fire in his words. He was all ice. That was all he ever was since that day. "The other part of you has been trying to usurp me since you were old enough to understand anything about the world around you. It all started with Herr Tansem. Maybe I should have killed him back then." I tensed. I didn't like how easily he gave the threat without the barest hint of a menacing tone. The king continued. "But Herr did nothing deserving of such a fate. He sent you away over and over again. It was my own son, bending the rules years before we became a kingdom of shields. I let it play out as a father hoping for the best. I saw your tenacity and that you would never stop. I did my best to focus that relentless drive of yours when you defended Herr and his sister, when you came to me with what Zeke had done. It was unacceptable. I agreed with you. I'm furious to this day because I'm not against you, Caspian. I never have been. But some things can only be done in the shadows," I finished. "Consider withdrawing your challenge, my son. I would allow you to. I accepted your challenge wholeheartedly and with conviction because a king can't look weak in front of his kingdom. Those who challenge me must die. But if you withdraw your challenge, formally renounce it in front of the kingdom, explain that you were wrong and have no intention of fighting me, I will let it go. I have no desire to hurt you or your squad. Things can go back to how they were." "What about Sarissa?" I asked. "What will you do to her if I withdraw my challenge?" "She can't be tied to the four of you in any way. It's detrimental, unhelpful to anyone. You need to reject her, you and your team. That's all it would take. This claim was the result of only a few fleeting kisses, after all." His mask was breaking. His eyebrows creased, deepening the shallow wrinkles that showed his age. He knew there was more to this claim. Sarissa's kisses were powerful. I couldn't resist her before, but now I felt the nearly uncontrollable need to bite her and claim her, especially after what she pulled on me last night. Phantom fangs gravitated toward Sarissa as if we had been bitten, as if we were the wearers. It was unheard of. A claiming bite didn't work like that, but the Moonlight Child didn't play by the rules. She didn't tear skin and make demands. She gave soft kisses and gently persuaded us. Except for when she didn't. She could be plenty fierce. "I'm not withdrawing my challenge, and I'm not giving up Sarissa," I growled. I stood up, finding renewed strength in my legs. The king didn't feel so large when I was eye level with him, thanks to the few elevated steps separating me from his throne. "She chose us. You said she gets to pick her mate. She's picked 4 candidates. So, did you mean it?" The king went rigid. "Of course I meant it. I'm not King George Vipaz of Paul's Peak. But you know Phantom Fangs isn't beneficial to her. You know you're being selfish." "She is magnificent. You should try listening to her wild ideas. You might be surprised. She's not just bringing change because she's the Moonlight Child. It's the way she was raised, her very own fiery personality. She's not from this world at all, have you noticed? If you got to know her, you would realize that as well. You'd also know she's stubborn as hell and unlikely to change her mind." The king sneered. "She certainly has Phantom Fangs wrapped around her finger. Caspian, think about it. You've seen her power? Imagine the cub she'd mother, Why is it all about the new generation she'll apparently bring about? What about now? What about her? What is she going to do with all that power inside of her?
She's a Wera, the king said, his words clipped.
Weras support their werewolf mates, I shouted. What about Mom? Did you love her, or was she only important to you because she came from good breeding? Was that why it took you so long to be mated? Because you were waiting for a good breeder? You should have had many more cubs than the one litter. Just me and my brothers. You should have had many more potential heirs to the throne. Oh, but that's right. Older generations are stripped of their titles, just like I was, to make way for a new generation. How old do your most recent cubs have to be to have that honor? Full grown? Because I was 5 when Mom died. You didn't officially shut me out then, but that was when it started. That's enough, the king growled. The Prime War has taken so much away from us. Weras have always been uncommon, rare even, but Wolfbridge has been hit especially hard. The vampires, too. They were already struggling to keep their males safe, just like we were with our Weras. That made the war more vicious because everyone saw an end in sight. Total extinction of a species. That's the reason why Glory Valley launched the Hellfire Strike and blew up most of the fucking world, isn't it? I don't even know how big the world used to be, and no one dares to explore the Badlands unless they have a death wish. They never come back because there's nothing out there. There's only this little patch of rainbow left in a world stripped of color. You wanted something different once. You wanted to unite Paws Peak peacefully after Howling's sky was blown to hell. You left with Mom, fully prepared to sign a treaty Paws Peak agreed to. Then the carriage was attacked by vampires. Mom died. You never made it to Paws Peak. Paws Peak withdrew and left us on our own while Wolfbridge drowned in grief. The list goes on, and the fact remains. War never ends. Maybe that's what the vampires finally realized. And maybe they want to challenge that statement like you did once. If enough of us want peace, maybe we can have a future. This time I couldn't stop the tears from falling down my cheeks. I couldn't stop the ache in my chest, the squeeze, the feeling of suffocating without ever reaching the blackout, without ever being able to fade away. I'm tired of all the killing, I said. I don't want any more cases like Mom. I know you don't either. I know that's why you'll force Paws Peak to submit and make King George suffer for his selfishness. You'll never allow him to keep his position if you do get your hands on Paws Peak, if we assimilate them like you want. You won't allow him to live either. And I don't blame you. Crimson Caves, Paws Peak, they're all our enemies. I hate them as much as you do, but I can't do it anymore. I can't sneak into kingdoms and kill another species' last hope like Phantom Fangs did. I killed that vampire for Mom. I thought it was justice. I thought it was right. But I have never seen anything more pathetic than that male vampire. I've tried over and over to forget about it, but I can't. If I keep moving, it's just a shadowy memory locked inside the back of my mind. It's bearable, and that's why I'm still moving, but if I give in and think about it, it fucking gives me nightmares. It's only been 2 months, and most of the time I'm okay, but each time I kill, I feel like I lose myself a little more. I'm going to break one of these days. I can feel it. I was on the verge of hysterics. Gods, I kept all this shit locked inside so I wouldn't snap, but I had gone too far now. I admitted all of it. And I just wanted it to stop. The king roared. The moonlight engulfed him. His dominance brushed over me like a fierce wind, quieting the tremors consuming my body. It still took me a few shallow breaths before I was able to breathe normally again. He was calming me? I thought he might have been using his moonlight to rile me up, to break me for good, but no. This was the same comfort he had given me years ago when I was a child, when my mother was alive. "Never speak of this again," the king said. His voice was somehow soothing, even though it had a ragged quality as the moonlight receded. "Go to Howling Sky. Just go. If you come back for the Alpha Challenge, I will face you. If you run away, good riddance." "I'm taking everyone," I stated, "including Todd and the Lost Princess. So be it." I pressed my right hand to my heart and bowed. I didn't look up again as I turned to leave. I walked fast and steady. I couldn't get out of there soon enough, but I couldn't rush. I was still walking too fast. I slowed my pace and looked over my shoulder. For the first time, I saw how tired the king looked. He slumped back in his throne and rested his head in his hand. His eyes were closed. A tear beaded in his dark eyelashes before breaking free, rolling down his cheek and disappearing into his black beard. Some pain was ephemeral. Some pain was eternal.
Chapter 13. Sarissa. "There you go," I said with a smile as I handed a haggard old man a steaming bowl of soup. His hand shook and he ducked his head. I thought about offering him some help, but he turned away from me in a hurry. That was the reaction I kept getting from everyone I served. Trace and I were dishing up soup for all the humans who came to the stud barn. It was one of the largest barns in the tech-off zone, and where many of the newcomers were staying for the time being. The animals were out in the fields enjoying the good weather, leaving ample room in the barns. I hadn't known there was so much green. Fields after fields of it, inside of the kingdom walls. But I had only been to densely populated areas before now. I was lucky I eventually ran into Trace when I went to the tech-off zone to help because nobody wanted my help at first. I tried to talk to humans, but they were scared of me. When I tried to talk to the guards, they ignored me. I wondered if this was because of the king and the Alpha Challenge. They hadn't ignored me before. Maybe ignored wasn't the right word. Nobody seemed to know how they should act around me and did their best to pretend to be busy so they could avoid me. I ended up wandering around, doing what I could to help without anybody directing me before I found Trace. Well, Trace found me. She wasn't working in the castle today. She told me none of the humans were. The king's order was for all of them to go to the tech-off zone and help the new arrivals along with the guards stationed in the tech-off zone. I was happy to help. Thankfully, Trace was happy to tell me what to do. While we did, in fact, work with the guards, I noticed I was the only werewolf getting my hands dirty, so to speak. Mostly, the guards stood there looking pretty while regulating things. I stared at the haggard old man. He moved as quickly as he could without spilling his soup, eager to get away from me. I started to wonder if I was doing more harm than good. Others had dropped their soup in their haste to get away from me. It was such a waste. Perhaps I should have been used to this kind of alienation, but I wasn't. I sighed. "You're doing great," Trace said. "You're just being nice," I replied. She was the only human, the only one who would talk to me. The guards would talk now that I had planted myself somewhere, but they shut up again as soon as I let them. Trace was warm and welcoming to everyone. I really did like her. I didn't like how the guards kept eyeing her, though, like she was breaking some dumb rule by talking to me. I thought she might crack under the pressure, but she didn't pay them any attention. Maybe she had found her bravery. She needed to if she was going to make things work with Corin. I was proud of her. If I got a say in anything, she and Corin would be together soon. In the light where everyone could see them. No more hiding. Trace smiled at me. Then she got back to work, helping someone who came up to her and asked a question. The line was short, almost gone, as a child dashed up to me for his bowl of soup. I put on my best smile, hoping for a better reaction than I had been getting, just like I dreaded would be the case. The little boy shrunk back when his mother grabbed his shoulder and shook her head at me after she realized I was the one serving them. When I filled up a bowl with steaming soup and held it out to the boy, he wouldn't take it from me. "What's the matter?" I asked. I had never had the chance to see children before, not in person. I might have glimpsed some since my time outside of the woods, but I hadn't seen one up close and certainly hadn't interacted with any. Maybe I was wrong in assuming this child was a young boy, but I based it off of his short haircut and clothes, consisting of a shirt and pants. I was the only female around here who wore a shirt and pants. I didn't know his age either. The top of his head reached his mother's thigh. He was wide-eyed and distrusting, but decidedly adorable. I wanted to make him smile. "This is delicious," I told him. Do you like beef? His mother fidgeted at his side. She either wanted to run or snatch the bowl and then run. I wasn't ready to give up yet. Want to try it? I asked. This time, the little boy peeked up at me, but he wasn't convinced. I held the bowl with one hand and plucked a piece of meat out of it with the other. Savory juices ran down my fingers as I popped the morsel into my mouth and chewed happily, making an exaggerated humming sound. That got a laugh out of the boy. "You're the lost princess," he said. "Princesses don't do that. You have broth on your fingers." This time, when I handed him the bowl, he accepted it. I dished up a bowl for his mother as well. As soon as she had her food in hand, she hurried her boy along. At least her boy looked back at me and gave me a big grin. That felt like an accomplishment. "You're good with kids," Trace said, smiling. "That was well done. Sorry I didn't help." "It's fine. You were helping someone else, and I'm perfectly capable of handling things." "More capable than almost anyone else I know." That made me laugh. I was very out of place anywhere outside of my woods, but it felt good to hear her say that. I scanned the crowd, searching for anyone else who hadn't been served. I didn't see anyone. The line was officially gone. It looked like the job was done. The sun was beginning to set, too. It was about time to return to Phantom Fang's lair. Then I spotted someone dodging and darting between tight clusters of huddled bodies as he made his way toward me. If he hadn't been wearing his beanie, I would have seen him sooner, but he kept his fire-red hair for me and Phantom Fangs alone. I smiled. Todd. He looked uncomfortable in the crowded space. I wondered what he was doing here. Whatever his reason, it must have included me, because he was looking right at me with amber brown eyes. My heart rate sped up in anticipation. My body flooded with heat. I needed to touch him. "I'll be right back," I told Trace. She waved me off, and I rushed, darting between bodies to meet Todd. My Todd. I wanted to place my hands on his cheeks and chase away the discomfort on his face. It was already diminishing with each step I took toward him, like my presence was a relief for him. I caught his hand without a word and pulled him into a corner, away from the busy intersections of people moving around and laying down straw and blankets for bedding. "How did things go at the wall?" I asked, as I let go of his hand to tuck a strand of loose hair behind my ear. I pulled my hair back in a ponytail earlier to keep it out of the food. Well, Trace did it for me. I didn't have anything to tie it back with. Todd pressed back against the wall of the faded red barn, and I took a moment to appreciate his sleeveless shirt. He was the leanest member of Phantom Fangs, but still bigger than me. Not that that was hard to do when it came to male werewolves. I leaned back with him, allowing our arms to touch. He moved just a little closer to me in return. He needed my touch as much as I needed his. I shivered and squeezed my thighs together.
"Okay, I guess," he said. "The vampires must have tampered with the surveillance system, looping the footage on the cameras or something, because I don't have the enemy arrival recorded anywhere, though I still have no idea how they managed that. Our defenses rely on my system, powered by and centered at the heart. We don't have as many actual guards stationed at the walls because my surveillance system had been sufficient until now. I wasted hours trying to figure out how the vampires did it and ended up telling the guards to double the watch, since my tech has become unreliable, and suggested ways to reinforce our walls to the builders." He pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers. "I have a headache." I pushed off the wall and placed my hands on his cheeks. I gently guided him down a little so I could get a good look at his eyes. They were bloodshot and tired. "You deserve a rest," I said. "My tech is supposed to be the best. Everyone's in danger because of me." "Your tech is remarkable, just like you, but there's always someone better. You didn't fail anyone. You did your best. Besides, I'm sure you'll come up with a new solution soon. That's what you do. Your beautiful brain never stops." He gave me a small smile.
You probably have nothing to worry about anyway, I said, since you think the vampires are the ones who broke through your tech and they want a truce.
Maybe.
I dropped my hands as I heard Trace call, "You can leave, Princess." She waved. "We have everything covered." I called back, "I'll help clean up first." I turned to Todd. "Stay here and take a rest, or I can meet you back at the lair."
I want to stay with you,
he replied quietly.
I'll help clean.
His eyes shifted from mine to the floor. I took his hand, coaxing him to look at me again. I smiled wryly. "What does the tech werewolf know about cleaning?"
What does the lost princess know about cleaning?
"Plenty, because I had no idea I was a princess until a few days ago."
Then it sounds like I'm in good hands.
"Okay, but this is your choice. I gave you a way out." I winked. Todd took my hand, and I guided him over to the big water basins where some humans were already washing dishes. They were water troughs for animals this morning, but everything had been repurposed for the human guests.
This is pretty inefficient and primitive,
Todd commented as I went to a water pump to fill up some buckets. "Better than nothing," I said. "I'm more used to this kind of life anyway. No tech in the woods." He stared hard at the water pump. "Have you ever spent much time in the tech off zone?" I asked.
Aside from setting up cameras, no.
I squirted some liquid soap into the water basin and watched the bubbles rise as I emptied the water from the buckets into it. When I was satisfied with the amount of water, I filled the buckets again and emptied them into another water basin for rinsing. I instructed Todd to grab the used dishes from the table we set up for serving and joined him a moment later. Then we started washing. It was a simple task, but a little time-consuming with the number of dishes we had to clean. "How do you feel about humans?" I asked.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about werewolves either.
Todd ducked his head when a guard strode past. "How do you feel about phantom fangs?"
Never tried putting it into words before,
he murmured.
I use tech. I understand tech. I'm good with it. Phantom fangs, I keep them safe.
"That's it? You're their guardian angel, then." Todd scratched the back of his head, but he was careful not to disrupt his beanie and reveal the red hidden underneath. He looked around nervously, conscious of everyone else in the barn.
I think I care about them,
he said.
I don't know how to talk to them or how to act around them, but they depend on me. I keep them safe. Caspian brought me into the team because of my skills. It's the same reason the king keeps me around. The heart, the tech, I'm the only one who knows everything about it. The other werewolves have to work in teams and specialize in certain areas. I'm pretty important, but the king has always allowed me to be solitary, except for when he agreed to Caspian's request to have me on the team. But that was only because I said I wanted to do it. Caspian asked me to join. He smiled. Acted like talking to me wasn't difficult. Said all this weird stuff about a squad that will pave the way to the future. I was curious. Caspian made the world feel warm. Nothing was warm before Caspian. He's always lecturing me about teamwork, but he talks to me. Phantom Fangs talks to me when everyone else tries to avoid me.
"Caspian is a unique werewolf," I said with a nod.
Agreed.
"How do you feel about me?" Todd's cheeks went red as he furiously took some dishes and scrubbed them down in the soapy water basin. I giggled and scooped up a bunch of the foamy bubbles from off of the water's surface. When he turned to see what I was doing, I smeared the bubbles across his face. He blinked, shocked. I took advantage by scooping up more bubbles and painted his chin. I laughed at his new white beard. "You look very sophisticated now," I said with my hand on his chin. My actions turned a few heads, but I didn't care, because it also elicited a few laughs. The energy was good. Todd let out a little laugh, too. It surprised me. I wasn't sure I had ever heard him laugh before. In fact, I was certain I hadn't. My heart jumped in my chest. He scooped up a bunch of bubbles. I knew what was coming. I squeaked and ran away, but not fast enough, not that I was trying to. Todd grabbed me with one hand around my waist, while the other went to my chin. He sculpted me, my own sophisticated white beard. Todd's breath was hot on my ear as he said,
"Now we match."
I twisted around in his grip to face him and grabbed the back of his neck. He leaned down and kissed me. We both got a mouthful of soap and pulled back immediately, sticking out our tongues and wiping away the bubbles. Todd continued to hold me close as we both laughed. I wiped the rest of the bubbles off his face, slowly, deliberately. "There's my Todd," I whispered. He did the same for me.
"Sarissa."
I couldn't ignore the heated look in his eyes. He leaned down to press his lips to mine, gentle this time. The soapy taste was still there, but it wasn't as strong, and it didn't bother me. His taste was stronger. It was like little fireworks on my tongue, spices that overpowered everything else. I pressed my body into his, harder and harder with each passing moment of him kissing me, my hands around his neck to keep him there. I could feel his hardness pressing against my lower stomach. It was like we were almost perfectly aligned. Out of the Phantom Fang's members, Todd was the closest to my height. His grip on my waist was so tight it almost hurt. This desperation. I imagined his hands lower. I imagined him touching me, exploring me like I had once before in the bath, without a clothing barrier. I whimpered, bucked my hips, begged. Todd stopped our kiss. He was breathing heavily and loosened his grip.
"We should go back to the lair,"
he said. I blinked away the haze in my eyes, the convenient filter that blocked out everything else but Todd. I saw many eyes staring at us, red faces, parents hiding children. Trace had her hand over her mouth, but her blue eyes were twinkling, betraying her actions with a smile. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my own breathing. "Yeah," I said. "Let's go home." Todd released my waist and was about to move away, but I took his arm like I had Caspian's before when he was leading me through Wolfbridge Castle to the room Philip had prepared for me. Todd was a little resistant at first. I decided it wasn't because of me, but because he didn't really know this social convention. I was glad we were similar in that way. Todd settled, deciding on how to hold and touch me. Maybe he wasn't holding my arm how he was supposed to, but I didn't care about that. "Good night," I said with a wave. "Good night," Trace replied, while other onlookers nodded their heads or didn't comment. I ran my fingers over what I could touch of Todd's skin while our arms were linked. I liked that his arms were bare, and that I could see the paleness of his skin among all of his charming freckles. I wondered if those freckles were all over his body. I resisted the urge to squeeze my thighs together, to stop and take in this feeling. This need was roaring inside of my body, begging for more than this. But it had to wait. Now wasn't the time to bring it up. I was pretty sure this was the first time Todd had felt completely relaxed with me, and it was a moment to savor.
Chapter 14. Roderick. It was late. I hid in the shadows of buildings, dodging Todd's cameras like old times. Not so old times. The moon was big and almost full. Moonlight streaming down from the sky, but it was fading. The moon was going through its phases. Eventually, it wouldn't be seen in the night sky. That night, there would be no pull. Tonight, the pull was as heavy as if the moon was full, but it was only taunting. I couldn't absorb any moonlight. My body buzzed. It was aggravating. I had this vivid image of my bones creaking, bending, breaking, and tearing through my skin like thin paper. I wasn't sure if I was feeling this way because of something external or if it was because I wasn't looking forward to what I had to do. Then I wondered if it was coming from that connection I seemed to share with Sarissa and Phantom Fangs. I liked that idea less. I couldn't say for sure. That connection was an anomaly. One minute it was blazing, the next it was as cold as ice. It had faded significantly since Sarissa first kissed us on that full moon night. It burned brightest then, but I felt a flicker of it again when she kissed us last night. Was it her kisses that made the connection strong? Would kissing us regularly make it blaze as brightly as it had the first time? Regularly. What an absurd thought. Focus. I shook my head. Now wasn't the time to think about kissing. It was a distraction I didn't need. Gods, but how I longed to hold Sarissa in my arms. I had been attracted to and consensually played around with women in freedom. But Sarissa was a Wera, a very beautiful Wera. The physical attraction was undeniable, but there was much more to it than that. She was like no other. She was pig-headed and unapologetic when it came to her naive beliefs and ideas. She somehow made them seem achievable. She was worthy of her legend, and we hadn't seen her do anything yet. I had this notion she would turn the world upside down, not simply because of her power, but because of her stubbornness. I slipped into the next group of shadows. I was on the regular route I took when I was on my way to pass off intel to the rebels. I was in the tech-off zone, skimming along the ravine containing the roaring rapids of the Quicksilver River. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, as usual, but this time I wasn't going to give the rebels any information or stolen bits of tech. I was going to leave them a message. I was acutely aware of the note folded up inside of my pants pocket. It was a crackling nuisance each time I moved, demanding my attention. I darted out from the buildings and moved closer to the Quicksilver River as I neared the South Towers. Their lights were circling every which way, but I was used to their patterns. I would be glad when I didn't have to do this shit anymore. I was tired of being a spy. It was time to come clean with everything. To do that, I had to leave the rebels for good. They deserved to know why, and that was why I had this note. I wrote a fucking note. It was not my preferred way to communicate since actions always spoke louder than words, and written words were just another level removed from speaking words. But I didn't know when the rebels, or Job specifically, would be outside Wolf Bridge's walls again. I was certain they hadn't stuck around after the full moon banquet fiasco. This was the best I could do. I left all my comm-tech behind like I usually would on this run. If Phantom Fangs found out, I would tell them exactly what I had been doing, but I doubted any of them would realize I was off doing something unrelated to our Howling Sky trip anyway. I was planning on making this quick, and the others were likely to get back late. They were already late. No one was in the lair when I was preparing for this run, and that was after I had gone out and actually prepared for the trip to Howling Sky. There was no reason to burden them with this. It was no big deal. I activated my moonlight and focused it in my eyes, toning down the theatrics so the blue flames didn't light me up like a fucking beacon, and dropped down the steep, slippery drop-off. I caught myself on that nearly imperceptible thin ledge below, stopping before the frothing white waters of the Quicksilver River could try to drag me down. I edged my way along the natural rock wall, the lights from the towers bypassing me completely. It was all muscle memory at this point because I was lost in my head. I hated being lost in my head. But the rebels were the closest thing I had to stability. They were the closest thing I had to a family. At least they were. This was a betrayal with no question or room for redemption, but I had to do it. This whole thing with Sarissa and Phantom Fangs changed everything. Phantom Fangs had had my back for the past 2 months. I saw into their damn hearts, and they weren't worthy of elimination. They mattered to me. They mattered to me more than anyone ever had. Maybe that destroyed my ability to see black from white, or maybe I never had it in the first place. But here I was. As much as I respected Merrick Rex, I had never really grown attached to him, or anybody else in freedom aside from my sense of duty, of purpose. I was picked up by the rebels when I was a grubby orphan kid. They trained me to be a soldier. I succeeded at that. I was the best of the best they trained. I was happy enough because I had a purpose. My purpose was to differentiate the white from the black, the good from the bad. My purpose was to act, not to deliberate. But in truth, people used me, and I let them. I was always working under the rebels' best interests, the right interests. I never resented that. I still didn't. But my alliance shifted. I wanted Sarissa to use me now. She was the one who could point me in the right direction because she somehow had everything figured out. I smirked at the thought of the little Spitfire as I inched along the thin ledge and bypassed the wall. I timed my ascent with the rotating lights and ran for the nearby trees while returning my moonlight to dormancy. The light of the moon was bright enough to see from here on out. I navigated my way through the thickening foliage to the clearing Job and I always met in. I caught sight of the large stone marking our meeting place. It was empty like I figured it would be. I looked around the base of the stone for a smaller rock. I found one the size of my fist that would work. I took the crinkled note from my pocket and cringed at the sound as I straightened it out. Then I placed it on top of the large stone and pinned down the lower half with the rock. It was as secure as it was going to get. I did what I set out to do, even though it was stupid as hell. I was about to leave when I heard rustling stemming from the brush behind me. It was faint. Someone else would have probably written it off as a result of the breeze that was blowing through the clearing, but I had been trained for this sort of thing. Someone was there. I dug in my heels, ready to stand my ground or dodge depending on the situation. "Show yourself, or I'll beat your ass," I said. A cloaked figure emerged from the trees. My mind immediately flashed to the vampires, but I recognized this black cloak, this smooth gait. It was Job. He pulled back his hood carefully as if he was afraid to spook me. His corkscrewed nose and pink scars stood out against his ashy brown skin. I kept my ready stance. I probably could have afforded to relax, but I couldn't help it. My body tensed when my eyes flickered to the note I placed under a rock. Now that Job was here, I didn't want him to read the damn thing. There was no way I could grab it without him noticing, though. I gritted my teeth.
"Roderick,"
Job said with a nod of his head. "Job?" I replied, nodding in return.
"What happened on the full moon? I saw the attack on Wolf Bridge with the team I brought to collect the lost princess. We saw werewolves from Paw's Peak and vampires from Crimson Caves after we went to investigate the explosion we heard. But we didn't get much of the action. They all started fleeing soon after. The vampires had a naked, I assume, wearer with them. The lost princess? I would have engaged them, but I didn't bring enough men for a fight, so we waited it out. And it looks like that was the right thing to do. You got her back, right?"
"Yes, we got her back," I replied gruffly.
"And? Why isn't she with you?"
I heard more movement in the foliage. More men emerged. They were wearing black cloaks like Job, allowing them to blend into the night and conceal what was underneath, which was probably some sort of light armor. "You waited out here since the full moon banquet?" I asked.
"Of course. We have to play this smart. The lost princess is invaluable. I had faith you would come through for us."
Job made a ticking noise with his tongue behind his teeth. His skin wrinkled with an annoyed scowl.
"So? Where is she, Roderick? You didn't say."
I avoided his question and growled, "I don't care how small your team is. You sound like a coward, putting everything on me. You know how to fight vampires. It's a big part of our training. There was no guarantee that I'd be able to reclaim the lost princess. They took her to the fucking caves. They're practically impenetrable."
"The only real advantage we have over vampires is during the day, or if the beasts have been starved. They have complete control of the night when they are well fed. They're like demons."
Job paused, his lips curled up, baring his teeth in a snarl.
"Feeling the weight of your responsibility, Roderick? The most gifted. Merrick's favorite."
"Cowards!" I clenched my fists. "I'm not giving you the lost princess." There was silence. It was as if the world stood still. No one moved and no one spoke. I half expected them to be on me at any second, but it seemed I had given them a bigger shock than they were expecting.
"I must have heard you wrong.
Job said. His cloak fluttered in the passing breeze, the frayed and tattered edges revealing all it had been through. All Job had been through. The Prime War left scars on all of us. I replied, "You heard me right." Job replaced his hood and his eyes darkened underneath it. They went black and seemed to sink back into his skull like deep, worm-ridden holes just waiting to swallow me up as well. Gods, my imagination was running wild. Don't think, just act. I strongly urge you to rethink that decision, Job warned. I have, over and over. My allegiance is to Sarissa now. If you'll listen, I can explain. Job let out a feral screech that surprised me. It sounded more animal than man. And so you become a full-fledged werewolf. I'm tethered. I'm human. You're changed. You're more werewolf than human now. And all werewolves are the same. Being tethered for just over 2 months has rotted your brain. Sarissa fights for humans, I defended, though I knew it was pointless. Job's shoulders shook as he let out an airy laugh that sounded more like dry heaving. Is that right? I reflexively growled when the men with Job started to surround me and move forward like they were going to trap a wild animal. You really have lost your mind, Job remarked. His mouth opened wide, escaping the shadow of his hood in a silent scream. Then I realized he was screaming. The sound hit my ears in a built-up rush. Attack! The cloaked men leaped all at once. Was their plan to bury me underneath their bodies, to stop me from moving? Should I take it? I ducked and sidestepped, escaping through the tiniest gap in their imperfect formation. Then I felt guilty for doing it. Guilty. One of them came from behind. I grabbed him and threw him up against the stone. Something cracked. I looked down at my hands to see wisps of blue coiling around them. I hadn't consciously drawn on this power. I didn't will it to activate. My hands shook as I curled them into fists, snuffing out the heatless flames. But the undeniable energy of activated moonlight continued to hum in my core. Merrick will be sorely disappointed to hear this after everything he did for you, Roderick. After treating you like his own son, Job taunted as he stepped forward, something glinting underneath the long sleeve of his cloak. It was a knife. He screamed and charged. I knew he was moving quickly, but time slowed. Moonlight flared in my eyes, and I easily escaped a well-placed lethal swing that was meant to cut all the way through to my heart. I caught his gaze and squeezed, moonlight once again empowering my hands, and forced him to drop the knife in the grass below. It landed blade first with a thud. Merrick would listen to me. I growled in his face and shoved him aside to stop another incoming attack at my back. I wouldn't count on that, Job said. He caught himself by digging his heels into the ground and pulled his knife free from the earth as he rushed at me again. I was holding them off for now, but it was taking everything I had. My moonlight was active, on full blast, coating my entire body. I was 1 against 10, and they were all trained the same way I was. I had excelled at our training, and I was much bigger than most, but these were adept fighters, and I was out of my mind. I had no control over my moonlight. I had no control over my emotions. I was going to leave a blind spot wide open because I had become like the hot-headed, emotional fighters I despised. I wondered if I deserved the punishment. I wondered if I should take it. And then I wondered why I couldn't decide on the right choice. I knew one thing. Sarissa. Sarissa. I didn't want to hurt the rebels, but I couldn't let them have her. They wouldn't listen, so I needed to chase them out or put them out in the cold. Maybe a combination of both, because putting one out of the fight hadn't deterred them. A fist flew at my face and I caught it with ease, throwing the owner onto the ground in one quick motion. I ripped off his hood and jabbed a pressure point in his neck. He went limp. He'd wake up with a headache, but he was fine otherwise. I tried to catch the next incoming blow, but I was too slow. Too slow even with moonlight. I was being too careful. I was too concerned with their well-being. A fist dug into my stomach. I would have been fine with all the moonlight surging through my veins, but the guy was wearing steel knuckles with jagged points that ripped into my flesh. Hot blood poured out of my gut, and I concentrated moonlight in that area to heal it. I was draining myself so quickly. I knew better than this. I knew how to make moonlight last, but not when I was stuck in my fucking head. And apparently I wasn't good at multitasking at the moment. The guy punched me again. I couldn't concentrate on healing and fighting at the same time. Maybe I had never really mastered moonlight because somewhere inside of me I had always rejected it. I never used it unless I had to, because I was human. Then I was suddenly on my back in the grass, sucking in a deep breath of air, stomach burning. I rolled to the side as someone came down on me with their boots, narrowly dodging it. Then I tripped another guy, grabbed him, and hit that same pressure point, knocking him out. I got back on my feet. My moonlight reserves were suddenly dormant, useless. I was completely out of fucking control. I winced and pressed my hand to my stomach in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. I heard a click and looked up. Job was standing a few feet in front of me, back against the stone, gun pointed steadily at my heart. The knife was dirty enough. We should have settled this hand to hand like we always did back in freedom. The gun was pure cowardice. They wanted me dead, and they weren't taking chances. Job's hood blew off in the wind. His scarred face was locked into a fierce snarl. His eyes were trained on me. His finger was trained on the trigger, pulling back slowly. Slowly. Time almost stopped, but this time it wasn't due to moonlight. I couldn't move when the gun exploded. I knew the bullet would come racing straight for my heart, ending all of this. But then, right at the last second, something blurred in my vision. Job's gun was knocked clean out of his hand. The shot went awry, drilling into the leafy canopy above, and Sarissa was there. No moonlight, no wolf, but I could see both things inside of her as she attacked Job, body slamming him into the ground as she roared and screamed like a banshee on top of him. She wrapped her hands around his neck in an unbelievably hard grip, nails digging in and drawing blood. His face was turning purple as he choked and gagged and weakly scratched at her hands. Sarissa howled. If her sudden and frightening appearance hadn't already petrified everyone around, the howl sure did. It was demanding, commanding, rooted into my very bones. She wasn't in her moonlight form. I kept staring, expecting to see the black wolf emerge, but she had no moonlight. And yet that howl was something that could have only come from a deadly wolf. Sarissa, I choked. My tongue was lead in my mouth. My feet were cemented to the ground. My stomach felt like it was going to fall out in a bloody heap. I wanted her to stop. I wanted her to... A cloaked figure ran up behind Sarissa, and I couldn't even shout a warning. But she saw him coming. She pressed down on Job, grounding herself, and swept the attacker's legs out from under him. He went flying over her and Job like a harmless bird. Sarissa's focus returned to Job. Her knuckles were going white. Job's eyes were turning red. She was going to pop them right out of their fucking sockets. "Nobody hurts what's mine," she growled, and suddenly she had the damn gun in one hand while the other continued squeezing Job's bruised throat. When did she grab that thing? Job's guys took a step back, unsure how to save their squad leader, and intimidated by the sudden reappearance of the gun. This was not the Wera I fought in the square. This was a tornado, destroying anything that got in its path. I cleared my throat and found my voice. "Let them go." My feet broke free of the weight keeping them in place, and I cautiously walked toward her. I didn't think she'd shoot me, but I also didn't know. She wasn't in her usual headspace. The Sarissa I knew was against pointless bloodshed. She was even against killing when Pa's Peak attacked. She didn't kill a single werewolf, even though it would have been in self-defense. "Only if they promise never to touch you again," she screamed. She squeezed Job's throat and pressed the nose of the gun against his cheek. But she had lessened the pressure. He was coughing and breathing, the bruised color fading from his face. I took another couple steps forward with my hands raised and non-threatening. Sarissa's eyes shone in the night, glossy like glass. Then tears fell down her cheeks, leaving silvery streaks. "They nearly killed you," she sobbed. Her hand shook as she mashed the gun farther into Job's cheek. "I'm not going to let them take you from me. I'm not going to let them take any of you from me." I hated that tortured look on her face. I hated the way her jaw was clenched, how her eyes blazed anger and pain all at once. "Surrender, Job, she's not messing around," I said. Job sneered from underneath her. Fucking moron. He was going to get himself killed. It was now or never. I walked the rest of the way to her, deciding it was better not to make any sudden movements, bent down and grabbed Sarissa's wrist. I gently moved to the back of her hand and eased my way toward the gun. Her finger wasn't even on the trigger. I took the weapon easily. I didn't have to pry her fingers loose, but her other hand tightened around Job's throat. "Sarissa," I said sternly. She growled. I went for her other hand, trying to rip her fingers off his swollen throat. Her grip was ridiculous. It must have been the result of all the adrenaline coursing through her veins, but I had to use moonlight to tear her fingers away. When I had her under my control, I stood and yanked her up with me. I had to drop the gun to the floor and crush it under my boot as I hogtied her to my chest because she started struggling. "Get Job and you're fallen and get out of here," I yelled to the dumbstruck rebels. "Unless you want to face her wrath." Sarissa was clawing at my arms and even biting. This was an animalistic rage that knew no bounds. She had her eyes set on the rebels and nothing else. I was right to be wary of the gun before. Thank Kor the rebels were scared shitless. A few of them grabbed Job as well as the two I knocked out and dragged them away into the trees. Motors roared loudly and faded all at once as they hightailed it out of there in a hurry. Sarissa continued to struggle against my arms, biting and clawing in her frenzy. She never cut me deep, but it felt like getting stung by a bee over and over. I squeezed her tightly and growled. I bound her with the strength of my moonlight, treating her more roughly than I would have liked and likely hurting her, but I had no idea what else to do. It was partly a reflex. I didn't take pain lying down. Gods, my stomach was killing me. It wasn't a fatal wound, moonlight or not, as long as it was treated, but it was designed to hurt, and it did. "Enough!" I barked. The lines of blood trickled down my arms. Warm blood from my stomach drenched the back of Sarissa's short-sleeved shirt and made it stick to what was left of my own as well as my ruined flesh, aggravating the wound further. Sarissa finally stopped struggling and panted in my hold. Her curly hair was wild, tangled in a ponytail that was falling out. She gripped my arm, but not to hurt me. She wasn't digging in with her nails. Her fingers were soft. She turned her head, pressed her nose to my right bicep, and gently licked away one of the bloody trails. "I'm sorry," she breathed. "I can't believe I hurt you. I'm so sorry." "It's all right," I said gruffly. "You didn't even make them promise to leave you alone," she whimpered. I couldn't get over the fire and grief burning inside of her red-tinted eyes. Had Prime finally broken her since leaving the Witchwoods 5 days ago? "While I've never seen anger serve anyone in a fight before, I think you're the reason they left. You're scary as hell when you're angry," I said as I released her. "They'd be suicidal to come back here and face you." She grabbed hold of my arm again and licked another scratch. "Stop it," I said. "I'm fine." She dropped to her knees, hands sliding down my arm into my hand, which she held onto. She pressed her lips to the back of my hand in a soft kiss. "I will never hurt you like that again," she vowed. "It's nothing," I said. I closed my eyes and healed my wounds with my dwindling moonlight reserves. I wasted so much of it. That was the cost of being hot-headed. My life would have been next if not for Sarissa. I opened my eyes and pulled her back up to her feet. "Never bow to me. It's over. I'm as good as new. Let's go back to the lair and forget this happened." She wiped the tears from her eyes, but the fire remained. Her lips were set into a thin, grim line, hiding their usual fullness. I had never seen a creature more beautiful or terrifying than Sarissa, and for some reason, she was acting this way because of me. Chapter 15. Roderick. I knew we should move, that we should go back to the lair like I suggested, but I had a question that needed to be answered. "What were you thinking?"
"They were going to kill you,"
Sarissa growled.
"I waited. I was going to let you handle it, but they took things too far. I couldn't allow it."
She wrapped her arms around my waist and hugged me tightly. My arms lay uselessly at my sides because I couldn't bring myself to move. My limbs were encased in cement again. Her touch was too warm, too comforting. She felt like nothing I had ever known before. The only thing that came close was phantom fangs. Maybe I really was becoming a werewolf. Was this a need for pack? Camaraderie? A mate? That last one didn't make any sense for a tethered. I wish you hadn't, I said. I was trying to tell them that you're different from the other werewolves. Not that they would have listened anyway. Honestly, I hadn't even expected them to be here. I glanced back at the note sitting under a rock on the large stone. I was going to tear the thing to shreds. A fucking note.
I was only defending you.
She squeezed me a little tighter as if she knew my attention was elsewhere and wanted it back on her. She shattered the cement holding me in place, and I wrapped my arms around her in return. I huffed. How did you track me down anyway?
Todd and I were on our way back to the lair and I spotted you. I told Todd to go ahead while I went after you. I said I'd bring you back.
You're as sneaky as a fox then. I had no idea. I was honestly impressed. She looked up and smiled at me.
Let's go home.
She released me and captured one of my hands. Then she tugged, like the demanding little fighter she was. The princess who fought for me even though she didn't have moonlight. The princess who thought I was worth something more than being a spy or a soldier, than being a compass, snuffing out the black and bringing in the white. I burned where she touched me. I burned in my core. It spread everywhere, even to the tips of my toes. How did she want me? What was my worth?
Mine.
She said that about me. I gripped her hand firmly and yanked her back, twirling her around in the same motion so she had to steady herself by placing her free hand flat against my chest, right over my heart. She looked up at me with wide eyes. Her mouth was parted softly. I reached down and kissed her hard. It was more like a crashing of lips and teeth. She let out a little moan right there with me, biting, sucking, licking. How did she want me? I took a step forward, forcing her back. I repeated this action until I had her back against a tree so I could press into her. She grabbed the back of my neck, and I propped her up against the tree trunk. She wrapped her legs around my waist, and I pressed into her harder. We were hardly moving, but we were both breathing heavily. My body shuddered with anticipation as I rolled my hips forward, hitting in between her legs. She gasped, eyes fluttering. We were perfectly aligned. If not for our clothes, I would have been fucking her right this moment. And there was nowhere for her to go. I could punish her like this. She whimpered as I continued to rock my hips. Her legs tightened around my waist and her whole body trembled. God, she was beautiful. The most beautiful creature I had ever laid eyes on. This was how she wanted me. I wanted her. I gritted out through clenched teeth, I need you. My gums started throbbing, like my moonlight form was ready to push through. Moonlight was bursting in my mouth, only my mouth, but I snuffed it out. I ground into her again. My dick was aching and uncomfortably hard in my pants. I had to bring her to the peak with me. I needed the release. No more thinking, just feeling. I needed this. It seemed she was the one punishing me. I couldn't seize control with this Wera. She held all the fucking cards, all the fucking time. But then a memory flashed in the back of my head. When Sarissa first kissed each member of Phantom Fangs, was it really like a claiming bite? Would sex with her seal the deal? Where did that leave the others? Did I want this? Did she want this? Could this fucking work with a tethered? Did a Wera's body work and respond the same way as a woman's? I growled out my frustration. I was about ready to bash my own fucking brains in. You've never done this before, I said in a low rumble. If you want to stop at any time, you tell me. She hummed, eyes half closed as she pressed her head back against the tree trunk. I need you to use your words, Princess. Do you want me to continue or do you want me to stop right now? Gods, I meant what I said, but that persistent moonlight in my mouth was flaring to life again. My dick was probably as hard as a fucking rock. I didn't know what was happening to me. I hadn't had sex since I had become tethered, and it didn't make sense. I was tethered. Lorraine, you sick god, why do I want to bite her?
Don't stop,
she quickly whispered.
Keep going.
I brought my arms under her ass and moved her away from the tree. She grasped my shoulders for stability. Then I carefully set her down in the soft grass of the clearing, nearer to the trees than the big stone in the center. She lay quietly and gazed up at me with her dark brown eyes, glinting red like a sunset. Her curly hair fell out of her ponytail and fanned out around her, reaching every which way, soft and beautiful. I brought my hands down to the edge of her shirt and slipped one hand inside to cup one of her perfect breasts. Just as I figured would be the case with her tomboy attire, she was wearing a binder. Unacceptable. I grabbed the edge of her shirt and worked it over her head with her compliance. The binder was next. My breath was nearly knocked out of my lungs when her top was bare before me. I had glimpsed her naked before, but now she was underneath me, glowing in the moonlight, the moon positioned above us. Her breasts were the perfect size for my big hands. I confirmed that thought by cupping one. Her eyes fluttered when I circled her nipple, easily coaxing it to a hard point. I moved and gave her the same treatment on the other side. Her eyes were dilated. Whenever I met her gaze, it felt like an electric shock, my hair standing on end, energy coursing through me. I ripped off my shirt and pressed my chest against hers. I didn't crush her because I held myself up with my hands, but I needed to feel her skin on mine. I needed to kiss her again. She met my mouth eagerly and dug her fingers into my back. I could have sworn our hearts were beating at the same rhythm. I broke our kiss and ran my tongue over her breasts, teasing. She let out a little yelp and her fingers flew into my long hair, yanking out the tie, holding it out of my face. I caught one of her nipples in my mouth and sucked hard as my hair fell around me and blanketed her body. I relished her gasp and the way her back arched. "Roderick," she pleaded. I got a charge out of the way she said my name desperately like that too. Maybe I was dishing out some punishment after all. This time, I placed my fingers on the edge of her pants. She suddenly went stiff, and her grip on my hair tightened. I grabbed her hands and worked her fingers out of my hair so I could discard her boots. Then I slowly worked her pants down, a surprisingly difficult thing to do when her hands were back in my hair, and she didn't seem to want to let me go. But I ended up coaxing her to follow me again, to allow me to remove her pants and underwear entirely. The first thing I did when she was completely bare before me was cup her pussy. I grabbed her ass with my other hand to get a better angle as I focused my attention on her clit. She writhed. I thought she might curl up and try to grab my hair again, but she couldn't get up. She spread her arms out wide to either side of her and tore out clumps of grass instead, digging deeper into the earth with each move I made. I dipped a finger into her folds. She was so fucking wet, so ready. Her chest rose and fell with quick breaths and the noises she couldn't contain. I circled her clit one more time before dipping a finger deep inside of her. Her pleasure points were just like a woman's after all, so my previous experience certainly came in handy. That was a big relief. I wanted to make sure this was good for her, but she was really starting to get to me, and I needed to make a decision. My dick was throbbing. I could hardly contain myself. I needed to come. I ignored my own persistent needs, held back the moonlight burning my mouth, bent down and licked her wet folds. She let out a shriek that she silenced as quickly as it had escaped her lips. Her hands were in my hair again, digging into my scalp, urging me on. "I want you to come on my hand," I said as I stayed low against her sex, pushing her legs wider and wedging myself in between so I could lick her clit and enter her with my fingers. I ignored and worked around my wild hair as I gave her a few more licks, savoring this oddly sweet taste of hers while preparing her for what I was about to do. Then I moved my head back and pushed 2 fingers deep inside of her tight pussy. Sarissa screamed and her hips bucked upward. She sucked in a short, labored breath as I eased her wider. She was covered in a thin sheen of sweat that looked silver in the moonlight. She trembled and shuddered with each breath she took. I wanted my dick inside of her, but I made my decision. "Come for me, Sarissa," I commanded. I pushed 3 fingers inside of her, creating a constant rhythm, doing my very best to send her to the edge and straight over it. She kept bucking her hips up helplessly as she cried out and whimpered my name. Then she finally came. Her pussy clenched and pulsed around my fingers. I agonized over the thought of how this would have felt for my engorged dick. Her orgasm would have massaged away all the tension that was just about to kill me. I ignored my needs again, and this fucking ridiculous need to bite her, and kept pumping my fingers inside of her. I refused to let her fall down from the peak just yet. I was relentless, savoring each time she screamed my name, and she came again. Her pleasure was bringing me closer to the edge, consuming me, and then I couldn't take it anymore. I released her and easily got out of her death grip on my hair since I had brought her down to the point of utter exhaustion. Her limbs lay uselessly at her sides as she rolled her head back and forth, sucking in breaths of air. I stood and unzipped my pants, freeing the craziest erection I had ever had in my life. I was so hard, I was just the tiniest bit terrified I'd never get soft again. What a strange hell that would be. But damn, this was not how I wanted to come. But I wasn't ready to commit to whatever having sex with her might mean. It wasn't like I could get her pregnant or whatever. But the whole mate claim thing was a wild card. I couldn't do it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Wrapping a hand around my thick shaft, I gave a quick rub. It didn't take more than that. My entire body seized, my balls drew up tight, and I came. The relief was instant, but it wasn't the relief I had hoped for. I ached worse in my chest as I stared at the grass glistening with my cum. So much for not thinking. So much for sex play fixing my wrecked brain. Apparently this wasn't what I wanted at all. When I finished, I zipped my pants back up and looked behind me to see Sarissa sitting up now. Her legs splayed. She was still panting.
"What did you do to me?"
she asked, eyes lidded. "I pleasured you," I said incredulously. "If your moans and the way you cried my name are anything to go on." Her eyes were on me, dark and coherent, wide and questioning.
"We didn't have sex,"
she said. I smirked. Then I raised my hand and licked my fingers, still wet with her juices. "You had sex with my hand."
"We didn't have sex,"
she repeated. I scowled. "You shouldn't be so eager to have a guy's dick inside of you. That leads to babies. You want one of those? But you're in luck here. If you and I did have full-blown sex, there'd be no chance of that. It's one of the many things that tethered is good for. You can fuck without adverse consequences." I couldn't believe the words that just came out of my mouth. I had never felt so hateful. I didn't operate on hate. Not really. I wondered if this was how air felt on a daily fucking basis. Then I was angry at myself for getting all moody. Sarissa's gaze wavered and she frowned. "Don't look at me like that." I took her hands and pulled her to her feet. She was unsteady and fell forward into my chest. I continued to hold her there, waiting for her to find her legs again before making her move. She rubbed her nose against my chest.
"So why exactly did I have sex with your hand?" she asked. "Why did you stick your fingers inside of my vagina instead of your penis?"
I choked on a laugh and shuddered when she abruptly cupped the front of my pants, feeling me up. I was pretty sure I could get hard again in no time flat if she kept that up. Dangerous hands. Dangerous Wera. Call it my dick or my cock or something, because penis is so not sexy, I said as I took her hand in my own to make her stop. As nice as that might have been, I was not in the mood. Not anymore. Same goes for vagina. Call it your pussy, your sex, something. Really, little fighter? Penis and vagina? You sound like a scientist analyzing the mechanics of sex instead of enjoying it.
"Fine,"
she said with a raised eyebrow.
"But you didn't answer my question."
"We should head back up."
"Are you upset?"
"Not a chance, but we need to get back to the lair before the others worry." I thought Sarissa would persist. She was stubborn like that, but she let it drop. She pushed against my chest and walked away from me, snatching her portacom from her pile of clothes in the grass.
"We can call them."
Then the thing started beeping. I took it from her and answered. "What's up?" "Where's Sarissa?" Caspian asked. "Nice to talk to you too. She's with me. We're heading back." "Good. Then you better fucking explain yourselves. We were getting worried." "Will do, fearless leader." Sarissa grabbed the portacom.
"There's nothing to worry about, Caspian. Tell the others too,"
she said. "If you say so, Sarissa. Keep Roderick in line and head straight back here."
"I will. See you soon."
Sarissa ended the call and looked at me questioningly. Did she want to get back to the conversation we were having? Well, I didn't. I went over to her clothes and held out her underwear. "Feet in," I said. She sauntered over to me with a mischievous smirk. I wondered if she knew how the sway of her hips got me hot. I had a feeling she knew more than I was giving her credit for in this situation. Maybe she understood her position in power perfectly. She steadied herself by holding onto my shoulders, placing one foot inside and then the other. I pulled her underwear up, teasing her by deliberately brushing her pussy with my fingers. I couldn't resist the way she shuddered at my touch. Then I grabbed her pants and started the process over again. When she was fully dressed, boots and all, I looked at my ripped-up, bloody shirt. I decided to leave it where it sat. There was no saving it. I glanced at the large stone and the note sitting on top, sitting underneath a fist-sized rock. It was time to get rid of that shit. I had just barely moved the rock when a random gust of wind shot through the trees and lifted the note off into the night sky, up and up and up. It wasn't coming back. Forget it.
What was that?
Sarissa asked. Nothing. Let's get out of here. She took my hand.
I can feel it, kind of. Your frustration. Those humans are important to you, right? But you decided to stay with me instead. You aren't convinced that was the right choice.
I couldn't speak because maybe she was right. I did just throw away my entire life up to this point, everything that drove me, that gave me purpose.
No matter what you think, whatever inadequacy you're feeling, know that I'll fight for and protect you, she said. Always. Just like you do for me.
The quiver in her voice shot through me like an ice pick. I stopped, forcing her to stop with me. I'm honored, I said. I continued holding her hand and kissed the back of it as I knelt down in front of her. Will you give me some time to pull my head out of my ass? My head's a mess tonight, but I'm sure it'll be working again by morning. Gods know you don't need another heir to deal with. Sarissa smiled and let out a little giggle. She shook her head. She touched my face with her hand, fingers scratching at my beard, tracing my lips.
Okay, Roderick.
Chapter 16. Sarissa. My body was all kinds of mush after what Roderick did to me. I was sore, aching, and each step was a challenge, but I was able to make it because I was holding his hand. He grounded me just as well as he offset me. I decided I would drop as soon as we got inside of the lair. It had been a long walk from where we were, but I was relieved to finally be in front of its wooden door. Roderick opened the door, and we just made it inside when the others rushed to their feet as soon as they saw us enter.
So where were you?
Caspian asked.
Where's your shirt, Roderick? And why do you two look like you've been rolling around in the dirt? Are you bleeding? I knew we should have been watching the monitors more closely. How did you miss them, Todd? I didn't. I saw them way before they got here. I just didn't say anything because they're fine.
Caspian gaped at him, and Air wearily shook his head. Roderick's hand grew slack in mine, almost like he wanted me to let go, but he didn't take his hand away. He was quiet. I squeezed his hand to reassure him. I knew he needed to say this himself, so I stayed quiet.
Not bleeding anymore. The blood on Sarissa's shirt is old and mine. We're fine. I left to give the rebels a note to cut ties.
He explained.
Things got a little complicated, but it's safe to say I'm no ally of the rebels anymore.
Silence fell over us like a blanket. I tried to reach out to the silvery strings I could see in my mind's eye, the thing that connected us. I couldn't quite grasp them. I was trying to understand what each of them felt, but the strings were tangled, and I was having a hard time differentiating them. But I knew Roderick was sincere. It's true, I said, backing him up. Caspian walked forward and punched Roderick in the arm. It was hard enough that Roderick rubbed the area right after, though he didn't complain.
Sounds like you had a night. Yeah. I hadn't planned on the rebels actually being there and ended up saying everything in person,
Roderick said.
It all worked out, though, more or less. Nobody died, but I doubt they'll be back here anytime soon. You don't think they'll retaliate? How? You know how little they have. I told you. If they're smart, they'll keep to themselves and wait out this war. They'll let Wolfbridge, Paws Peak, and Crimson Caves destroy each other. That's not a very cheerful thought, Roderick, but fair enough. The rebels probably are the least of our problem at the moment, and it's late. We should all get some sleep. We have a few more things we need to do bright and early before hitting the road for Howling Sky.
Caspian studied me and Roderick for a moment, assessing our appearance. Dried blood, dirt, grass, leaves, wild hair. We did look like a mess.
I'm glad you joined us.
Caspian added.
Officially. I'm glad you chose us. I said it before, but I mean it.
Roderick nodded his head.
I think I will go to bed after taking a quick shower. Later.
He took his hand from mine, and the rest of us watched him go. Air watched him the longest, but then he turned to me, blue eyes shimmering like the surface of a lake in the bright sun.
Your hair. I'll be right back with a brush.
Caspian pulled Todd to the side and asked,
You good on any tech we'll be bringing to Howling Sky?
I heard water running through pipes as Roderick showered, and then Air returned with a brush.
Take a shower after this,
he said, and sat me down on a chair at the kitchen table. He worked through the knots without a word. I winced once when he took out a rather big snarl, but he was gentle, getting the rest of the snarls out the least painful way possible. I tried to feel his emotions, to work through the mess of silver strings. While he made quick work of the tangles in my hair, the tangles in the silver threads connecting us knotted worse. I couldn't sort through them. I wondered if Air wanted details. My face heated up at the thought of Roderick and what he did to me. Should I bring it up too? I would have. I didn't feel like I had anything to hide. But I was remembering Caspian's words before, about not wanting to break things, about how all of this was unheard of, about not being ready to take the next step. I wanted all of them in the closest way possible, and maybe I didn't know what that meant exactly, but I liked what Roderick did. I was craving more than what he gave me. I needed it. I ached worse for it. Air continued in silence as he brushed my hair. I was pretty sure he got everything out by this point. The water had stopped running in the pipes, and I heard doors open and close. Roderick was done. Air was simply pampering me now. After a few more minutes, he said,
Dry off and braid it after you shower so it doesn't get snarled again when you sleep.
I'll braid it, I said. But it won't look half as good as your braids. I've never seen such intricate braids. Babaga only taught me to do a basic long braid to keep it all out of my face.
Mine have the same purpose, but they're tighter, and I leave them in longer than you probably do.
I usually take mine out at night. Air ran his fingers through my hair. Then he started at the top again, pressing his fingers into my scalp. It was nice, like a massage.
I'm going to bed too,
he announced. I was surprised at the abruptness, how he grabbed the brush, stood up, and walked away without saying another word. He seemed sort of agitated, but I didn't bring it up. I wondered if Caspian and Todd felt the same, because they didn't say a word. The air was heavy. Everyone was stiff. I looked over at Todd and Caspian, sitting on the couch. I'm going to take a shower, I said.
You can have my bed tonight,
Todd informed. Thanks. I walked over, leaned in, and kissed him on the cheek. His face heated up and turned red at the same moment. I smiled. I loved that reaction. I touched his cheek with my fingers afterward, tracing along the freckles on his skin. Aching. Ignore the ache. I leaned down to kiss Caspian on the cheek, too. When I pulled away, he said,
I prefer lips.
I smirked. Picky. Aching. Once again, I leaned in, this time planting my lips firmly on his. I sucked and bit a lot like how Roderick had kissed me earlier tonight. Caspian wasn't as aggressive, but he slowly matched my pace, and then he growled. He reached out and grabbed my waist, bringing me down onto his lap. I guess he didn't care about the dried blood soaked through the back of my shirt. My knees spread to either side of his hips and pressed into the back of the couch as we kept kissing. I introduced my hips, rubbing against him, feeling his hardness, his cock. I shuddered again when I remembered what Roderick did to me as I moved against Caspian. Aching. I need more. Caspian cleared his throat and gripped my hips tightly, stopping me from moving forward again. He reclaimed his lips and pressed his forehead against mine.
Good night, then,
he said breathlessly. Good night, I said, as I moved the dark curls of his hair out of his dark brown eyes, revealing hidden flecks of swirling sapphires. I turned my head to look at Todd. He was working intently on his packed pewter, completely ignoring Caspian and me. No, that wasn't accurate. He wasn't ignoring us. We simply didn't bother him. He was comfortable. It wasn't fair Todd only got a kiss on the cheek, though. I got off Caspian's lap and stood in front of Todd, waiting until I had his attention. He closed his packed pewter and cocked his head at me. Good night, I told him. I bent down, cupped his cheeks with my hands, and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. His eyes fluttered closed as he placed his hands on top of mine, drawing slow circles on my wrists.
Good night,
he murmured against my lips. Unlike the moment I had just shared with Caspian, and Todd being okay with it, I noticed the way Caspian was clenching his fists and pointedly not looking at us. The kiss I shared with Todd bothered him. It really did, and I hated it. I didn't want any of them to feel left out or jealous. I wanted phantom fangs. There was no phantom fangs if one of them was gone. I left the room without another word and escaped to the bathroom. I stripped out of my clothes, turned the water onto cold, and stepped into the spray. I closed my eyes as I thought about Roderick touching me. I burned at the thought of how all their touches affected me like that. My need to be physically close to them was equal for all of them, and I wondered about sex. The mate claim. That was what my body wanted. There was no denying it. It didn't matter if I fully understood it or not because instinct demanded it. This was the pull George had talked about with Charles. When Charles bit me, I did feel a pull, but it wasn't like this. I wanted this. I needed a release, but I had no desire to seek one out myself. Slipping my hand in between my thighs, touching my slick pussy, made my knees buckle. I leaned against the shower wall to stay upright. I was falling apart. My body wasn't listening to me anymore. I needed phantom fangs, but they didn't need me. They didn't feel this too. It was unfair. Or maybe they were better at hiding it. Caspian wasn't ready because he was afraid. Something was holding Roderick back, too. He lectured me about getting pregnant and babies, but he also said he couldn't get me pregnant because he was tethered. So, the same was true for air? I pressed my forehead to the wall. The cold water made me shiver, but I endured it. It made it easier to think because it soothed the burning in my body in exchange for chattering teeth. I needed to think. Was I being selfish when I said I wanted to keep them? I pressed my fist to my heart and squeezed my eyes shut. I just wanted to be a part of the team. I just wanted what was best for them to be happy. So why and how was I upsetting their balance? But we were united once. When I first kissed all of them on the full moon, we were perfectly united. Would we find unity again in Howling Sky? I hoped so. We had to. I couldn't take this much longer.
Chapter 17. Todd. It was time to wake up Sarissa. She was still sleeping when everyone else was up and making last-minute preparations for the trip to Howling Sky. Well, except for me. I was ready, so I stayed at the lair in case Sarissa got up. I was going to let her sleep, but it was getting late. I figured she would probably want to be ready to leave as soon as we were. I didn't know. It was just the feeling I got. Quietly, I opened the door to my room. She was sleeping peacefully on my bed, buried under dark blue and orange-red blankets. The blankets were tucked carefully around her like she hadn't moved once during the night. I watched, mesmerized by the steady rise and fall of her chest with each quiet breath she took. Keeping my steps light, I inched my way over to her. My face flushed when I hovered over her, eyes glued to her full lips. I touched my own lips and thought about the times she kissed me. I wondered about the connection her first kisses created between her and Phantom Fangs. It made things easier for me. I understood everyone for once. But now I was close back to where I started. I couldn't feel the others anymore. Our thoughts were closed off from each other. It was too bad I didn't understand the nature of Sarissa's kisses. If I did, I might have been able to fix it. But her kisses were more like magic, which I hated admitting. Everything can be explained. "Sarissa," I whispered, attempting to wake her nicely. She didn't stir. I caught a few stray strands of her curly dark brown hair that were stuck to her forehead and gently pushed them aside. Most of her hair was in a braid. She moved. Her eyes opened, a deep brown, almost red. Her gaze was soft, like she was expecting to see me. It bloomed inside of me, warm and inviting. I could feel Sarissa. She was easy to understand. I almost buckled under her gaze. I wasn't used to carrying this emotional weight. Her hand snaked out from under the covers and she grabbed a hold of my forearm. She tugged. I wasn't ready. I caught myself with my hands before I could crush her like a klutz. She tugged again, inviting. She scooted over to make room for me, and I lay down next to her like she wanted. My bed was much too small for there to be any distance between us, but I didn't know what to do with my hands. I settled for draping an arm over her back. She settled into my chest, pressing her nose to my neck. A shiver crawled down my spine, igniting my body.
"You smell so good,"
she said. "I just barely took a shower," I replied.
"No,"
she shook her head.
"Your skin smells good. It's your scent."
She pressed her mouth against my neck. The warmth, soft and wet, from her lips was like an electrical current. My hand slid down to her lower back and I fisted the fabric of her nightgown. She was coaxing my dick to life. I had never been so aroused, which wasn't that amazing of a feat, I guess. Sarissa was the only one who ever made me feel like this. I had this thought, this need to join her, to feel her, to bite her, but I stayed where I was. I didn't move my hips against her like I wanted to.
"Is everyone ready?"
she asked. She retreated just far enough so that she could look into my eyes. Keeping eye contact with Sarissa was easy. It was as easy as breathing. I didn't even have to think about it. "Just about," I replied. "They should be back soon. I came to wake you up so you could get ready before they come back so we can leave immediately, if you want."
"I know I was really insistent on going to Howling Sky, but I'm a little afraid. I burned my mother's journal. I decided I didn't want to look into the past, but I still feel like we have to go. It's weird. In my dream, it was like someone telling me we had to go."
"It'll be okay if we're together, right?" I sat up and got off the bed, capturing Sarissa's hand and bringing her with me. I tried not to think about the nearly see-through nightgown she was wearing. I could see her pink nipples. "You should get dressed, and you shouldn't worry. I don't believe in prophetic dreams. It was likely a manifestation of your subconscious. You want to make sure Caspian wins the Alpha Challenge, and thought of a secluded place where we could all prepare together and get answers to your past at the same time. Maybe you regret burning the High Queen's journal."
"I didn't know you were so wise, Todd."
She reached up and tapped my nose. I shrugged. No matter where we go, it's a mess. Why not Howling Sky? It could be interesting. Maybe we'll learn some unique history.
"You're not scared to go back? You're not scared to face your history?"
Not really. I don't know what to expect. No one has been there since it was obliterated.
"I don't regret burning my mother's journal. She said awful things, but maybe there are some aspects worth taking away from Howling Sky. I guess we'll find out, or we'll just spend lots of time together."
She grinned and I melted. I cleared my throat. "You heard Prince Alexander say the King of Wolf Bridge shared his mother's womb with only 2 other cubs, right? He's a powerful werewolf and pretty rare."
"Just like me."
"A little. He isn't something to mess with. That extra moonlight he's able to intake because he only had 2 brothers makes him very strong, especially in a moonlight-based fight like the Alpha Challenge."
"Caspian will win,"
Sarissa said, raising her chin.
"I think I'd be able to help more if I could get this connection between us working again. It's there, but it's not as strong as it was on the full moon."
I thought I was starting to understand everyone, but now that connection has faded to almost nothing and I don't know anymore. I've been out of my depth lately. Can't even protect Wolf Bridge from intruders. Sarissa stepped into me and rested her head against my shoulder.
That's not true. You've done amazing things. Philip relies on you to take care of the heart for a reason. You may not have all the answers, Todd, but I feel safe with you. I trust you.
My heart lurched at those words and more warmth flooded inside of me. She meant it. She felt safe with me and trusted me. I didn't know what to do with that, so I did nothing at all. Sarissa stepped past me for the clothes sitting on my desk. She must have brought them in with her last night. Then she slipped off the sheer nightgown she was wearing as if I wasn't looking, giving me a full view of her bare backside. So much flawless bronze skin. I was startled. I didn't even have time to look away. I knew my face was red like it always was when it came to Sarissa. I barely understood my feelings. I knew I was definitely aroused. My dick was hard against my pants, but it wasn't just arousal. She was so beautiful. Every time she spoke, my muscles relaxed. Every time she smiled, I thought my heart might stop beating. She made me feel more than that basic biological need to reproduce. More than instinct. What was it? I cast my gaze to the dark blue rug sitting on top of the floorboards, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do in this sort of social situation. I had no idea.
Todd, what do you think about sex?
Sarissa asked. My brain went blank for a second as I looked back up at her. She was holding out her clothes, back still facing me, but she was looking over her shoulder at me, waiting for a response. How could her butt be so perfectly round? I don't know. I've never had sex, I managed to say.
You haven't?
She paused.
Is it common for unmated werewolves to have sex, or is it saved for mates? Is it different for humans? Roderick sure seemed to know what he was doing.
I shifted on my feet and adjusted my pants to relieve the pressure from my hard-on. It didn't help much. You had sex with Roderick? I asked.
Sort of. He put his fingers inside of me, touched me in ways and places I didn't know could feel so amazing.
She sighed.
But not his penis, dick, cock?
She shook her head.
I'm a little confused about it, but not by what I feel. That's not confusing at all.
I scratched the back of my head, unsure of what to say. I could sense her confusion, too, and that didn't help at all. Her eyes went wide.
And I forgot about modesty again. Caspian would be upset.
She picked up her underthings like she was considering putting them on, but she seemed reluctant. I wondered if she made a habit of never wearing anything under her night clothes. I don't mind, I said, because I really didn't. I liked being able to look at her like this. Social conventions be damned, Sarissa and I were equally terrible at them.
Good,
she whispered,
because I want you to see me.
She dropped the clothes she was holding back onto the desk and walked over to me. I shuddered as my eyes swept all over her. I didn't know where to focus my attention. I wanted to see every bit of her. I settled for staring at her breasts for the moment. I liked the way they bounced a little with each step she took.
Do you want to have sex with me?
She asked.
It'll be the first time for both of us. We can figure it out together.
I couldn't speak, but I liked the sound of that. I thought my dick was aching before, but it was really aching now. My gums hurt, too. I could taste ash in my mouth.
Sorry,
Sarissa said quickly.
If you don't want to, I shouldn't have brought it up, but I have a habit of listening to my gut. Everything is telling me to have you. I need you.
She squeezed her thighs together. I sensed her uncertainty as she tucked her chin and looked up at me through thick eyelashes. She turned back around and went to her clothes. No, don't stop. I walked up behind her and caught her waist. Her skin was so smooth. I wanted to touch more than her waist, but I wasn't sure if that was okay. I want to, I said, and I did, but I had to remember the logical side of things. It was what I did. But maybe we should think this over. What if your kiss on the full moon is just like a claiming bite after all? What if having sex seals you to me and I get you pregnant?
I don't know.
She backed into me, pressing her bare ass just below my throbbing cock. She placed her hands on top of mine at her waist, prying them loose, and guided one down past her belly button and into the wiry hairs of her sex. Goosebumps spread all over my skin. Something wet coated my fingertips as I touched her folds. My breath caught.
Your touch feels so good on my bare skin, especially right there.
she murmured as my fingers dipped farther into her folds. I could hardly breathe. "Sarissa," I gasped. "I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to control myself." My fingers stiffened, and I stopped letting her guide me as I started exploring her body on my own. I had never been out of control in my life, but I was damn close to it now. Moonlight was activating without my say. I hardly ever used it, and now it was ready to burst. Her neck was too enticing. I couldn't look away. She moaned.
"Then lose control."
She pressed back into me again. I followed her lead, allowing her to push me back until the back of my legs hit the edge of my bed and I sat down. She fell into my lap and spread her legs wide, tiptoes pressing against the ground, feet placed on the outside of my own. I found a spot in her folds that made her arch her back. She spun around in my lap, halting my exploration. She gripped the back of my neck and moaned again. She wrapped her legs around me until she was effectively straddling me, her pussy right at my covered erection. I had never been angry over wearing pants before.
"This is electric,"
she whimpered. I agreed with a low grunt that sounded oddly feral coming from me. I reached my hand between us so I could explore her body again. I went straight to that pleasure point I had found. I liked how she reacted when I touched her there. She backed up just enough to allow it. I didn't know much about female anatomy, but I was doing something right. She moaned again as I dropped my hand down and dipped a finger inside of her. Hell, I really needed to get my clothes off. The pressure of my hard-on against my pants was really starting to hurt, and I didn't know how long I could keep myself from coming at this rate. "Sarissa, I mean it. I'm about to lose it," I panted, and blue wisps of moonlight escaped my mouth like smoke. She whimpered again.
"Lose it with me, Todd. I don't want to stop. I can't. Please."
I brought my hands to her hips and captured her lips with my own, kissing her breathless. Before Sarissa's first kiss, I didn't know a thing about kissing. I still didn't. But with Sarissa, like most things with Sarissa, it was as easy as breathing. "Need clothes off," I grunted. She started with my shirt. I let her assist me in pulling it over my head. Then she stepped off my lap and guided me up to stand with her. She started unbuttoning my pants. I groaned when her fingers brushed my hard-on, and I quickly stepped out of my pants and underwear. When I was finally naked with her, I felt a wave of doubt. I wasn't ripped to hell like other werewolves. I wasn't stick-skinny either. But I was sure I was hardly anything to look at when compared to Caspian or even Roderick and Eyre, who were previously human. It didn't help that my skin was a pasty white and that these freckles covered every inch of it. I just wasn't the best physical specimen. I knew that. It was a fact of biology. Sarissa placed her hands on my hips and started kissing my chest. I shuddered at the heat of her lips on my skin and the jolts of electricity when her teeth grazed my left nipple.
"Finally,"
she murmured,
"I get to see you."
She glided her fingers carefully over my body as if it were something precious or fragile, maybe.
"Breathtaking,"
she said.
"I can't believe how perfect you are."
"Breathtaking? Perfect? Me?" She moved her hands down my abdomen, feeling the muscles in my stomach until she reached my throbbing dick. It was all kinds of swollen. I was barely able to hold back, especially when she started sliding her fingers down my shaft. She touched my balls with her other hand, exploring me like I had her. She moved to the head of my cock, wiping away the pre-cum gathered there. When she didn't stop, I nearly buckled. I hadn't realized I'd been holding my breath until I let it out in a desperate whoosh. "Going to come," I said through gritted teeth. My gums ached. Heat filled my mouth, and I couldn't stop looking for the back of her neck. "Come?" she asked. "Yeah, orgasm, ejaculate, come, semen? Spill the stuff I could get you pregnant with." I kept rambling like that because of the blank look she was giving me, because of the little bit of confusion I sensed in her, because I couldn't think. Then I laughed. "You're just as awkward as I am." She gripped my shaft with deft hands and touched the tip of my dick again.
"I think we're doing just fine,"
she said. I shook my head, clenching my jaw to keep from exploding all over her. That wasn't what I wanted, what I needed. "I need to come inside of you," I managed to say as I placed my trembling hands on her hips, trying to find a way to ground myself. Then I felt her uncertainties again, her doubt. "You don't want to?"
"That seems pretty irresponsible, doesn't it? To risk getting pregnant? I mean, I can barely keep all of you safe."
I shook my head, trying to clear away the lust that had all but consumed me. Probably," I said with shuddering gasps. I'll do whatever you say, though, Sarissa, sex or not. But I seriously need to come, so please make your choice, please. I was shaking worse than I ever had in my life, gripping her tightly, almost cutting into her flesh with my nails, resisting the urge to pull her forward so that I could buck against her and push inside of her like I wanted to, even though I doubted we were in a really good position for that. Adjustments would have to be made. And my gums. Moonlight was burning my mouth. I had never experienced this sensation before, but I needed to bite her, claim her, seal her.
I can't think, she said. All I can feel is you. I'm going to break if I can't have you.
She let go of my cock just to push me back onto the bed again. I followed her lead as I lay on my back, and she climbed on top of me. She sat on my stomach, the space between her legs wet and hot like a furnace on my skin. You know, I said breathless, I don't think a were can actually get pregnant at all if her body isn't sealed to a werewolf. Out of my depth here, but that's part of why werewolves are so determined to seal a were with the mate claim. It's not just about keeping that were all for himself. It's to pass on his bloodline, pure instinct, how our biology works. There's no other way to do it. I tried to fight back the burning in my mouth, the need to see the back of her neck. I squeezed my eyes shut. Then again, it's nearly impossible to ignore. I sat up, Sarissa in my lap. My mouth was open, wolf teeth cutting through before I realized what was happening.
You want to bite me,
she said, grasping at the short strands of fire-red hair at the back of my neck. I wasn't wearing my beanie just like she wanted. I hadn't worn it since returning to the lair last night. I hardly even missed it. She twirled my hair in her fingers. Everywhere she touched me lit up with oversensitivity. It was all I could think about. Badly, I admitted. I don't know if I can do this without biting you, without probably sealing you to me. I don't honestly know the mechanics of it all in this case.
I want you to bite me too. Seal me to you,
she said. I opened my eyes to see hers were burning red.
Right now.
My body was no longer mine to command. Sarissa hugged me, shifted to the side, offered the back of her neck to me, and my vision went white. I squeezed her tightly and bit down hard. Moonlight encompassed my teeth. Warm blood that tasted like iron hit my tongue. Sarissa's body went rigid in my grasp. She whimpered. I released her from my bite and licked the jagged, bloody wound left in her flesh, doing my best to be gentle, trying to soothe her. I didn't like that whimper. It sounded too much like she was in pain. Okay? I asked.
Yes.
She didn't hesitate.
Lie down.
I quickly found her lips kissing her. She pressed her hand against my chest, and I resumed the lying down position she first had me in. Up, I said. She spread her knees to either side of me and lifted herself up just so. I grabbed her hips to help align her so I could penetrate her, seal her. She slowly pushed against me, trial and error, as the tip of my cock pressed against her folds and slid down her entrance as she rolled her hips forward. I grabbed my dick, holding steady as she sat back down on me. She didn't get very far. She was half on her knees, taking me in shallowly. She gasped as she moved down again, burying me a little deeper. Her nails scratched against my chest, and I saw a grimace on her face. "Are you okay?" I asked, very concerned and ready to put a stop to this whole thing. I didn't want to do this if it wasn't good for her. Then she rolled forward and sat lower, burying me a little deeper, reminding me of just how good she felt, of just how tight she was.
"I'm okay,"
she said, reassuring me.
"This feels right."
She sunk down and I was buried hilt deep. We were both still for a moment as she took in a big breath and let it out slowly. I didn't dare move, even though the urge to do it was almost unbearable.
"We were meant to connect like this, Todd. You feel it?"
"Yeah, I feel it." My hands were on her hips. I didn't move. I wouldn't until she gave the okay. I was amazed I was still holding everything in. Sarissa leaned down and curled into me, but she didn't move her hips, so I resisted the urge to buck up. I winced as I used my elbows to prop myself up a little to meet her lips. We kissed again and again until she relaxed a little. "Are you ready?" I whispered against her lips.
"Ready,"
she replied. Sarissa rolled her hips and I gritted my teeth again, not ready to come yet. She whimpered a little, but she wasn't so tight around me anymore. I needed to move, but I didn't want to hurt her, so I made shallow movements in response to her own. She started rolling her hips more intensely, and I lost it. I bucked up. She gasped, but she met me again, moving harder, more frantically. I was mesmerized by the sight of her breasts bouncing back and forth with the intensity of her frenetic movement. The pace quickened and quickened until I couldn't hold it anymore. Sarissa's nails were buried in my chest, scratching, making me bleed a little, but it felt good. She shouted my name the same time I shouted hers. Then she exploded around me. My body responded to hers, and I shot everything inside of her as she massaged away all the pressure. We kept moving until the pleasure had thoroughly washed over both of us. We were left panting, lying still. Sarissa was on top of me. My hands were on her back, and I was buried inside of her as we stayed like that. I could feel the heat of my cum dripping out of her, covering us both. It was ridiculously satisfying. "Okay?" I asked.
"Perfect,"
she whispered. She lifted herself up by her hands and gazed into my eyes. We kissed again before she settled back down to lie on top of me, curled against me. We stayed like that for a few minutes, still joined, unmoving. I ran my hands down her back, feeling her spine, and each little ridge that made it up. "We should get dressed, showered and whatever before the others get back and find us like this," I said.
"Let them,"
she said against my skin. Then she propped herself up to look at me again as she cocked her head.
"You're not ashamed, are you?"
"No, but I also don't really want them walking in on us like this." My face heated at the thought. I could only imagine how upset they would be. I didn't really understand why, but I did know the others were having a hard time with sharing Sarissa. Maybe I was the weird one for not having a problem with it. It wouldn't have been the only thing that made me weird.
"Okay,"
Sarissa said. She winced. Slowly, she moved off of me, separating us for the first time in minutes. Hot drops of liquid followed her as she dropped down to lie on her side. I rolled over to match her.
"Todd,"
she gasped, eyes squeezing shut.
"Am I bleeding?"
I checked her neck. Not much.
"Not there."
Then I saw the blood between her legs. My mind started spinning. Had I hurt her? Was this normal? Part of what happened when a wera was sealed? Yes, it was. I had heard of it before, though I hadn't paid much attention. It wasn't something werewolves typically brought up, but I heard a wera tell her daughter about this once when I was performing maintenance on tech inside of the castle. This wera was much too young for mating, but apparently her mother felt it was prudent for her to know this about the mate claim.
"It will hurt,"
she said.
"And you will bleed. But you'll only have to endure it once, unless your mate dies and you are claimed and sealed by another. Don't cry. You'll scare your mate. If his father is with anything, he'll be prepared for your bleeding, too. It will stop after a few minutes. From then on, being with your mate will be the best thing you'll ever experience. Your body will know when it's time for cups. You'll crave your mate more than food or drink until the need is fulfilled. You'll be satisfied for a time. Then the need will come back when it is again time to bear cups."
"Todd," Sarissa cried. I hated it. Why did it hurt her? Why did I hurt her? "I'm sorry," I said and held her close. She gripped my back with shaking fingers. "Is there anything I can do to make it hurt less?"
"It's normal?"
she asked. Now tears were leaking out of her eyes. They pierced my heart like icicles. "Yes, it's a manifestation of the change your body is going through after being sealed." She wiped away the tears.
"Will you keep holding me?"
"Yes, if you want." She gripped me harder.
"Please."
So I held her, feeling useless. I thought she would shake apart at first, but the tremors subsided more and more with each passing moment. Her breaths resumed their normal pace, and she nuzzled my jaw. I was relieved she didn't seem to hate me. She sat up and groaned.
"I'm sorry,"
she said.
"Bloodstains."
She was worried about staining my bed? I sat up with her. I don't care. I tentatively touched her jaw, coaxing her to look at me. "Are you okay?"
"A little sore, but I think the bleeding stopped."
"Do you still hurt?" She shook her head.
"No, it wasn't that bad. It just surprised me."
She smiled sheepishly.
"Sorry."
"I'm sorry. We weren't prepared."
"No, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat."
Her eyes dilated, and I felt it in my dick.
"That was amazing."
"I hear the next time is supposed to be better," I said hopefully. "I mean, whatever you want. But after your body is sealed, you should never go through that pain again." She smirked and moved her face close to mine, teasing, taunting as she licked my lips, then kissed me hard.
In the shower.
In the shower, I repeated. I shook my head to clear it. I had something important to say. Sarissa, I just want you to know that I don't mind sharing with the others. I can't really imagine this any other way, to be honest. Somehow, I knew she needed to hear me say it. The feelings crossing over from that connection, that bond she created, were stronger again. I could sense her almost as intimately as I could on that full moon night. Maybe more. It was a relief. I knew the pain had washed over her. I knew she wanted me again, that she wasn't mad. I could hear her fleeting whispered thoughts. That was how I knew she needed to hear me say it. She was worried about hurting the others, but she didn't regret what we did either.
You mean it?
She asked. You know I do. You asked me how I felt about them before. I think they're like my pack. I know Wolfbridge is supposed to work like that. One big pack. All these werewolves under the king, our alpha, but this is different. I like the others. I don't know if I can live without them. Truthfully, you and Phantom Fangs are the only ones in the world I care about, to the point it would kill me to lose any one of you. What is that feeling called? Love? That's what it is, right? I had never used the word love before. Maybe I had when I was a cub with my parents, my brothers, but I couldn't remember. I hoped I was using it right. Loving someone meant losing them could actually kill you, so I had to be using it right. I love you, Sarissa. Something burned inside of me. It was a new clarity. Sarissa's thoughts and feelings were no longer being sifted through some sort of filter. They were like my own thoughts, my own feeling. The intensity caught me off guard. I had to close my eyes for a couple seconds as I let it drift over me and change the chemical makeup of my brain. I didn't even care that I didn't understand it. When I opened my eyes again, everything felt so right.
I feel that,
she whispered. I smiled. There wasn't anything left for me to say. She touched my cheek.
I love you too.
I knew she did, but hearing the words leave her lips made it concrete. It was like sealing the deal. I'd never seen her face shine so brightly. Her eyes were like a sunburst. If every moment could be like this, life would be a dream. Chapter 18. Air. I was tapping my foot as I leaned against the front wall outside of Phantom Fang's lair. I was by the front door, looking at the tan stucco and pressing my fingers into the grooves with a maddening fixation. My tics were all over the place right now, exploding with my nervousness and agitation over this crazy idea to hide away in Howling Sky. It was time for us to head out, to leave Wolfbridge for essentially an entire month. The rotor's engine was already running, growling its impatience. We had packed all we needed in the cargo bed and tied it all down. We had our combat belts but were otherwise dressed casually for a trip that shouldn't meet too much resistance. There was nothing left to do but go. Just go. Were we really prepared? My mind was running 1,000,000 miles a second, and uncertainty clouded every thought. Sarissa grabbed my arm, startling me. Her eyes were wide, staring straight into my damn soul.
What's wrong?
I bit my lip and looked away from her as I tried to focus on stopping my foot from tapping. I managed to tone it down, but damn, it was like I had a damaged nerve.
You should talk to your sister and mother before we leave, Sarissa said. You haven't, have you?
I shook my head.
Caspian, she called. We need to stop in the tech-off zone where Air's family lives.
Caspian glanced at me after opening the front passenger door of the rotor. We can do that. Roderick was already in his place in the back seat, grumbling about how he always got seated back there even though he was the tallest and largest. Todd was at the wheel, and Caspian climbed into the seat next to him. So, we doing that, or are you planning on standing there all day? I hated how Caspian was looking at me. I hated that he challenged the king to the Alpha Challenge, but I was also fucking proud of him for doing it. I couldn't hold his gaze. I felt as if I was glued to the building, merging with the wall, getting sucked inside. I was going. Everything was changing, and we were making an even bigger change. Nothing I saw happening in our future gave me any peace of fucking mind, though. I was practically paralyzed. I couldn't speak. I hadn't talked to Trace or Mom in years, but Sarissa was right. Corin was right. I needed to talk to them. Gods forbid if I never saw them again after this and I passed this opportunity by. I would never forgive myself. Hell, I'd never forgive myself for leaving. There was too much that could happen while we were gone. Pa's Peak could come back and take over. The vampires could join with them or take over instead. Maybe all the humans they handed over were some sort of ploy, some crazy-ass step in achieving their plan of world domination or destruction. Caspian could lose to the king on the full moon. My breaths came in shallow and fast. I was a complete mess. This was everything I feared. Big change, uncertainties, and it was all happening right now. Sarissa took my face in her hands and urged me to look at her. I did, barely able to maintain eye contact.
Everything is going to be okay,
she told me, unblinking, somehow soothing.
Do you trust me?
I closed my eyes to consider the question. I must have. I risked my life to save her. It was my duty, but I wanted to do it. Did that count? I didn't know what I wanted with her, and yet I kept kissing her, accepting her kisses. Even though she was a Wera, I liked kissing her. She was always in my mind, somewhere behind the mess of anxious thoughts. I trust you, I said, opening my eyes. But I don't trust everything else. Everything that could go wrong.
You trust Phantom Fangs?
I looked at the two werewolves untethered, staring back at me from the rotor. I looked at Caspian, meeting his dark-eyed gaze, and I thought about all of the strange years we had spent together. I had known him since I was 7 years old and he was 5. I trusted that troublemaking werewolf. I trusted him to tether me, to keep my family safe, to keep me safe. I never considered what I'd do if he died on me. Not until the last full moon when there was nothing but red. Red, 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 so much red. I never wanted to see him in red again. Maybe, I said at last.
You know them better than you know me,
Sarissa reasoned. I do trust them. I even reluctantly trust Roderick. But you're different, Sarissa. You're just different. No one is like you. You're the only one who could convince me to go to Howling Sky for a fucking month. She grinned. Why do you have so much power over me? I asked. I closed my eyes and took her forearm in my hand, savoring her touch. She was warm and cool at the same time. She slipped out of my grasp, placing her hands in mine instead. When I opened my eyes again, I focused on her unruly hair. You or I should really braid that again before we set out.
You can do it for me in the rotor,
she winked.
You're probably better at it.
Fine, I smiled. I'll do that. All at once, I wasn't standing against the lair anymore. Sarissa had somehow coaxed me away with her touch, her words, and reassurance. She led me to the rotor, crawled into the middle seat next to Roderick, and I followed her. To the tech-off zone, Caspian announced. I worked on braiding Sarissa's hair as Todd drove. It kept the ticks away. I didn't dare look out the window. I concentrated solely on Sarissa's hair, weaving a couple tight braids that hugged her scalp. I hated that she was wearing a white ribbon around her neck today. She said it matched the frilly yellow shirt she picked to wear, which did look nice on her, but it was irritating me. I wanted to brush my fingers along the back of her neck, her skin. It was like something was drawing me to her neck. Knock it off, Air. Caspian instructed Todd on how to reach my old home inside of the tech-off zone. It felt like an eternity to get there, though in reality it took 10 minutes. Once we were in front of the home, I insisted on watching nightly. I had finished Sarissa's hair. I stared out the window and froze. It was surreal when Trace burst out the front door, running right for the rotor like she had been waiting for me to arrive. "Air!" she exclaimed. I rushed out of the rotor, no longer thinking. Then her arms were around me, squeezing me with everything she had. I let out a pent-up breath and hugged her back. It had been way too long. It made me think of the life I left behind, when I was a boy and Trace was always there to fix my problems.
I'm so happy to see you. It's been way too long,
she said with tears in her blue eyes.
Be careful on your trip, Air. Take care of the princess and Phantom Fangs.
Everyone already knows we're leaving? I asked.
The princess told me. And the rumor that something big is going to happen has been spreading since the Phantom Prince brought up the Alpha Challenge. Then the guards were talking about Howling Sky, so yes, I think it's safe to say everyone knows.
I squeezed her once and then pushed her away. You shouldn't be seen with me like this, not in front of all these people. My skin crawled because of the people now stopped in the streets. We had already attracted an audience. It had barely been a few minutes.
You shouldn't have been so flashy by coming here in that rotor then.
Trace smiled. She was right, but I also knew we didn't have a lot of time, and I wondered if it mattered anymore. Trace saw my rising panic and took my hand.
I believe in you. You're going to help change things for the better. You already have. You've protected us just like you said you would. Everything is going to be okay here while you're gone. Mom and I can take care of ourselves, too. You don't have to worry about us forever.
Tears fell from her eyes, and I wiped them away. I'll always worry about you, I said. Mom was in the doorway, leaning against the door jamb with watery eyes and a smile on her face. I walked up to her and opened my arms. So what if we had an audience? If this was the end, I wanted to hug my family one last time. She wrapped her arms around me, and I held her in return.
Be careful, my son, she said.
Trace joined us, hugging me from behind. I turned to her, kept my voice low, and said, "If you need help with anything, go to Corin." Trace's eyes widened and her arms went slack. "I approve," I said. "He seems to really love you." I scratched the back of my head, surprised at myself for saying those words. Trace beamed at me, but her lips quivered at the same time.
Thank you.
It doesn't sound like I could stop you both if I wanted to anyway, I reasoned.
That's true.
She laughed and shook her head.
We'll see each other again on the next full moon, little brother. Hopefully... No, one day soon we'll be together again. You, me, Mom, and Corin. You'll like him, Air. I know it.
I nodded because there was nothing left to say. Then I reluctantly made my way back to the rotor. Sarissa was half out of it. I was surprised she didn't crash the whole reunion thing because it looked like she wanted to. I wondered if Caspian told her to stay put so I could have this moment alone. I was about to climb back in, to sit beside her again, when clapping broke out throughout the streets and from within the neighboring houses. More people were gathering, all of them looking at Phantom Fangs. Werewolf guards were there too, but they stood statue straight, holding their positions. I had this sick feeling in my stomach as I waited for them to move, to silence the clapping. But they didn't do anything, even the ones with scowls and sharp eyes. The king really was playing it safe and being extra careful after Caspian's very public challenge stirred things up. After Caspian's troublesome betrayal. Maybe these people thought we were going to change things just like Trace did. Maybe they remembered Sarissa standing up for a man in the square and Caspian backing her up. Maybe they thought we were true allies even though I did nothing, even though I hadn't backed Sarissa up. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was going to end badly. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now. When I was inside of the rotor, Todd was forced to take the rotor at a snail's pace as we crawled through the crowds of humans, clearing the streets for us, clapping all the while. Sarissa had changed everything. This was all because of Sarissa. She could even change the mood of an entire kingdom. She was innocent in a world where innocence didn't exist, and she brought hope. She solemnly watched the people outside. That stubborn determination of hers was scrawled across her face in the almost imperceptible crease in her brow. I could feel it too. She captured hearts, even the hearts of those who hardly knew her. That meant I was either doomed or saved because she had her sights set on Phantom Fangs. Chapter 19. Roderick. Long drives in the rotor were not my favorite thing. I was fine. I never got those weird tics like Air, and usually, if I was that bored, I would take a nap. But I had just woken up from a nap a half hour ago. I wasn't tired, and we were still on the road. At least we were close to the mountains. We'd be climbing them soon. That meant we were making good time. It would have been nice if I had stayed asleep for this portion of the drive, though. I knew the area we were driving in. Mountains in the west, grassy fields, and a mess of trees to the east. I knew it quite well. I hadn't thought I'd see it in spring again. I thought my last memory of it would be covered in snow. I had my window seat, but I looked across Sarissa and Air to see out the right side of the rotor. There, in the east, past the grass fields and through the trees, was where freedom was located. I'd trained in those woods for many years. This field, too. It was almost nostalgic. Of course, I was the only one who knew that. Caspian had quizzed me on the information he wanted about the rebels. He asked me the likelihood of them attacking. He asked me everything but the most crucial piece of information. He didn't ask me where they were located. Maybe he figured they had moved since I was captured. That was possible, but Merrick Rex knew me well enough to know that I wouldn't have ever given up their location. After what happened with Job, maybe that was no longer true. Who was I kidding? I knew why Caspian hadn't asked where Freedom was located, because I was good at reading others. He didn't ask because he was being considerate of me and my feelings. Core Almighty, I wanted to strangle the Phantom Prince sometimes. Then again, he knew me too. I had no intention of telling Phantom Fangs, Sarissa included, that the rebel stronghold was a few miles to our right. I didn't see the point. They weren't an imminent threat like Paws Peak and the vampires, but they could be, in time. I thought I'd have everything set straight again after a good night's sleep, but no. I was as big of a mess as fucking air now. Wonderful. Sarissa gasped, covering her hands with her mouth. Then she started pointing frantically at my window like a maniac. I sunk back into my seat as far as I could so she wouldn't stick me in the eye.
"Look," she exclaimed. "It's a herd of hardskulls."
Indeed it was. It was a big herd of the beasts in the field outside my window. They were a powerful strain of cattle with long fur and, who would have ever guessed, thick-ass skulls. They were calm enough until you messed with them. The bull and herd leader would come at you. Those bulls were relentless, too. They'd chase a predator for miles, their entire herd following them the whole way, just to make sure the poor bastard was eliminated. At that point, it turned into a fucking stampede. Not that they needed the numbers. Bulls reached up to 12 feet in height and had a deadly razor-sharp horn, like the blade of a sword right in the middle of their foreheads. Bulls also had skulls so damn hard they could shatter boulders by ramming into one. Their skull grew outside of their skin, like a weird exoskeleton. At least there was only ever one full-grown bull in a herd. The cows weren't so bad on their own. They didn't have the boulder-shattering skull, or the horn. I had done training that included hard skulls when I was living in Freedom. I had a close call and nearly died once. It took months to heal my shattered leg. It was a real fucking miracle I didn't have a limp or chronic pain. It would have been nice to have had moonlight back then.
"I've read about these in the fairy tales Babaga gave me,"
Sarissa said.
"They're real and so big. I wonder how it would feel to stand next to one." In the werewolf fairy tales, nomadic packs talked about hard skulls a lot. They offered plenty of milk and meat if the werewolves managed to take down the bull, but it never lasted. The herd couldn't sustain itself if the bull died. Werewolves could manage the herd like the bull had, but there wouldn't be any more calves. That didn't matter for a few years, though. When it came to that point, they'd release the herd when a new bull came around to replenish the herd again. Taking down a hard-skull bull was a real test of strength and bravery. Werewolves who managed to take down a bull were heroes of the pack. The one to deliver the killing blow made a new special sword out of the bull's horn, usually the current alpha of the pack or a contender.
Her eyes twinkled, and she smiled wide.
The greatest werewolf hero of all was Garstrauda, protector of the weak. Whenever a pack needed help, he'd show up. He was a lone wolf, but also the greatest alpha of all. I always wanted to be the alpha of my own pack one day, to be the first Wera to reach alpha.
"Those are some old tales," Caspian remarked. "You do realize Garstrauda probably wasn't real, right? Fighting a hard-skull bull is like asking to get killed." She frowned.
"Werewolves don't do it anymore then? Or maybe they never did?"
"They did years ago, but now there's no reason to. There aren't many left anyway." Sarissa put her hand on my thigh and leaned forward, attempting to get a better angle to see out my window. I glanced at that white ribbon around her neck. Not for the first time, I thought about how it was a bit of a strange accessory for her, when she seemed to enjoy tomboy clothes more often than not. I dismissed the thought and my attention drifted elsewhere.
"Roderick, the hard skulls are over there,"
she said, pointing again.
"Why do you keep looking out Air's window?"
"No reason," I said. She cocked her head and scowled.
"What is it? I can fix it, Roderick."
I chuckled. "I appreciate the sentiment, little fighter, but you don't control the world."
"No, but I can protect my pack."
"We're your pack?" Air asked.
"What else would you be?"
She frowned.
"But maybe I can't protect you all well enough. I let the vampires take me to save you, but what if they had turned around and killed you instead of keeping their word?"
She growled.
"If they had, they would have regretted it."
Her eyes blazed crimson. It was the same look she had when she was about to kill Job. No mercy, terrifying, powerful, even otherworldly. Such a strange little Wera. Did she think of herself as a hard-skulled bull and us as her cows? I snorted out a laugh I failed to stifle. I didn't much fancy being a cow. We need to discuss what we're going to do about Caspian's training, I said, changing the subject. We have time to kill before we get to Howling Sky anyway. I can help with combat, but I'm not confident that will be enough on its own. The Alpha Challenge is going to be Caspian and the King both hopped up on Moonlight. Sarissa, do you know any special secrets about Moonlight that nobody else does? She raised an eyebrow at me.
How would I know something like that?
Because you're the Moonlight Child? Air commented. What he said. She shrugged dismissively.
I don't know. I use it recklessly and often run out before the next full moon. I've never needed to conserve it until recently.
All of that moonlight and it still doesn't last until the next full moon? Do you know the meaning of restraint? I shook my head and laughed. No wonder you're such a hot-headed fighter.
That's why I need your training too, Roderick.
You're welcome to join the Pain Brigade, Princess, if you think you can handle it. She gave me a defiant glare and folded her arms.
I can handle it.
I wonder about our connection. That connection Sarissa made when she kissed each one of us on the full moon, Todd said, eyes glued to the overgrown dirt road we were following. What if we could utilize it somehow? You all felt it too, right? Like you were an extension of Sarissa, of each other? I've been thinking about it a lot. I mean, I don't know how it works, but we were physically and mentally linked somehow. Like now. Can you feel Sarissa like I can? Feel her how? I asked. Hear her thoughts, feel her heartbeat inside of your chest, Todd murmured. No, I replied. You can feel that? Caspian asked incredulously. I don't, Air said. Todd glanced back at Sarissa through the rearview mirror. She held his gaze there. Neither of them blinked for a seriously waited few seconds. There was something passing between them that the rest of us weren't privy to. Before I knew it, there was a growl stuck in my throat for no fucking reason. I quickly halted the noise and got back on topic. Sounds like we're figuring out the rest when we get to Howling Sky. If anyone else has any pearls of wisdom to pass on to Caspian, feel free to do that, Phantom Prince. Get ready for a world of hurt. Hooray, Caspian deadpanned. We're gonna make sure you win. Air mocked. Figure it out, Caspian. Challenging the king was your brilliant idea. No pressure or anything, Caspian said. A few more hours until we reach Howling Sky, Todd announced. We would arrive in the evening if all went well, and then we would get down to business. Caspian leaned against his door, his chin resting on his hand as he stared out his window. He seemed calm at the moment, but I knew better. He was petrified. It was a big thing for him to challenge the king he served, the father who was no father, the alpha who scared Caspian into his place. But I'd whip him into shape. We couldn't lose after I left everything for this, for them. This was the path I chose, and I was sticking through it. If that made the rebels my enemies, then that was just the way it was. I had made my grave. It was time to lie in it.
Chapter 20. Sarissa. We made it far into the mountains as the sun began to set, climbing higher and higher each passing moment, and hit a thick sea of clouds. Todd had to slow the rotor down some so that we wouldn't hit anything in the growing haze. Visibility was bad, and the atmosphere was eerie. Winds would sweep by and move the fog in unnatural ways, creating dark spaces like gaunt faces with mouths opened wide in a fleeting scream before being wiped clean. None of it bothered Todd, though. I focused on his calm state of mind to quiet my restlessness. I tried to concentrate on what the others were feeling, but it was as muddied as the fog we were driving in. If Todd hadn't felt so confident in the direction we were going, I might have wondered if we were lost. Then again, as long as we were on an upward slope, we would eventually arrive at Howling Sky, according to Todd's reassuring thoughts. You're so reliable, I thought.
Most of the time.
He agreed. It felt like cheating for us to exchange thoughts like this without anyone else hearing. But we weren't trying to have secret conversations. It just happened. He read my thoughts. I read his. It was a passive exchange, as sure as my own heartbeat. There were no secrets because everything was open between us. We were as comfortable with each other as if we were wearing each other's skin. It sounded a little strange, but it was the best way I could describe the sensation. I wanted to share it with each of them. What if I told them what Todd and I had done and what we had? I would have right away, but Caspian's words kept replaying in my head. I didn't know how Air would feel. Roderick refused to have real sex with me. I was worried they didn't want this at all. I told myself it would be okay, that I didn't need to have what I had with Todd with each one of them. But the thought made me want to cry. I craved them all. I loved them all. I should tell them, I thought, as I fingered the white ribbon around my neck. I was even hiding Todd's bite from their eyes. Todd and I were doing something wrong by hiding things from them. Whether they liked it or not, they deserved to know. My heart pinched with the very real possibility of this pushing them away. But I would have to risk it. Todd glanced at me from the rearview mirror. "Is that okay?" I asked.
"If you think it's best,"
he replied.
"I have nothing to hide."
I want what's best for Phantom Fangs. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I was about to say. I was just about to open my mouth when the clouds parted. We were still climbing higher, but the fog was behind us now. A swirling sea of whites and grays. We were on a green mountainside, driving to the top of the world, maybe even past that. This was like the domain of the gods. The evening sunlight bathed the world in vibrant golden hues that almost made everything look as if it was painted with a real layer of gold. Buildings started popping up, one after the other, along with a great wall. There were holes and rubble everywhere, the scars of a brutal war. The place had been under a relentless siege, but it somehow managed to look proud even now. These were the first remnants of Howling Sky. I watched with bated breath, taking in every detail I could. Plants were everywhere, growing through cracks in the buildings, lining the streets. They were probably cut back and maintained at one point. The soil here must have been excellent, because the greens were the brightest greens I had ever seen. Flowers burst with colors, painting the landscape in a rainbow. The effect was amplified by a certain material that bordered, or at least highlighted, every structure. It was pearly and subtly reflected everything around it. It was especially prominent in Howling Sky Castle. We were still a distance away from it, but I could see chunks were missing from the top of the castle, leaving it in a very similar state to the rest of what I saw of the kingdom. Its asymmetrical silhouette was a bit ominous, and it glistened red in the evening sun. The way the light reflected off that pearly surface reminded me of the full moon murals back in Paws Peak. They were inside the castle, sitting below windows as if they were made to reflect light. Paws Peak didn't have a lot of this material. It was used sparingly. Howling Sky, on the other hand, had it absolutely everywhere. "What is it?" I asked.
"The castle?"
Caspian replied. "Yes, what's it made of?"
"Primarily lunolite. Pretty much all of Howling Sky is, at least when you get deep into the kingdom. I hear the royal sector is notorious for the flamboyant use of it. It's a valuable resource and one of the reasons why Howling Sky was so powerful and became the High Kingdom. Especially during a time when tech was outlawed."
Todd added.
"It's only been fairly recently, about 50 years ago, that tech started coming back. The reintroduction started small, and they say Howling Sky never brought it back. That's how the vampires took them down so easily. Their tech was too powerful to fight with physical strength and moonlight alone. The rest of us have been growing arsenals since the reintroduction. So we can launch the Hellfire Strike Part 2 and destroy everything," Air mused. "Though the comforts tech offers are nice until then."
"Really?" I asked, horrified.
"No,"
Todd said.
"I don't think anyone wants that again, but tech, it's only destructive if it's used that way."
I knew Todd would never use tech to destroy the world, so I relaxed. "What's it worth, then, lunolite?" I asked.
A lot, Air said. It amplifies moonlight,
Caspian explained.
Lunalite is kind of fickle stuff, a unique mineral, but it can't allow werewolves to absorb moonlight even when there isn't a full moon. You'd need a hell of a lot of it to ever simulate a full moon night with the moon in perfect alignment, though.
I saw some at Paws Peak before, I think, I said.
You probably did. Howling Sky and Paws Peak were built on the highest peaks their founders could find, though Howling Sky ended up with the higher one. Their goal was to be on top of the world and close to Lake Luminous. Lunalite rests in the lake's depths. It makes up the entire lake bed. It's not easy stuff to retrieve even this close, though, or you'd see even more of it. The lake is infamous for swallowing trespassers up with its illusions. You might be able to catch a glimpse of it when we get over that ridge if the clouds aren't too dense.
Why doesn't someone strip all of the lunalite from Howling Sky, then?
That's a good question. For Paws Peak, it's really a pain to get to Howling Sky without going through Wolf Bridge these days. And lunalite isn't the easiest mineral to transport. It's fragile. The big chunks are the most powerful and valuable. Little shards pieced together don't make up for a solid slab of the mineral. As for Wolf Bridge, despite all the problems, we respected Howling Sky on neutral terms. The king of Wolf Bridge felt it wasn't right to go digging around in their remains, not to mention the precarious situation with vampires after Howling Sky's destruction. It was much more prudent to keep the kingdom safe, to hole up. Besides, the little bit that Paws Peak has really doesn't matter much, not when compared to the technology Todd has invented. Tech is proof you can be dangerous and powerful without using moonlight, more powerful if we want to bring the results of the Hellfire strike into this. And a good fighter like Roderick will beat anyone wildly using moonlight while using very little in return. Moonlight is important to werewolves and powerful, but it's not a fix-all. Moonlight is like anything else. It needs to be used properly,
Roderick said. Howling Sky knew it best, I said.
I'd say that's true,
Caspian agreed.
They were really focused on it, on being pure werewolf. They had this kingdom, but they were, in some ways, a lot like those ancient nomadic packs you were talking about before.
As we continued climbing higher and made it over that ridge Caspian talked about before, he pointed to the left.
You see that opening in the clouds down there? That's Lake Luminous.
I looked out Roderick's window to see what Caspian was talking about. At first I only saw clouds, but they were slowly opening up, creating gaps for a shimmering water surface to shine through. It looked more like a bed of crystals. We really were in the domain of the gods.
We're officially in the royal sector,
Todd murmured. I wondered why he spoke so softly. Then I felt a jump in the calmness he was emanating, and I saw them. I saw the skeletons. They were piled high against the buildings here. I didn't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. Shouldn't we have seen some before we reached this sector? Were these bodies piled here after they died? Or did the vampires gather everyone into the royal sector and slaughter them with I had no idea what? My stomach dropped, and my chest was tight as I looked at the springtime plants sprouting up through rib cages and bursting through empty eye sockets. It was a marriage of life and death in an uncountable number. The air was heavy and thinning at the same time. I was having trouble breathing. I curled up and shuddered.
Steady,
Roderick said, as he placed his hand on my back. I closed my eyes, taking in the physical comfort while holding on to the lifeline of Todd's returned calmness. When we reached the castle, Todd parked the rotor right below the many stairs leading to its front doors. The others got out while I stayed glued in place. I closed my eyes and took one more breath before I followed them. The castle had more skeletons than anywhere else. They were deliberately piled high on either side of the staircase. This was a macabre thought, but they were almost like decorations, or part of the building itself. I looked up at the castle and imagined seeing it before it was ruined, before it wore the remains of those who had built it. I could imagine it. If I filled in the cracks and focused on the luminous property of the lunalite, I could see it. Proud, powerful werewolves once walked here. The same ones I saw in my dream. The remnants of that power was evident even now. The finest moonlight wielders, a kingdom of man-eaters, the High Kingdom. My origin. Todd's, too. It was many things, but it wasn't my home. Maybe that dream I had meant nothing, and we wouldn't learn anything here. Maybe the real reason I dragged us out here was because I wanted to see it for myself. What could we learn from a dead kingdom? I didn't know anymore. Todd's thoughts and feelings mingled with my own as he came to stand beside me. He could feel the weight of it all with me, and he could feel my discomfort. He took my hand. I gratefully squeezed his in return. We didn't have to speak a word or think words, because we were in perfect synchronization. He knew I needed to hold his hand. I knew he needed to hold mine. It was that simple. This was a lot to take in. This was the place that made us.
You picked a cheery place for us to avoid distractions,
Roderick commented. I frowned. These werewolves had been left here to rot for the last 18 years. Almost everyone in Howling Sky died. My mother saved me. Todd's parents managed to escape with him. I was glad he wasn't caught in all of this death. I never would have met him. I couldn't bear the thought. I gave his hand another squeeze.
I had brothers, too. Like most werewolves, my parents couldn't get to them in time. They were only able to sneak me out because I was taking a special test inside the castle.
He shared. You were a genius even then. I'm not surprised. It's something you were born with. But your brothers weren't? I wondered.
I don't remember much. I just remember that I had brothers. I remember the fire, the screams, and my parents rushing me out. I can barely remember my parents' faces, and I've forgotten the faces of my brothers.
I'm sorry.
You can't be sad over something you don't remember.
Perhaps that was true, but my lips quivered, with rage, with sorrow. My birth was the cause of all this destruction? I didn't side with man-eaters. I didn't agree with that mentality at all. But why was there so much destruction everywhere I turned? It was like the air outside of Babaga's woods was toxic. It was slowly seeping into my brain, like spilled ink overwriting what was previously written with something much darker, something opaque and sticky. So many thought I was important. So many thought I would bring about a new generation. Some thought I would rule. Werewolves, vampires, maybe even humans. There were so many expectations of me. Not even Todd's calm and constant warmth or love for me could stop me from feeling this overwhelming sorrow. I dropped down to the ground and pounded on the earth with my fists and cried. I never wanted any of this. I never asked for any of this. If I had been stuck in Paws Peak, if Phantom Fangs hadn't come to rescue me, I wondered what kind of monster I might have already become in order to survive a world full of monsters.
Sarissa,
Todd said softly as he crouched down next to me. Caspian said,
maybe it was a bad idea to come here after all.
An ear-piercing screech carried on the wind. It was coming from up the stairs, from the mouth of the castle. The doors were open.
I've been waiting for you.
Startled, I stood up in a rush, wondering if I had imagined the words, imagined the voice. I knew that voice. Eyre and Roderick came to stand by us. Roderick drew his gun from his combat belt, and Eyre mirrored him. A hunched-over woman wearing an old gray dress and a green shawl wrapped around her head emerged from the front doors of the castle. Her dress trailed behind her, like smoke drifting up into the air with each step down. A breeze picked up and caught her shawl, revealing the silver strands of her long hair. She was a woman I knew very well, a great and powerful witch. Baga? I stuttered.
Thank you for heeding my call, my dear Sarissa. It's good to see you again.
Chapter 21. Sarissa. I didn't know if I wanted to give Babaga a big hug or if I wanted to scream at her. My hands clenched and unclenched several times. I wiggled my fingers and tried to remember how to breathe. Phantom fangs gathered around me, circling me as I stood. No one said a word until I finally asked, "Why?" It was the only word I could manage. There were so many things I wanted to say, so many questions, but they pretty much all started with why. Babaga reached the foot of the stairs and stood hunched over with her many years of life. She straightened her back some, and then ended up right back where she was. Her hair dangled at the sides of her head, framing it in dignified silver. She was old and wrinkled, and she didn't look like a powerful witch. But looks were deceiving. This was the woman I considered my mother. Gods, I had missed her. Tears escaped my eyes, and I bit my lip.
"I made a deal with your mother," she said. "If you hadn't gone and burned her journal, you would have known that Alana came to me when Howling Sky was burning to keep you safe."
I was a little shocked that Babaga knew I had burned the journal, but I knew I shouldn't be. She had always known things, everything, though she never explained how. She was secretive, but that didn't change my love for her, or my trust, until she sold me to werewolves.
"Alana wanted me to protect you and give you a way to Paws Peak when you came of age. You had been betrothed to Prince Charles before the attack, before you were born, and she wished to honor that. She thought it was the best option for you. The price of that exchange was her life,"
Babaga said.
"I had to follow through. That's how this works. That's the price of my power. I deal in equivalent exchange."
"A deal? It was because of my mother that you sold me to Paws Peak?"
"I didn't sell you. I returned you to where you were supposed to be as per your mother's instructions, according to the deal."
I gritted my teeth. A small point on my forehead throbbed. "What did you mean when you thanked me for heeding your call? Did you invade my dreams?"
"Yes, I did."
"Why? Why now, and why this graveyard? Your deal is done. You shouldn't have anything to do with me anymore. That's what you're saying, right?"
"Sarissa,"
Todd said quietly, taking my hand. He must have felt my rage and confusion and was trying to make me feel better. He was worried. His emotions were trying to mesh with mine, but mine overpowered his and tossed them aside. "So many have been brutally murdered in this world, and for what?" I asked. "What is it all for? Why is this place so different from the woods? Did you ever love me? Or am I as delusional as I'm beginning to fear? Because I loved you." I swallowed. "I still love you." Babaga shivered and reclaimed her shawl from the incessant wind, snuggling it around her neck and shoulders.
"I don't like being outside of my woods,"
she muttered. Then her sharp eyes snapped up to me.
"I called you here, because I think of you as my daughter, and I want to help you. I do love you, Sarissa, even though I shouldn't. I'm impartial. That's the other price of my power. I've always been impartial. I have to be, but not when it comes to you. Your mother's price to use my power was her life. It was her life because the thing she held most dear was spending the rest of it watching over you and witnessing the change you would bring to Prime. I can help you and your werewolves while you're in Howling Sky. I can help you until you need to return to Wolf Bridge. Then we must part ways forever, because what I hold most dear is you. That is the price I must pay in order to help you. I'd much rather you live a long and happy life than for things to end in disaster. So it will be well worth it. And this still allows me to see you one last time. I couldn't ask for a better deal.
I wiped the tears from my eyes and went to her. I knew Babaga still loved me. I knew it. I gave her a big hug, careful not to snap her old bones. She didn't hug me back, but I was glad she was letting me hug her at all. "I missed you so much," I said. "But it's not fair. There has to be a way around this equal exchange magic. I don't want you to leave for good after this. You can stay with us."
My darling Sarissa, there is little time. I can't change this, so we must make the most of it. You and your werewolves made a dangerous deal with the King of Wolfbridge, but I'm going to do my best to ensure you win.
She looked at each member of Phantom Fangs with cool hazel eyes, inspecting and assessing. She rested her gaze on Caspian.
Training starts now.
Caspian. I was wary of the witch. I knew she was important to Sarissa, but that didn't exactly comfort me. The witch explained why she did what she did, and it seemed like Sarissa was able to forgive her. Now she was here to make sure we defeated the king? That seemed mildly convenient. Mostly it was strange. Then again, so was Sarissa's random prophetic dream to come to Howling Sky. Prophetic dreams weren't in Sarissa's arsenal after all. It was all the witch's doing. I didn't know if that made me feel better or worse.
I see you have bonded, the 5 of you. Or at least you have started to,
Babaga said.
Through Sarissa.
She kissed us on a full moon, I said. What do you mean, bonded? Do you know what she did?
Surely you know this by now. Her kiss was akin to a claiming bite.
My jaw snapped shut. I knew we had all been thinking that, talking about that. But 4 of us? Together? From a Wera?
It's like that, but it's much more powerful,
Babaga said.
Because Sarissa made the proposal on a full moon night, and each of you reciprocated. However, it's not perfected because you didn't completely commit to her or her offer despite kissing her back. There are doubts among you.
My gaze went to the ground, the cracked, once-whole lunalite trail that led up to the steps of the castle. It was amazing how it could look so beautiful in its destruction. Some of it was shaved down to fine particles, like stardust fallen straight from the night sky. But it was eerie more than anything, especially when I glanced at the skeletons stacked up high on either side of the staircase. So, what does any of this have to do with defeating the king? I asked, and forced myself to raise my head.
If you solidify this bond, perfect it, you'll be able to draw on each other's power, moonlight included,
Babaga explained.
The 5 of you together would be many times stronger than the king, than any individual by far.
Even you? Roderick asked, arms folded. He looked like he was itching to grab for his gun again, but he and Air had lowered their firearms after Sarissa embraced the witch.
You'd rival me in a way, yes. If Caspian alone could solidify his bond with Sarissa, that would be enough to solve your current problem. But it's not going to be that easy because Sarissa didn't ask only Caspian to keep her heart.
Babaga affectionately patted Sarissa's arm.
Leave it to this troublemaker to pick a complicated pack. Only if you put aside your differences can you truly become one.
What does that mean? I asked, a growl in my throat. You said her kisses were like a claiming bite, but you keep using bond instead of mate. They don't sound like the same thing.
I haven't been using bond and mate synonymously because there is a difference. As you know, a claiming bite doesn't mean the mate claim has been fulfilled. The mate claim itself demands sex to seal the deal. Sarissa's proposal is a bit more complicated than that.
Babaga pointed at Todd. Her knobby finger looked a bit threatening, like a claw. I knew the power those fingers held without having seen it myself.
He has already sealed the bond that Sarissa proposed. Between the 2 of them, the mate claim and this bond are perfect. They are on the same wavelength. They can probably hear each other's thoughts right now.
I scowled. Todd's face went very, very red.
You have to figure this out, all of you. You have to accept or reject Sarissa wholeheartedly, and therefore the others, because she picked all 4 of you, not one exclusively.
Okay. I held out my hands. What?
Todd bit me and we had sex,
Sarissa said. My heart sort of did a weird jump in my chest, like it body slammed against my ribcage, jostling my whole damn body. Air's eyes went wide. Roderick's lips twitched. You didn't see the bite on her neck when you braided her hair? I turned on Air, who stiffened and clenched his fists. Sarissa took off the white ribbon accessory she had around her neck, the one I hadn't commented on before but found odd when we had left early this morning.
None of you would have seen it unless you had been looking,
she said. Sure enough, there was a prominent scar left on her neck from a frenzied claiming bite. It was still new, apparently, but it was already sealed over with shiny scar tissue. Babaga slowly shook her head and said,
That's not all of it.
Sarissa cocked her head.
He said he loved me, that he was happy to have me and Phantom Fangs all together, that we were his pack, and he meant it. I meant it too.
Babaga gave a small smile that surprisingly didn't look too terrifying against her aged and wrinkled skin. I had never seen so many wrinkles in my life.
That's right,
she said.
And it was enough. Sex. The words, I love you, whatever got you to that point of understanding or synergy, has solidified a portion of the bond. Sex has sealed Sarissa's body to Todd, a fulfilled mate claim. However, Sarissa's body is open to you 3 as well. Her body won't be completely sealed until all 4 of you have mated with her. It's the spiritual connection that we need to focus on, though. It's what will allow you to exchange moonlight. You can deal with your mate issues later. That has nothing to do with me or why I'm here.
Babaga gave the slightest hint of disgust in the wrinkle of her brow. I didn't know what to say, neither did Air or Roderick. I worked my jaw a few times before I managed to spit out something. So we should have one big orgy? I sputtered, nearly hysterical.
No,
Babaga said, exasperated.
I mean, you could, but that isn't going to solidify your bond if the feeling isn't there. It's love, werewolves. Love. Todd was able to let his love show through sex. He and Sarissa are bound spiritually and physically. That spiritual element isn't necessarily part of mating, just like mating isn't necessarily part of love.
Todd cleared his throat, and his face went even redder.
You'll have to figure this out quickly if you want to keep each other safe, Babaga said. It's your decision.
She gestured to the open double doors at the top of the staircase.
You can sleep inside of the castle. I cleared it out for you. It's still plenty sturdy and will work just fine. I recommend the king's bedchamber. I'll be back later.
She hobbled over to one of the piles of skeletons, touched a skull, and murmured,
May peace be with you.
As if on command, the skeletons disintegrated into dust and dispersed in the wind. She did that a few more times, going from one skeleton pile to the next until the castle grounds were cleared. It was like a weight was lifted at the same time. The air was lighter, clearer, and oxygen-rich. I wondered if the witch could end the world with her power if she wasn't bound by those rules of hers. I'd never seen anything like this. Let's go get our stuff and move into the castle, Todd suggested. He spared Babaga's work a short glance as the witch wandered off to God's new where while disintegrating skeletons. He went to the rotor and started untying the ropes we used to hold down our supplies. He was surprisingly okay with all of this, nonchalant, probably because he could read Sarissa, hear her thoughts, knew she trusted Babaga implicitly. Could the 4 of us really share Sarissa? I thought back to the night she first kissed us. I remembered the powerful connection I had to her and this team. I didn't mind it, did I? It was kind of amazing. Maybe sharing wouldn't be that bad. But what about when sex and mates were thrown into the mix? Todd was Sarissa's mate now? Gods, I couldn't believe Todd and Sarissa had sex. Todd! Why did you wait until now to tell us? Air asked.
We didn't know how you would take it,
Sarissa said as she took Todd's hand.
I want all of you, but I know you have some reservations. I don't want to break anything, but I want More. I need more.
Roderick smirked. I could have been first, but apparently I don't have the same kind of stuff Todd has because I didn't follow through. Did I, Sarissa? I could have been the first to seal your body. He chuckled and shook his head. The first tethered to seal a Wera. How does that even work? Pig? Air growled. Jealous? Never jealous of you, Roderick.
Actually, Caspian could have been first,
Sarissa said and looked at me thoughtfully. I cringed when Air shot me a glare.
But why does being first matter?
Sarissa asked. It doesn't, I said bitterly. It couldn't if this pack was going to survive. Air and Roderick continued growling at each other. It had been a while since those two fought. I wondered if this would come down to fists. I rarely used moonlight and my authority as their alpha to control them, but I would if it stopped them from killing each other. A tethered was forever bound to the werewolf that made them. They didn't have the luxury of finding a new pack like a normal werewolf. They were my responsibility and I took it seriously. I growled low in my throat, prepared to give them a warning. Todd interrupted. I want to stay with all of you. Maybe it doesn't make a difference, but you are my pack. I never knew what that was like before Phantom Fangs. We're a group of misfits, and it seems like there's always a fight going on, but we work. You're not the faceless collective that makes up a kingdom.
You're all important to me,
Sarissa said. She went to Todd and started helping him with our supplies.
Even though I'm an outsider, even though this world outside of my woods is strange and confusing, you make me feel at home. It was easy to fall in love with you.
Todd gave her hand a quick squeeze and she smiled in return. How had this timid and frankly socially challenged werewolf been the first to seal Sarissa? Todd was amazing in many ways, but I couldn't imagine him with her. I didn't want to. Jealousy, denial, I could barely stand it. And then there was this whole thing about love. I always thought Todd was the most distant, but that was wrong too. I never fully understood him. Was he a tech addict? Certainly. Was tech all he cared about? No, not at all. He always put our safety first, didn't he? He always worked hard on his tech to keep us safe. He didn't have to join my team, but he did anyway. And apparently he knew more about love than any of us. What a strange situation we found ourselves in. The two youngest of our pack had everything figured out. Love. Love was something I'd been chasing for a long time. I craved it from someone after my mother died. My father, my brothers, Air. Since my mother died, I was convinced I had become unlovable. My father grew cold. My brothers turned to malicious teasing. Air rejected me over and over. The world shut me out, and I shut out the world by pretending I didn't care. I kept bugging Air because I was determined to get something out of him. I did get something, but it wasn't what I wanted. I was certain no one would ever care for me as much as I cared for them. Because I did. I cared too much about too many, and I never got anything in return. I acknowledged that, but I had done my best to eliminate love from my vocabulary because it made it bearable. Admitting that I might love Sarissa, or any member of Phantom Fangs, or anyone at all, would be the thing that finally broke me. Not killing, not hatred. Love. Sarissa thought she loved us, each member of Phantom Fangs, including me, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't say it back and mean it. I couldn't risk rejection. The biggest rejection I ever had was when my mother died and left me alone in a cruel, loveless world. Frustrated, I turned and began walking away. Sarissa ran over and caught my hand.
Where are you going, Caspian?
I ripped out of her grasp. It stung, not because her nails dug into my skin or anything like that, but because it went right to my heart like a punch, like a break. I need to be alone, I said, and I kept walking without looking back. Let him go, Air said. I hated the dismissal in his voice. I hated how he always dismissed me like this. Come after me and apologize for once, you bastard. I hated that he used me to gain power. He said he hated being tethered, but he was the one who wouldn't shut up about it. He was the one who came to me, only me, said it had to be me, that this would keep his family safe, that he trusted me. How could I fucking say no? Because that was what I wanted, right? I wanted to be needed. I wanted to be irreplaceable. Damn you, Air. Damn you. I moved faster down the slanted, broken road we took to get here. Then I veered off course to avoid the broken pieces of lunalight. They reminded me too much of moonlight. Moonlight reminded me too much of Sarissa's kiss and what it meant. I cursed myself. A lump formed in my throat, blocking my airway. I could hardly breathe. I was a worthless, nameless prince, and I always would be. I told myself Todd was responsible for the word phantom being used in our name. But it was me. I was the phantom. Chapter 22. Air. Todd and Sarissa made it. They had sex. I couldn't believe it. It was well into the night. I was tired, and I was more agitated than ever. I wanted to break something, demolish it, and make it unrecognizable. This was my worst tic yet. I would have preferred foot tapping or something else less destructive, but I felt like I was going to explode. I was helping, unloading the rotor, bringing our month-long supplies inside of the castle like Sarissa wanted because Baba God told us to. I didn't care anymore. The physical labor was the only thing keeping me from losing it. I didn't talk to the others. I avoided them as I tried to focus on the task at hand. And where was Caspian? By the time we found the king's bedchamber, an hour had passed since he left, and I hadn't seen a trace of him. The king's bedchamber was big enough for all of us to sleep somewhere comfortably. It was nested nicely inside of the castle with a balcony and stairs leading out to private overgrown gardens and probably a courtyard beyond. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made with the largest seamless pieces of lunolite I had ever seen. It was whole, entirely untouched, like this room had been spared the siege. Plenty of other rooms were dilapidated. If Baba God thought the castle was sound, I hated to see inside of the other buildings left in Howling Sky. None of them looked good on the outside. This would have to do. At least we had an immediate exit route out the balcony if the castle's guts caved in. None of us were too keen on separating, at least I wasn't, because who knew what other things were lurking in these ruins? Baba God cleared the place? Great. I didn't trust Baba God. Right now it was quiet since I was the only one in the king's bedchamber at the moment. I set down our bedding and stared at the large bed centered in the room. The bedposters reached all the way to the damn ceiling and bowed inward to create a dome. A purple duvet sat on top of the bed, silky and glistening like it had just been washed. There wasn't a speck of dust. I wondered if Baba God had used a magic spell to banish it. Had she been working to clean the place before Sarissa arrived so she wouldn't have to see all the skeletons of dead werewolves? Or had she left them piled there at the entrance for a reason, to make sure Sarissa saw them first? They had a strange fucking relationship as far as I could tell. I unzipped a sack holding a couple sleeping bags just to snap the zipper partway through. Fucking piece of junk! I ripped it open with my bare hands, tearing through the fabric like it was brittle paper. Blue mist leaked from my hands, my moonlight reserves reacting to the call of my subconscious. The sound of ripping fabric was strangely satisfying, so I ripped it again and again until it was in two pieces. Then Todd walked into the room. He had his packed pewter with him, angled in one arm so he could access the glowing screen with his free hand. He was probably collecting and inputting data like he always was. I didn't know if there was a point to doing that here, though. The place was pretty dead. We wore our combat belts in case we had run into any problems on the way here, but we didn't have our IntelliBands on us, though Todd was sure to bring them and everything else just in case. "You okay, Air?" he asked, lowering the packed pewter to his side. Why did he look so wary? Then I realized my hands were still full of active moonlight, holding a shredded piece of fabric like I had been a sore loser during a pillow fight and went savage. Wait a minute. I stiffened. Why was he asking me if I was okay? He never asked things like that. He just stayed silent and worked on his tech, letting the rest of us fight things out the way we always did. Todd won Sarissa? I slowly turned to face him. He was giving me this wide-eyed look, amber brown eyes unassuming and much more reminiscent of a child than an adult. "What were you thinking?" I gritted out. "What do you mean?" "You and Sarissa. Did you think about the consequences? If what Baba God said is true, you sealed her to you." "But not exclusively," he reasoned. "Baba God also said this is about all of us." I let out a tiny hysterical laugh. "Ha! That's great. So you and Caspian can fight over getting her pregnant. The mate claim has absolutely nothing to do with me or Roderick." "I think sealing might be a little different here. More about her body only being receptive to the four of us and probably vice versa, with the way her claim seems to work," Todd said as he sat down in a corner of the large room and placed his packed pewter in his lap. "I don't know. It's beyond what I know about our biology and instinct at this point. Whereas never made claims in the past, and if this was solely about biology and the drive to reproduce like the mate claim always has been, Sarissa probably would have picked Caspian alone, since he's the best suited. Maybe that's why she was able to make this proposal in the first place, an addition or precursor to the mate claim. Usually, a werewolf is more powerful than a wera, right? But that's not true in Sarissa's case. The strong survive and live to reproduce. It's evolution." "Core almighty, do you even hear yourself? Instinct? Evolution? That's all this is to you? Babaga really is full of shit." Todd frowned. "No, I was trying to be reasonable, to explain something unexplainable." He shrugged. "I love her." I might have said he was making excuses, but he wasn't. I hated how he could do that, how he could seem so calm all the time, like nothing bothered him, like he didn't care, and yet I knew that wasn't true. The night we were all linked together, I felt the depth of Todd's emotions as well as everyone else's, even if I couldn't explain them. We were for Sarissa, and we were for each other. There was no question, no second thoughts even from a traitor who chose us over his people. How did everything change in just a few days? How did we grow more in a few days than we had in 2 months together? How could love exist between two werewolves who should have been considered almost complete strangers? My anger flared and I walked up to Todd. I reached out, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, and yanked him to his feet while moonlight flooded out of my pores, the blue flames aggressively licking his skin. He didn't look scared, not even as his packed pewter hit the lunalite floor with a clatter. "Careful," he said. "You'll break it." I growled. "Fuck that. Worry about yourself for once. What are you going to do, Air?" He wrapped his hands around my wrist. I half expected him to use his moonlight. He was full of it. He hadn't used it once since the full moon. He never did, even though he was a werewolf and held more moonlight than I ever could. He gripped my wrist to adjust my hold a little so I wasn't pressing uncomfortably into his throat. That was it. "I don't know," I gritted out. "I can't think. My head is throbbing." I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted to punch Todd into oblivion. I also wanted to curl up into the fetal position. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Roderick demanded, dashing into the room. Moonlight shot off him in sparks as he grabbed me and Todd, separating us effortlessly with the ridiculous amount he was using. He wasn't messing around. He turned his moonlight off the next instant to conserve it, but he watched me warily as he stood in front of Todd, ready to turn it on again if he had to. "Calm down, Air." Moonlight was leaking out from every pore in my body. I was trembling with the power I was exuding. I wondered if moonlight could detonate me, if I could really explode. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, trying to guide all the moonlight back into my core to conserve and deactivate it. It was a struggle, like trying to catch steam with my bare hands. It kept slithering away from me, mocking. I clenched my fists and willed it back. I made sure there was no question of what I wanted. Return to dormancy. I succeeded, but I was breathing heavily and I was sweating. I was literally having a panic attack or some shit. I gave in to the urge to curl up, crouching down onto the floor and grabbing my head. I took a few shaky breaths over and over until I was able to think clearly again. "You good?" Roderick asked. Why was everyone concerned about my well-being all of a sudden? Roderick asking me was 10 times worse than Todd. "I'm fine," I said as I stood up and shook my head. "Don't touch Todd again. I won't." I don't know what got into me. Anger? Jealousy? I was such a loose cannon. I knew it was stupid. I knew I should be in control, but I was never good at it, was I? Even though I told myself I thought things through. Even though I told myself Caspian was the impulsive one. I wondered how the others put up with me all the time. Mainly Caspian. He had put up with me for years. "Has Caspian come back yet?" I asked. "Haven't seen him," Roderick replied. "I'm going to find him." "Fine. Hopefully Sarissa will be back by the time you do." Babaga came back and Sarissa wanted to talk. I nodded and escaped that suffocating room in a hurry. I jogged down the halls and rooms of the huge castle, avoiding the piles of debris and cracks in the floor. When I was outside, I looked down the stairs, expecting to see our rotor right where we had parked it. Roderick had probably carried in the last load before he showed up, but I didn't see the rotor. Did Roderick move it? I descended the flight of stairs and looked around, wondering if I had missed it in the dark. I even activated and focused moonlight in my eyes to look again. The lunalight made it impossible to see any tire tracks. I couldn't see any sign of the rotor. What would have been the point in moving it anyway? I got this sinking feeling in my gut. Caspian hadn't come back just to take the rotor, had he? Why would he do that? I growled. Selfish move, Phantom Prince. You really gonna make us come and find you? Todd. Air had never done anything like that to me before. It left me a little shaky in the king's bedchamber. I wanted to sit back down on the lunalight floor, comfortable or not. Did he hurt you? Roderick asked. No, I replied. I brushed my packed pewter off. The screen wasn't cracked or anything, so that was a relief. Roderick growled. Good. He's so fucking psychotic sometimes. He is hard to read. Everyone is, but not Sarissa. Not when that connection is present. You seem different, Todd. More confident or something. Because I kind of understood you all for the first time. Because of what Sarissa did on the full moon. It sucks it faded, though. I have no idea what Air was thinking just now. It's easier on me when I can read your minds. Then I know how to act. Roderick laughed. Apparently you know how to act better than the rest of us. It's because of Sarissa, nothing to do with me. It definitely has something to do with you. Sarissa picked all of us, but you're the only one who knew how to reciprocate. I didn't know what to say to that. I was pretty sure that Roderick was praising me, but I didn't want to assume anything. The door burst open. Air was panting and hunched over, my breath caught with his haggard appearance, with the glint in his eye. I didn't know what it meant. Was he still angry? Was he going to come at me again? Caspian's missing, he informed. I looked all over, but he is definitely gone, and he took our damn rotor. That son of a bitch, Roderick growled. Why the hell would he do that? I have no fucking clue, but shouldn't we find him? He's the one who's supposed to fight the king on the next full moon. Yeah, Roderick grunted. We should find Sarissa and Babaga too. Maybe the Witch of Witch Woods can tell us where Caspian is by using her witchy powers. It didn't take us long after leaving the castle to find Sarissa and Babaga. They were at the bottom of the stairs, about to come inside from the look of it. Where's the rotor? Sarissa asked. Caspian took it, Air said. He what? Witch, can you find him? Roderick asked.
A little respect would be nice, Tethered,
Babaga said. She circled her fingers around in the air, distorting the space like a heat wave. Then she pointed her finger at Roderick and a spark flew, hitting him square in the chest. He let out a surprised grunt and furiously rubbed the spot. Babaga, Sarissa chastised. Then she turned to Roderick. But she does have a point. She has a name. Call her Babaga. Babaga, he said, still rubbing his chest. Can you help us find Caspian?
No.
He swore and rubbed the spot harder, like her rejection somehow made it hurt more.
I said training begins immediately. Find him yourselves.
Isn't that a waste of valuable time if you could just tell us? Who knows how far he's gone? He has a rotor, Air said.
You're all full of moonlight. Use your heads.
I don't have any moonlight, Sarissa chimed in.
My point. Come up with a plan, werewolves.
We could shift into our moonlight forms and maybe catch up to the rotor if we left immediately and concentrated extra moonlight in our legs, I said. But Sarissa would have to ride on one of our backs.
Indeed, unless you figure out a way to give Sarissa some of your moonlight.
Doesn't work like that, I said doubtfully. Moonlight is absorbed directly from the moon. Werewolves can't pass it around.
Didn't you listen to me earlier?
I did, but...
Todd, you should feel it's possible through your connection to Sarissa. You don't have to understand the mechanics of it. Don't block it. Let your feelings shine through like they did when you and Sarissa solidified your bond.
Sarissa stood in front of me and took my hands. She had a soft smile on her lips. Her eyes were locked on mine. I loved it when she looked into my eyes like this. I loved making eye contact with her. In the night, with the stars shining, her eyes were a beautiful maroon.
Shall we try it?
She asked. Why not? It wasn't like we had anything to lose. I brought Sarissa a little closer to me and leaned down to press my forehead against hers. It was easy to get lost in her. It was easy before when I didn't know her thoughts or feelings. But now I did know her thoughts and feelings, and it made touching much more intense. Everything else faded away.
Are you nervous to have everyone watching?
Sarissa's voice floated around in my head. No? Are you?
No.
She wrapped her arms around the back of my neck and closed her eyes. I closed my eyes too and brushed the back of her neck, feeling the place I bit her. She was an extension of me. No, she was more. Energy buzzed everywhere she touched me, especially where her bare skin touched mine. Our heartbeats synced up along with our breaths. One mind, one body. It felt so natural and I didn't ask questions. Love was an abstract concept, but Sarissa made it the most tangible, real thing in the world. Will you accept some of my moonlight, Sarissa?
I'll accept it.
Energy flooded my body in a cool wave as the moonlight in my core activated. It sloshed around and I envisioned it as a bright blue light as I guided it through my system and out of my pores. I envisioned it as tiny tendrils of smoke moving towards Sarissa, sticking to her skin and sinking back down into her own pores. I didn't know what I was doing, but it came naturally, easily with Sarissa there to guide me. Everything was easy with her. Once I transferred about half of my moonlight, I opened my eyes, and the moment was gone. We were still connected, but our heartbeats and breaths were no longer in perfect synchronization. Fatigue spread through my body, but Sarissa steadied me. She stood on her tiptoes and captured my lips with hers.
That was amazing,
she said. When she blinked her eyes open again, they were blazing blue with moonlight. I shivered and we slowly moved apart. Babaga nodded her head and clapped her old hands.
Very good.
Roderick and Eyre stood stiffly, arms folded as they mirrored each other down to their scowls, which was a strange sight.
Todd,
Eyre said.
If you're the best at everything, where does that leave the rest of us?
My face heated up and I shook my head. I'm definitely not the best at everything. Just most things.
You little shit,
Roderick grinned.
Enough banter, Phantom Fangs,
Sarissa said. She started stripping out of her clothes, and my heart rate doubled. It didn't matter how intimate we were. I'd never react any differently. Sarissa looked over her shoulder and fluttered her eyelashes at me, teasing, reading my thoughts, my feelings. But the flirting stopped as soon as she spoke again.
It's time to shift. We need to find Caspian sooner rather than later. I don't know what he's thinking, but he's not going to accomplish anything by himself. If he really thought that, he should have come with us in the first place.
She was angry. She called on her moonlight and fell down onto her hands and knees as black fur sprouted from her skin. Muscles rippled underneath as her body changed and grew into a powerful black wolf, nearly invisible in the night if not for the blazing blue of her eyes. Her moonlight was mostly contained, only active in keeping her form, but it lingered vividly in her eyes as if she were concentrating it there. But it was mostly a unique feature of her wolf. The rest of us followed, stripping out of our clothes and calling on our moonlight forms. Eyre's wolf was white as snow. Roderick's wolf had a coat made up of dark grays and browns. I didn't call on my moonlight form often because of the distinct red in my fur, the same reason I always wore my beanie, but that didn't seem to matter much anymore, especially not out here with only my pack and the witch.
Run, werewolves. May the gods watch over you and bless you with great speed,
Babaga said. Sarissa howled. The sound waves rippled through my body, causing my moonlight to resonate with the frequency. Then we sprung forward on her command. We concentrated our moonlight in our legs, and the world blurred by us with our incredible speed as we ran down the mountain. Not even a rotor could outrun us like this. Chapter 23. Caspian. I stared down the hard-skull bull standing on a grassy incline in the late hours of the night. The moon hovered above, a passive observer, my main source of light, and maybe my only witness outside of the hard-skull herd and the gods if I died tonight. The bull's nostrils flared wide. His pupils were dilated to the point they eclipsed the color in his irises and ate up the whites of his eyes. I'd never faced a hard-skull bull before, but this probably meant there was no turning back now. He dug a cloven hoof into the ground, digging up clumps of grass and dirt as he prepared to charge me. I hadn't planned on facing off like this so soon. The herd had moved closer to Howling Sky, so I hadn't needed to backtrack as far as I thought I would. This just means this will be over sooner. If you can't take down this hardskull, then you definitely can't take down the king of Wolf Bridge, I told myself. The bull huffed and scraped his hoof against the earth again. It seemed he was daring me to run. I faced him head on, neither of us making a move. Right now it was nothing but a battle of wills. He had ordered his cows back, farther down the mountain, and he knew I was alone. He probably thought I was stupid. Maybe I was. Even those nomadic werewolves in the stories Sarissa talked about never hunted a hardskull bull alone, unless it was Garstrauda. But that just meant this was the ultimate test. At least if I failed, the others would be off the hook. They'd know that I was a lost cause, and they wouldn't return to Wolf Bridge. Corin would sneak Trace and Air's mother out of Wolf Bridge somehow, or something. I didn't know. Maybe it was just wishful thinking. But this was all I could do. If I couldn't take down this bull on my own, I really was worthless to them. All of them. The bull let out a roaring moo that was a lot more terrifying than I could possibly describe. The sound carried and resounded in an amplified echo off the rocks and nearby cliffs. I had to crane my neck to look up at the beast. The single horn on his head was sharp and glinting white-blue in the moonlight, but not for long. Shadows painted the landscape in an ominous darkness as the light from the moon and stars was eclipsed by a cluster of gray clouds. I activated my moonlight reserves, concentrating it in my eyes so I wouldn't be left blind. It was time to make a move. I was tired of waiting. So was he, because he charged. I stood my ground, never taking my eyes off the target. I concentrated moonlight into my feet, legs, and arms and let it flow through the rest of my body to a lesser extent. I still didn't move when the bull was almost on top of me. Then, at the last second, when he brought his gigantic head down to cut through me with his sword blade horn, I grabbed the horn at the base, cutting my hands. I ignored the pain as I tightened my grip, roared, and threw the beast over my head. He landed with a thud right on his ridged back, digging into the earth a few feet deep thanks to his weight. Shit. My hands stung and my back ached. I hurriedly healed them with my moonlight. The beast wheezed and struggled to roll back onto his hooves. I shed my clothes and shifted. White fur speckled in gray sprouted from my dark skin and coated my entire body as I landed on all fours, digging my back claws into the earth. I concentrated moonlight into my jaws so I'd be able to dig through the bull's hard muscles and rib cage with ease to snap his heart right out of his chest. It was important I finished him in this form because facing the king of Wolf Bridge would mean fighting in our moonlight forms. The bull was still struggling when I ran forward, teeth bared and snarling. The bigger they were, the harder they fell. Maybe hardskulls weren't that big of a deal after all. I leaped into the air, diving for his large barrel chest when his forelegs swung forward and hammered my rib cage. Damn bull was baiting me. My vision burned white when I hit the ground and skidded backward a few feet. I couldn't breathe. I struggled to my paws and heaved. Then I coughed up blood. He broke a few of my ribs. I concentrated moonlight to the source of pain, weaving my insides back together. If I had to keep healing wounds like this, I was going to be out of moonlight in no time. The bull roared, suddenly standing and charged for me again. At the last second, I veered to the left. I kicked back on the ground and smashed into his side, offsetting his balance. I wasted no time ramming into him again, charging myself with even more moonlight to make sure it hurt and knocked him over. I latched my jaws onto a flailing foreleg at the joint just above his hoof, dug in my claws and yanked. Thanks to my moonlight, I dislocated his foreleg at the shoulder joint. He wouldn't be charging me again. He squealed like a pig as he writhed. I should have jumped back, but I was determined to rip his foreleg clean off. My jaws were locked, and that was my second mistake. I thought I was safe since his back legs couldn't reach me and his other foreleg was bound by the weight of his body. But the bull was ruthless. Somehow, by using his horn and his trapped limbs, he flipped over, right on top of me. I yelped as the weight of his body crushed me into the ground, squeezing the air out of my lungs and threatening to break every bone in my body if I didn't reinforce my bones with my moonlight on full blast. I lit up like a blue bonfire. It was all I could do to keep from being crushed. Blood was oozing out of cuts I could barely feel because of the immense weight on top of me. If I couldn't think of a way out of this, all the bull would have to do was wait for my moonlight to run out, and I'd be a werewolf pancake. Why couldn't I find the strength to throw him off? Because I fucked up. I underestimated this beast's resolve to keep his herd safe, and now I was going to be smothered to death. Pathetic. Did I think that was good? Or did I go into this planning to lose? Maybe I could get him off of me. Maybe I didn't want to. The gray clouds cleared without pouring rain or summoning lightning, revealing the moon and stars. I wondered if this would be the last time I saw the night sky. Then, out of nowhere, black streaked into the night. The bull jerked when it blasted into him. The shock reverberated through him and into my own body. But the pressure was gone. He wasn't crushing me anymore. I got on my paws and ran forward before looking back at the bull to see him once again planted on his back. A black wolf stood on his chest, teeth bared, trails of blue fire coming off her fur and out of her mouth. Her vibrant eyes found me, shades of blue cascading through them. Sarissa. She jumped off the bull when the shock wore off, and he was once again thrashing wildly. One foreleg was limp and useless, swinging around like a boneless chunk of flesh. The cows were mewling down the mountain behind us, distressed. They'd likely turn into a stampede any second now. 3 other wolves I knew very well rushed in to help, biting at the bull, corralling him, keeping him on his back. They all came for me, but I didn't want them here. I was putting them in danger. But they came for me. I growled out my frustration. The cow's mewling was getting louder. I either killed this bull now or we turned tail with nothing to show for this. I had maimed him already. Not finishing him off would be an insult. It would be cruel. I had already been cruel enough, selfish enough. It was time to finish this. I exchanged looks with Sarissa, hoping she'd understand what I was about to do. She seemed to because she mirrored my hunched-down position and bolted forward the same time I did. She went straight for the bull's chest as Air, Roderick, and Todd kept him busy. I tore into him with moonlight-reinforced teeth at the same time she snapped his damn horn right off the base of his skull like it was nothing, like it wasn't as hard as fucking diamonds. My teeth hurt just thinking about it as I tore through the bull's heart, rendering him motionless once and for all. The cows mewled and squealed in alarm, followed by the thundering of hooves. I howled to get my pack's attention and pointed my nose toward the rotor I parked up the mountain. I didn't want to leave it to get crushed, and I didn't want to waste more moonlight by running all the way back to Howling Sky. It seemed like the best option. I dashed forward, intending to take the lead, but Sarissa was much faster than I was, even with the hard skull horn clamped in between her teeth. The thundering of hooves grew louder, but there was no time to look back. We'd either make it, or we wouldn't. Every second counted. When we were close to the vehicle, each of us shifted mid-run. Todd nearly toppled over since he wasn't used to this, but he caught himself, thank the gods. Sarissa dropped that big-ass horn half inside the cargo bed since it was too big to fit snugly, and we all piled in through the doors, adrenaline on high. Todd hopped into the front and twisted the key in the ignition. The rotor roared to life and the tires squealed against the earth and kicked up dirt. Then we were off at top speed, making our way back to traveled roads instead of plowing through grass and rocks. Thanks to the rocky mountainous terrain, the cows got split every which way, and Todd was a good driver. Within minutes, it was safe to say we were in the clear. Aside from Todd, the rest of us had ended up in a haphazard position. Air, Roderick, Sarissa, and I were in the back of the rotor with no one in the front beside Todd. We were a tangle of limbs and skin and sweat and dirt and blood. I didn't know who I was touching where. "What are you doing in the back?" Air demanded as he shoved me, trying to get into his seat, which I had apparently stolen. He ended up going for the middle. "You never sit in the back. We were expecting you to go for the front." "Crawl in front, Sarissa," Roderick demanded as he shoved Air. "You're on top, and you're the smallest. It'll be easiest for you." Instead of doing that, Sarissa crawled over each of our laps when we had managed to sit somewhere. She stopped when she had reached me. Then she sat down, straddling me, knees to either side of my hips, one pressing against the door of the rotor, the other pressing against Air's thigh. She inched forward until the heat between our legs came into contact with my suddenly eager cock. Gods, she was soft, wet, and hot. I thought I was going to die. And then she started lecturing me.
Caspian, what in the hell were you thinking?
She growled, fingers curled on my shoulders. I could hardly focus on her words because of the way she was touching me. There was nothing but bare skin. It was the best feeling, but I was also acutely aware of everyone else around us, and I didn't know what to think. I couldn't think.
We are going back to Babaga. We are going to do what she says so you can defeat Philip without question. No more of this running away and doing stuff on your own. You heard her. We have to do this together.
Sarissa's eyes softened and her lips quivered.
You can't run off like that. How am I supposed to keep you safe if you do that?
She took my face in her hands, cupping my cheeks, making sure I was looking right at her.
I love you, Caspian. Each one of you. Don't leave me.
She bit her lip and her eyes shimmered with tears. She must have been fighting to hold them back. She brushed my face with her fingers before reaching over to Air and Roderick. They each took one of her hands as she twisted in my lap. I was sure she hadn't intended to, but the action hit me just right. Gods, I could almost be inside of her. I was buried in the wet folds of her sex. I couldn't stop the involuntary shudder that racked my body.
You can count on me, she said. Trust me. I won't let you down, I promise.
We do count on and trust you, Sarissa, Air said quietly. I think I speak for all of us when I say I'm not really sure what we would do without you anymore. It's amazing we functioned at all before you ended up with us. We were always on the verge of self-destructing. Good words, Air, Roderick agreed. Sarissa righted herself on my lap, easing back only slightly to relieve the tension she must have felt too. Her eyes were dilated. I suppressed another shudder and said what needed to be said. I'm sorry for making you worry. I don't know what I was thinking. That wasn't true. I did. Sarissa moved forward again and kissed me gently on the lips.
Stay with us, Caspian. All of us. It'll work out, you'll see.
I kissed her back. My hands involuntarily went to her hips. I needed to be inside of her, to move against her. My gums were burning. I could taste the crackling energy of moonlight on my tongue. My body was begging me to bite her, to seal her. You're not playing fair, I said, my voice strained. You can't make demands while kissing me and sitting naked on top of me. I'll say and do anything you want like this.
Then say it. Say you'll stay with us.
I'll stay with you. I buried my face into her shoulder and confessed, I want to stay with you all more than you could possibly know. And so you left? Air chided. Don't do that again, Caspian. Next time you run off like that without saying anything, I'm going to punch you in the fucking balls. You're covered in blood again. I rested my head back against the seat and caught Air glaring at me from my peripheral. His eyes were blazing blue. I swore I could almost sense something, emotion coming from him and into me, anger, concern. Maybe I was remembering the pain screaming out from him when Gala slit my throat and almost killed me. Pain. I definitely felt it from him then because of Sarissa connecting us all, but he hadn't been hurt. Was he really that worried about me? He grabbed my arm, inspecting a place I had been previously cut on a rock or something when the bull had body-slammed me. I wasn't bleeding anymore. I had healed with moonlight, but he seemed to be intent on making sure of that. I didn't know what that touch meant. I didn't know why it made me irritated and relieved at the same time. Air didn't typically go out of his way to touch me. Thankfully, his hand was only there for a couple seconds and I could go back to only worrying about Sarissa on top of me with my aching dick pushing against her, begging me to move. Roderick bent over Air and smacked my shoulder. You're a better fighter than that, but you're always distracted. You could have taken that thing down on your own, but you didn't. You have the breeding. Stop hiding in your head already. And maybe stop attacking creatures you have no intention of finishing off. What are you talking about? I think you might be overestimating my breeding. And I had every intention of finishing that bull off. I did it, didn't I? He shook his head. Go on, keep lying to yourself. You hate killing. You'd avoid it if you could. It's like Babaga said, Todd interjected after being so quiet. We want to win? We have to work together. What happens after Caspian becomes King of Wolf Bridge? More trouble. If we're going to have any chance of surviving this change, we'll have to stick together, because it's going to be big, no matter how you look at it. This thing between us isn't really about thinking. It isn't about all the things I can pick apart with science. It's about feeling. It's about emotion. Not that I know much about that, but apparently I know more than you do. He smiled as he looked into the rearview mirror. I can feel you all right now. Now that he mentioned it, so could I. I could feel this invisible force tying us together, a thread that attached to all of us. It was warm, a collective relief, contentment in knowing we were safe together. And it wasn't just me. It wasn't my own wishful thinking. They felt it. They were glad I was safe.
Didn't you feel that the first time we connected, Caspian?
Sarissa's voice floated in my head like it had on that unforgettable full moon night. Maybe I did, but I wasn't ready to believe it. I wasn't ready to fully recognize it. For the first time since my mother's death, I was wanted. Maybe I was loved after all. I pressed my nose into Sarissa's neck, taking in her warmth along with this spiritual connection to everyone in the rotor. Maybe it was possible they needed me as much as I needed them.
Chapter 24. Sarissa. I grasped the blanket covering me. It was coarse but warm. One of the blankets we had brought with us to Howling Sky. I searched underneath it for the warm bodies I fell asleep between. I was at least hoping to grasp a shirt or pants or something attached to a warm body. We had all thrown on some clothes after we returned and before collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. I wouldn't have bothered getting dressed at all, but it was a bit cold. Now there was no one here but me wearing an oversized shirt. Letting out a tired groan, I opened my eyes. I was lying down on a lump of blankets, pillows, random bags, and supplies. The king's purple bed remained untouched in the center of the room. My father's bed. It was a thought I immediately dismissed as my mind returned to phantom fangs. My werewolves were nowhere to be seen. Dying light seeped into and through the curtains drawn over the glass doors leading out to the balcony. It was evening already. I slept most of the day away. Why hadn't anyone woken me up? Todd? I thought, trying to reach out to our connection. I could sense him, but it was a bit strained. Distance probably had something to do with that.
Busy.
His voice brushed across my consciousness, distant, distracted. Where are you?
Courtyard. Behind the castle. The moon mirror. Can't miss it.
After getting dressed in a tunic, breeches, and boots for optimal mobility, I went out to the balcony. I caught sight of phantom fangs sparring on a huge circular slab of fractured lunolite, what had to be the moon mirror, in the center of the courtyard, past the overgrown gardens. Babaga was on the sidelines, shouting. I rushed down the stairs to catch up to them. A few of the steps were missing, but I had no problem hopping over them.
Can you feel each other?
Babaga barked. I watched in wonder as phantom fangs dodged and slashed like leaves dancing in a spiraling wind. One would get close to landing a hit, but then the other would drift away like they had been caught in an updraft. And I understood why. As I watched them, I knew where each of them would move. It was mapped out inside of me as if I were making the decisions myself.
Look who decided to wake up,
Babaga commented. Her hazel eyes were dark like a storm. I spotted the hard-skull bull's horn lying against a half-standing lunolite bench outside of the moon mirror. It was probably 6 feet in length. It was solid bone that was much like and harder than most metals, and very heavy. I doubted I could pick it up without moonlight. I see you took my prize out of the rotor, I said.
You're lucky it stayed in the rotor. It wasn't tied down, and your drive up the mountain was rather reckless. But yes, it intrigued me. What are you going to do with it?
I shrugged. The bull needed to be put down after the damage Caspian did. He wouldn't have healed quickly enough on his own to take care of his herd, so Caspian killed him, and I took his horn, so the herd would be free to find a new bull. Now I'm the pack hero. Babaga laughed.
Then you'll forge the horn into a sword like the old tales. You could manage it under my instruction. There's a forge here that will work nicely once it has been fixed up. Your werewolves can help you. It'll be a good addition to your training."
I clapped my hands together. "Yes, please!" The brawling stopped, and Phantom Fangs joined us outside of the moon mirror. I could feel their eyes on me and the warmth radiating from them. It wasn't only Todd. He was the clearest, but we came to some sort of understanding last night. This was proof. I met each of their gazes in return, invisible sparks of energy heating the air. I liked it when I had their full attention. "Want to craft a gigantic sword that can only be wielded with moonlight?" I asked. I knew the answer without any of them having to say a word. I knew the answer without taking in the changes of facial expressions. They replied with the resounding yes.
"Can you feel them all?"
Babaga asked. I had a hunch she already knew the answer. "I can," I replied.
"Then join the fray, Sarissa. I'll have you all run errands for forging your sword soon after, including retrieving that poor beast's carcass."
I jumped into the large lunalite circle. Plants were growing through the cracks, little pink and blue flowers. It had probably been whole once, but now it was fractured many times over. Certain areas were nothing more than dust resembling snow. I gave Phantom Fangs the opportunity to join me, and then I struck quickly and suddenly, aiming for Roderick since I had a score to settle with him. My hit didn't land. I tried again, but it was just as unsuccessful. He smirked at me.
"Nice try."
I decided to go for air, but as soon as I made the decision, he knew he was my new target and dodged effortlessly.
"Impulsive,"
he teased. I was grinning like a fool. This was exhilarating, a new challenge. Maybe the only way to land a hit would be to team up and target only one. That would make dodging near impossible, right?
"That's cheating,"
Todd said.
"And I'll lose."
I laughed and got a smile out of him. I caught Caspian smiling at me, too. It was nice to see him smile after last night. He had been upset. Well, I wasn't exactly sure why he had been upset. I was glad he was content at the moment. There was a lot I didn't know about my werewolves, but I wanted to learn. I wanted to know everything about them. None of us teamed up in the end, but we went at each other for a solid 20 minutes without anyone succeeding at landing a hit. I hadn't felt this refreshed in days. I had been constantly plagued by this need to join my other werewolves. My body needed to be sealed. Todd wasn't enough. Though he had made it bearable, the ache was everywhere. This was the worst game I had to play with patience yet, and my werewolves seemed oblivious to it, outside of Todd. Maybe because they didn't want to see it.
"All right,"
Babaga announced, clapping her hands.
"That's enough. I've seen all I need to see. You've passed the first stage. The hard part is going to be keeping up this level of resonance. You may be feeling perfect and happy right now, but emotions change like the wind. You'll have to learn to weather the storm. Now let's eat breakfast so you have plenty of energy for what's coming."
The corners of her lips quirked up into a crooked smile.
"I'm going to run you ragged."
Todd. Babaga meant what she said. I hadn't been sure what to expect, but I hadn't counted on being so sore and tired that I often chose to sleep over excavating remnants of Howling Sky's tech. But that turned out to be a useless endeavor anyway. Howling Sky really was tech-free after the tech ban. Maybe if they hadn't been so stubborn in their power as werewolves, they could have combated the vampires with equal or better tech. Instead, they chose to live by the ban after the Hellfire strike without any intention of ever going back to tech, and that decision cost them their lives. My eyelids felt like sandpaper scraping against my eyeballs these days. We worked constantly, aside from sleeping at night. If we weren't combat training, we were meditating or we were working on our trophy. Sarissa hadn't come up with a name for the monster sword we were crafting yet. She'd said she'd name it when it was finished. The routine to get to this point was rigorous. The witch knew everything. I didn't know much about the werewolves who had lived the nomadic pack lifestyle, but Baba Ga acted like she did. She had specific instructions for the horn, like she had crafted hard skull swords herself many times over. First came the materials. She sent us back to where we took down the bull to haul his carcass to Howling Sky. She had us skin his hide to make a proper sheath. We carved up the meat and dried a lot of it while Baba Ga preserved the rest in an ice box with enchanted ice that never melted. I was still trying to figure that one out. Then we set aside the bull's bones because Baba Ga said we would be using them later. After that, the witch sent us out to hunt a collection of other minerals and metals to melt alongside the horn to make an even stronger base for the sword blade. We poured the mixture into a huge mold we made to keep the length and width of the original horn. Wielding this thing would require moonlight, and so did making it. We tempered the concoction with precise heat levels, even though we were using a temperamental old forge. I thought it was nerve-wracking. Sarissa was thrilled. Apparently, this was exactly like the fairy tales she had grown up on, down to the tiniest details. I was glad it made her happy. It also gave me plenty to think about in terms of new materials for weapons when we got back to Wolf Bridge. This synthesized metal was solid. It was unfortunate hard skull horns were not easy to come by. Our blade was mostly finished. It was a bright white with thin blue veins crisscrossing along it. Attaching the hilt was all we had left to do. We were 8 days away from the next full moon. It had been 13 days since we started working with Baba Ga on this sword. We were moving incredibly fast. Considering everything, mining items and training all at the same time. We did a fair amount of floundering, too. It wasn't like we knew where all the materials Baba Ga wanted could be found. Even though she could give precise instructions when she wanted to, she often gave us simple directions and let us figure it out from there. Everything was about team building, and it was working, so I couldn't complain. Besides, I liked letting my brain work in new ways. Most of our physical training was hand-to-hand combat, but Baba Ga also had us carve out our own 6-foot-long wooden swords to practice with, so we'd have an idea of how to wield our new hard skull sword. We had to use our moonlight sparingly to get the most out of it. None of us had become experts, but we had come 1,000,000 miles from where we were before. Swordplay, specifically this heavy-handed style of it, was an outdated skill. I would have been the first to admit that I thought this loss was a mistake. I was no combat expert, but I could see how this moonlight and sword combo could make one fierce warrior. Guns didn't solve everything, neither could tech itself. There had to be a brain behind the tool, skill. Besides, swordplay brought new insight into hand-to-hand combat, which was very important given Caspian's current situation. I was curious to see where all of this new knowledge would lead us, and I wondered if Baba Ga already knew, not that she saw fit to tell us if she did. I'd been trying to explain her uncanny knowledge and power. I tried to attribute it to years of experience, and while that was true to some extent, it just didn't explain everything, like the never-melt ice. I was always indifferent toward witches. I thought of them more as something born from superstition. After spending almost an entire month with Baba Ga, I couldn't say that so strongly anymore. She had power I couldn't explain, and I had no idea how old she was or even what species she should be classified as. Maybe witches were a different species entirely.
You'll never figure it out, Todd, so stop wasting your brain power on it.
Baba Ga whacked the back of my head with this stupid cane she carved out of the leftover wood from our training swords.
Pay attention. You're going to ruin the hilt.
Shit, I whispered, taking care to ease back on the heat that was making the bone, metal, and leather combination bow against the blade I was attempting to weld it to while resisting the urge to rub my head. I hated how she seemed to be able to read minds on top of it all. "I'll take over," Ayers said, and I gladly let him. Usually, this was my place to shine. I did a lot of the work, but I was exhausted. I needed a minute to clear my head. The sword was almost finished. I felt comfortable entrusting the final touches to the others. Once the hilt was attached, it would officially be an intimidating killing tool. It was already intimidating. I tried not to think about if it would be used in the future or if it would remain a trophy. I didn't know the tales of Garstrauda, but Sarissa made him sound like a werewolf war machine. He didn't sound like flesh and blood. I sat down on a rock and wiped the sweat from my brow. Then I rubbed the sore spot on the back of my head. I needed a haircut. I hadn't worn my beanie at all since we brought Caspian back. It got too hot, and I didn't care out here. And Sarissa liked my hair.
It's done!
Sarissa practically squealed. Moonlight blazed blue all over her and concentrated in her hands and arms as she lifted the 6-foot-long sword. It was slightly terrifying when she pointed it straight up into the sky. It sort of resembled the blue sky spotted with fluffy clouds, but it was harder than steel, and the edges were sharper than any knife. The air noticeably displaced when she moved away from us to take a swing. It was like it ate up the air and left behind a small vacuum in its place. I didn't quite know what it was doing, but I'd get a chance to study it later. And it might have just been Sarissa. She and Babaga had a habit of doing things I couldn't explain. Things that didn't make any sense but made the most sense at the same time. Roderick grinned. What a monster. What are we going to call it, little fighter? Also remind me never to cross you. Too bad weapons aren't permitted in the Alpha Challenge. The king would be reluctant to get close to you, Caspian. Just name it Garstrauda, Caspian said.
Garstrauda,
Sarissa whispered. Isn't that a little on the nose? Roderick asked.
I love it,
said Sarissa. Air shrugged. Well, that was easy.
Very good.
Babaga gave a stiff nod of her head. Sarissa swung the sword a few times. Then she stopped mid-swing.
Babaga, I was so happy to see you and wanted to know about everything going on in the woods that I forgot to ask something important. Why did you have me read all of those fairy tales? What was the point?
She returned to testing the sword, moving it in graceful arcs with her moonlight-reinforced arms, repeating the moves Babaga had engraved into our brains with wooden swords. The weight difference had no effect since Sarissa was compensating with moonlight. I wondered how quickly wielding it would eat up moonlight reserves. I knew it was at least 100 pounds.
I handpicked those stories so you could see Prime for the pieces that made it up, minus the bigotry, Babaga said.
Why?
Because I hoped you could see things with clear eyes, without bias. Do you?
I don't know.
Sarissa took another swing, aiming at a hefty branch of a tree. Garstrauda cut clean through it. It didn't even look like Sarissa was trying. That was one sharp sword. Would the blade ever need to be sharpened? Think it could stop bullets? I commented.
It's strong enough to withstand them,
Babaga said. And flexible enough it won't shatter if it's hit just right, and it's wide enough it could act as sort of a shield. With moonlight, you'd be able to keep up with a bullet's movements, but I wouldn't recommend it for newbies like us.
Gods, that's such a heroic image, though,
Sarissa exclaimed, starry-eyed. The image suits her, I thought. Her smile broadened. I hadn't intended to send that thought out, but I wasn't trying to hide it either. Sarissa probably heard it and let it go straight to her already very healthy ego. She raised her eyebrows at me and stuck out her tongue.
Someone going to help me sheath this thing?
A hero could do it herself, Caspian remarked. Sarissa hummed, sucking on her lower lip as she looked at her hand gripping the hilt and held out her other hand as far as it would go, gauging her arm span.
I think I need longer arms.
Sheathing it for storage means two of us working together if you want it done gracefully, I said. It's an impractical weapon. It's hard to transport. You'd have to be ready and have it drawn before a fight got serious. Plus, using it will sap your strength quickly.
All valid points,
Babaga agreed.
Hard skull horns are not typically good for a quick draw, but they wreaked plenty of havoc back in their day. Though not permitted in the Alpha Challenge, they kept rival packs in line, and other more dangerous enemies.
Like vampires, Caspian said.
Indeed.
Can a vampire wield one?
Sarissa asked.
In their stories, I never saw hard skull swords mentioned.
Not at this size and weight. They would have to break a hard skull horn down to much smaller sizes, usually. More often than not, a werewolf is stronger than a vampire when their moonlight is fully active. But if a vampire is well fed on human blood, or especially werewolf blood if they can get it, that line blurs. Blood for them is like moonlight for you. but some creatures have essentially more nutrition in their blood than others for vampires.
Caspian growled. Vampires would gladly take werewolf slaves over humans. Because you're better than us, Air said flatly. As far as a more nutritional blood source goes for vampires, yeah, I've heard stories. And you're more powerful. There was an edge to Air's voice that translated to a tight feeling in my chest. Air, I'm not trying to start a fight. No, you're just trying to remind us of who the superior species is. I didn't understand these two even when this spiritual or emotional thing connecting us was working, more or less again. Air liked to fight with someone. Since Roderick came clean about his involvement with the agitators and chose us instead, he was no longer Air's primary target. Now it was Caspian. Caspian growled. Enough! What have I ever done to hurt you? It's like you're always trying to punish me for tethering you to me, but you wanted it. You begged me to do it, and I gave in. I didn't want to. I always liked you just the way you were. Air muttered something imperceptible, and Caspian's gaze went to the ground. I could feel our bond fluttering, these silver strands loosening and tangling instead of being pulled taut and clear. Roderick shook his head. So hard skull swords are hard to wield, but they're powerful as hell when in the hands of someone with moonlight reserves as big as Sarissa's. This whole thing has been very educational.
Yes,
Babaga murmured.
I would ask you all to use this power carefully. This power you share with Sarissa.
I'll only ever use my power for good,
Sarissa vowed solemnly. She looked over Air and Caspian with concern. Then she sent that same gaze to me and Roderick. She was so easy to read. She was so easy to understand. And she was probably the only one in this world who could say those words and mean them with the utmost sincerity. Chapter 25. Air. Meditating was the worst. We sat on the hard surface of the moon mirror at night, or in the overgrown grass during the day to practice it. Right now it was early in the night, so we were on the moon mirror. We were supposed to be still as death, eyes closed, visualizing these silver threads connecting us, according to Sarissa and Todd. It was meant to nurture the spiritual nature of Sarissa's claim, the part of her claim we needed to be at 100% between all of us for moonlight exchanging purposes, and it was what we struggled with the most. What I struggled with the most. I thought we had it down good enough. Sarissa could give each of us her moonlight and even expand the maximum amount of our reserves in the process without a problem, though the maximum amount we could hold always returned to our normal capacity once that one-time supply was passed on to another or used up. Sarissa hadn't come into this with any moonlight of her own because of what happened on the last full moon, and it turned out taking all of our moonlight reserves didn't even fill her half up. If she was full of moonlight and passed it all to Caspian, that would be all he needed to ensure he won the Alpha Challenge. It would work out fine because filling up on moonlight was a prerequisite to the Alpha Challenge, so both sides were at the top of their game. But Babaga insisted we all needed to pass around our moonlight as easily as Sarissa.
You want the best chance you can get, don't you?
She asked. She was about to lecture me again, I just knew it. Yes, I muttered, and reminded myself we only had 5 days until the next full moon. Less than that since we needed to leave enough time to get back to Wolf Bridge. Our time in Howling Sky, almost an entire month, had been a little bit like heaven, and a lot like a living hell for me. I took a deep breath as Caspian and I sat cross-legged across from each other, wearing tank tops and shorts to stave off the surprising heat that had plagued Howling Sky for the past few days. I tried not to fidget away from the cracks I was sitting on. At least the lunalight was cool. It didn't absorb the heat the way other surfaces did. Closing my eyes, I focused again on meditating. Meditating was the fucking hardest thing for someone with a restless mind like mine. I was making terrible progress transferring moonlight to anyone, but I hadn't managed to do it with Caspian even once. Roderick was basically a fucking professional at meditating, though he was having issues with Caspian too. Todd, the overachiever, was nearly as perfect as Sarissa. Caspian was doing fine to the most part. He still had a few hiccups to sort out every now and then, but it wasn't an issue for him giving moonlight to any of us. He was good at that. He was terrible with reception. Babaga acted like that had more to do with me and Roderick than it...
Let the story pause so your spirit doesn't have to. This music is for your restoration, and this audiobook is a gift to you.
Did him, but she still acknowledged it as an issue. Roderick and I couldn't transfer to each other either, usually.
Do it again,
Babaga instructed.
Air transfer your moonlight to Caspian.
I sighed as Caspian and I stood. I placed my hand on his bare shoulder, and we both went stiff as statues. A hand on the shoulder shouldn't have been a big deal, but it was awkward. There was a tense silence, and transferring, or attempting to, basically demanded we gaze into each other's eyes. I couldn't hold his gaze. What's wrong with me? I wondered. It was easy with Sarissa. She made intimacy of any kind easy. A kiss was the quickest way to transfer moonlight to her, maybe because it was all about feeling, like Todd talked about before. There wasn't much thinking involved.
Just kiss him already,
Babaga said with a wave of her hand.
This hand-on-the-shoulder thing is not working.
I withdrew my hand like I had just been stung. Hell no, I growled. I am not kissing Caspian.
If it was a matter of life and death, you still wouldn't kiss him? You're no closer than you have been for days.
Well, fuck this. Sarissa can take care of it.
You're a team. Sarissa is the center point, yes, but this claim, this bond, will quickly deteriorate if you can't all come to an understanding. You're straining. I thought you had figured something out when you fetched Caspian and brought him back to Howling Sky. You did, but you've hit another barrier, Air. Accepting Sarissa means accepting each other, not simply tolerating. Even when you're angry, even when you're trapped in self-loathing, you need to trust your pack.
Self-loathing? Roderick framed his mouth and stupid beard with his hands to amplify his voice and goaded, "Kiss him, Air!" Todd laughed nervously, staring at the ground. Sarissa watched with unbridled interest.
Keep hollering, Roderick, because you'll have to do this too if it works,
Baba Ga threatened. That shut the ex-agitator up fast. Caspian chuckled and shook his head, brushing the whole thing off. We just need to concentrate more, or less. We're thinking too much about it. I wanted him to shut up. I wanted them all to shut up. I knew all of my shortcomings already. I knew my brain was too busy. I knew everyone else knew it too. I knew I worried too much. I knew I was sharp and started fights over stupid things. I knew I was terrible to all of them except for maybe Sarissa. I ignored everything inside of me telling me no. I grabbed Caspian's shoulders and kissed him. The rasp of his scruff caught me off guard. He usually kept his face clean of any stubble, but we hadn't had much time to breathe out here. We were dirty, sweaty, tired. His lips were full and soft against mine. It only lasted a couple of seconds before Caspian pulled away in surprise, dark eyes wide. Did he always have those deep sapphire blue flecks in his eyes? Maybe it was moonlight. "Oh, look at that," I deadpanned. "It didn't work. Now that that's out of everyone's system, let's get serious again." But I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it at all. Baba Ga sighed in exasperation.
You have to mean it, or a kiss isn't going to do anything. You know this by now.
How do you mean a kiss? I kissed him, didn't I? Baba Ga bobbed her head.
Maybe you'd like to share how you feel in words, then. Your emotional constipation is the worst.
I balked. Emotional constipation? Caspian wiped at his lips with the back of his hand. He resembled a scared little rabbit cowering in front of a big bad wolf as he looked at me. It made me grin. I liked to see him flustered because he was always trying to be so perfect and werewolf. Sometimes it was nice to think that he wasn't. It made me feel like we were almost equal, and like I wasn't so fucking far out of his league, I should have never ever ended up where I was beside him. I swallowed, wondering how I'd put this into words when I had a hard time acknowledging or understanding these feelings more than half the time, because I hated werewolves for so long, because I had werewolves I actually cared about, because my sister was hurt by one, because my sister was in love with one. "I care about you, Caspian," I said slowly. "You're my best friend." They were hard words to say, but true. I want you to win, and I want you to take my moonlight to do it. We weren't touching at all anymore. Baba Ga said touch made this transfer easier, but my moonlight was activating regardless, leaking out of my pores in a strange mist and reaching out to the Phantom Prince. The mist condensed, resembling blue flames as it brushed his skin. He closed his eyes and allowed it to coat his skin in a thin film while slowly sinking back down into his own pores. It was working. I never said it before. I had never called Caspian my friend. I never said I cared. I hadn't realized how much I cared until Gala almost killed him right before my eyes. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think, and I was afraid to lose him. I could admit that to myself now.
Very good, Baba Ga said with a nod of her head. Honesty is the only way this will work.
Honesty? Roderick rumbled. Why didn't you just say so, witch? Baba Ga gave him a death glare I was proud to witness.
Because it's ridiculous I have to hold your hand so often. Open up. Count on each other. Your relationship was tenuous before, but you were still Phantom Fangs before Sarissa. You can't hate each other all that much.
Roderick shrugged. I hate feeling talks, but fine. I'll be honest too. He stood and walked over to Caspian. I've already sort of said this, and I know you can feel it because sometimes I can transfer moonlight to you, but let's just set the record straight, shall we? He pressed his hand down on Caspian's shoulder and grinned. Naive and kind-hearted prince, you're not allowed to lose because I've sacrificed everything for you. For all of you. You have the kind of heart that leads to the makings of a great king, and I truly believe that. I even saw that back when I was a rebel spy. I saw something great in you, but it was buried so deep I never thought it would break through like this. But it has. You're doing all of this work to make sure you win the Alpha Challenge, so you can change things. You're your own kind of werewolf. I believe in you, and I'm behind you 100%. That's a promise. Just like that, Roderick was able to transfer his moonlight to Caspian as well. Sarissa clapped her hands and grinned, eyes sparkling. The joy was clear enough to see, but it bloomed inside of my chest too. Everything had been turned up a notch, like this bond had been reinforced. Baba Ga was only worried about focusing on the spiritual side of Sarissa's claim, but mixing it with the physical, sealing Sarissa, was the way to bind it once and for all. Todd was proof of that. I could sense it. Nothing could break him and Sarissa, but the rest of us weren't there.
You're right, Air. But it wouldn't be as easy to break you off from Sarissa and each other as you think, even as you are now. The rest will come in due time,
Baba Ga said.
You needn't rush it.
I really wish you wouldn't do that. How is it you can read our minds better than we can read each other's?
I'm a witch.
I let it drop because she never answered things she didn't want to answer. So now Roderick and I can transfer moonlight whenever we feel like it?
With much more success. I won't lie and say it's a guarantee, but I'm satisfied with this. We would have gotten here much sooner if you three,
she pointed out me, Caspian, and Roderick,
weren't so stubborn when it comes to guarding your emotions.
Roderick snorted. Don't lump me in with them.
You've done well, considering,
Baba Ga amended.
Very well, I have one more thing I want you to do before you return to Wolf Bridge. Caspian, you must defeat me in a fight. Do that, and I'll consider this a complete success. But you don't have much time. The full moon will come again in 5 nights. Are you ready?
Caspian looked at each of us. Then he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were blazing blue with moonlight. It wasn't active. He didn't call on it. It was like Sarissa in her moonlight form. He was overflowing with it, holding more than his normal capacity. He was glowing, dark skin like the night sky backdrop to the 2 full moons of his eyes. Gods, he was something to look at. My heart sputtered and I ached. It was a deep ache, collecting over years, never allowed to surface. I'm ready, he said. We're ready, the rest of us echoed. Chapter 26. Caspian. Beating Baba Ga in a fight turned out to be the hardest thing I had ever attempted to do, and I wasn't even alone. Sarissa and Phantom Fangs were inside my head, living in my bones, and we still couldn't beat her. I was sore from all the time she had grounded me with her magic. Her attacks were relentless, and she had magicked several parts of the moon mirror to dust. There wouldn't be any solid lunalight left of it at this rate. It had only been 4 days since we started this, nothing compared to the time it took us to get to this point, but it seemed a lot longer because of how fucking sore I was. Moonlight would have helped, but I had depleted a ton of it with this training and needed to pull back. There was no way I could defeat Baba Ga without it. Tonight was our last chance. We needed to return to Wolf Bridge early tomorrow morning whether we accomplished this task or not.
Take a break,
Baba Ga said with a flick of her knobby fingers. Black sparks crackled in the air with the gesture. I shuddered, remembering those same sparks crackling and burning my skin earlier. It wasn't pleasant. It was sort of electric, sort of freezing, sort of burning. I didn't want to touch it again. I rubbed a new sore spot on my arm and joined the others in the tall grass. We huddled together, hoping to form a plan that would work this time. It doesn't matter how much moonlight I use, she always beats me, I said. Roderick, I need you to guide me. You know combat better than the rest of us. We've tried that, he growled. You never listen to a word we say. I try, I insisted, but it's impossible to implement it in time. Exchanging words doesn't work well in a fast-paced fight like this. I haven't had all the hand-to-hand combat experiences you've had, Roderick. I don't have your intuition. Yes, Air, even though I'm a werewolf. I didn't say anything, Air countered, but you were thinking it. Let's get back on task, Phantom Prince. I didn't know why his blue eyes made me shiver, but they did. They were like ice. Gods, I can't believe he kissed me. I sighed and said, We've been Phantom Fangs on missions together since 3 months ago now, and I've learned a lot from all of you. But you can't just transfer your skills and knowledge to me. We've tried that too.
But we kind of can, Sarissa said. You're constantly hearing our thoughts and our emotions. Instinct and intuition are just another branch off of that.
It all gets muddled when I'm in the middle of a fight. Maybe that's the problem, Todd said. You're listening too much. You need to treat instinct like instinct, intuition like intuition. Why does Todd have the answer to everything? Air asked. One of us has to, so go beat Baba Ga yourself. That's not beneficial. I chuckled, but it turned into a hysterical laugh. Gods, I was tired. Sarissa placed her hand on my back.
Let's do what Todd said.
Okay, but what about Baba Ga's magic? I asked, rubbing my eyes. Is there a way around that, Sarissa? You better not have been holding out on us.
I don't know, but we can only do our best, Sarissa said. We're out of time. We'll need to sleep before too much longer. If this exhausts you before the Alpha Challenge tomorrow, then it isn't beneficial at all.
All right, I said. Let's get it over with then. I broke our huddle and walked over to meet Baba Ga and what was left of the moon mirror once again. I was kind of mortified when she sent the first lunalite dust cloud flying, but it wasn't like we were going to do anything with the broken lunalite anyway, and it was kind of beautiful like this, literal stardust sprinkled all along the ground. It twinkled in the light of the nearly full moon, casting rainbows. I widened my stance, bare feet digging into the dusty lunalite. It was cool to the touch, almost like dipping my feet into a lake. I thought lunalite wouldn't be able to amplify moonlight in this state, but I felt it sinking into my skin anyway. A soft blue glow floating up from the dust, slowly swimming through the air to reach me and form droplets on my skin. It was reacting a lot stronger tonight since the moon was so close to full. I hadn't really noticed it before, but it made sense that we would have all been passively absorbing moonlight every night since coming to Howling Sky because there was so much lunalight around. That was why our moonlight didn't seem to drain much or at all when we had been using it and passing it around. I lamented the fact that the moon mirror wasn't whole, though. It would have given me far more moonlight, but anything helped. Maybe this little bit would be just enough to give me an edge.
Think you're ready for this?
Baba Ga asked. She pressed down on her wood cane to straighten her hunched back. Her old bones creaked. She never showed fatigue, but she had to be tired by now. I have to be ready, I said. This is the last chance we get.
Make it count, then.
I took a deep breath as Roderick called the fight to start. Instead of rushing for Baba Ga like I had been, thinking I'd take her with speed, I circled around her cautiously. It was time to fight differently because speed was no issue for her when she could lob magical sparks and wind at you from any direction. I tried to feel it out, to rely on my instincts, our instincts. I wasn't going to think this time. I would feel my way through it. I wasn't alone. Their warmth blanketed me, made me steady. It wasn't me against Baba Ga. It wasn't me against the king. We were in this together. We'd win together or we'd fail together. They accepted that. It was time I accepted it too. Roderick sent a thought my way. Don't let the fear of failure stop you, or you'll never give yourself a chance to succeed. Baba Ga stepped forward, holding out her hands as the fabric of her gray dress began whipping around in a sudden wind. I tensed, ready to run, but my body got unbelievably heavy. Lifting a foot and setting it back down to take a step left me sweating. I was sinking into the dust, into the ground. I blasted my moonlight. I hated when she did this. This intense gravity made my bones screech in protest. If I didn't counteract with moonlight, this magic would break them. Damn! I took another step forward, but I was going to collapse if she kept this up. Distract her, Todd thought. I didn't know how I was supposed to do that when I could barely move. Reaching where she stood a few feet away was like trying to span miles like this. Use more moonlight, Air directed.
In your feet, press off the earth,
Sarissa added. Instead of the delay that always followed when they tried to offer me advice like this, I reacted immediately. I didn't think about the change of flow in moonlight or where it needed to go. It was like they were doing it for me as a part of me. Gods, it was weird, but I let it happen. I let their decisions and ideas meld with mine, really meld with mine. Then it all happened in a blur. I pressed back into the lunalite dust and sprung forward, flying at the witch like a bullet. The whites of her eyes betrayed her surprise, but she flung me around with a gust of wind. I managed to gain traction again with my feet skidding on the dust and pressed forward, but she stopped me again by grabbing my wrist and pinching a nerve. I buckled down onto my knees as fire raced up my arm. I gritted my teeth out of ideas. Luckily, Roderick knew what to do next. He wasn't blinded by pain like I was and took control of my free hand. I landed a hit in the center of Baba Ga's stomach. She gasped and stumbled back. She actually stumbled, and she was still retreating. It was now or never. I activated all of my moonlight, every last drop Sarissa and my squad gave me, and focused it with instinct, intuition, with emotion. The blue flames licked everything within a 40-foot radius. I was a blazing blue ball of fire, and I moved as fast as lightning. But time slowed to the point I could see everything, react to anything. I created my own gale force winds. Lunalight dust picked up and twisted into a sandstorm. Babaga stumbled back. If I crashed into her like this, I'd kill her. I couldn't do that. "Keep going!" Babaga roared. A wall of black flashed a couple feet in front of her, faster than me, and I couldn't avoid it. I rammed into it, shattering it into little fragments that burned and sizzled into smoke. Then they exploded. Dust flew everywhere, lunalight white, earth browns and reds, blue and yellow lights. I landed on my hands and knees only a few inches back from where I hit the wall. The explosion hadn't touched me. But what about everyone else?
"We're okay,"
Sarissa shouted and coughed.
"Warn us next time you do that, though."
When the dust cleared, I was the only one standing in the moon mirror's remains. Babaga had been blown back into a tree. She was grumbling and brushing leaves away, but she seemed okay. Sarissa and Phantom Fangs were in a similar state, except they were piled on top of each other in the stagnant water of the largest fountain in the courtyard. Air had a lily pad on his head along with a peeved frog. The amphibian let out an undignified croak and hopped back into the water. I stifled a laugh, but I couldn't hide my smile.
"Now that's how you do it,"
Babaga wheezed. "Let me help you," I said, and rushed over to take her out of the tree. She was light as a feather. Was there anything to her? How was she alive? Her skin was like rice paper, transparent and grayish. Sarissa was standing next to us a second later, sopping wet and arms flailing.
"Babaga, are you all right?"
She carefully embraced the witch once I placed her back on her feet.
"Never better, dear,"
Babaga said, patting Sarissa awkwardly on the back.
"You're ready. You've succeeded in all of my lessons. Now you must rest, all of you, to leave bright and early in the morning."
"Thank you," I said. "I'm not sure we could have done this without you."
"You would have eventually. I only intervened because time is not on your side, werewolves. I fear you have an arduous journey ahead. I fear you will face great pain."
She turned her hazel eyes to the moon, and they flashed a milky white.
"Keep each other safe, and make my Sarissa happy."
"Sarissa's one of us," I said as the others gathered around. "We look out for each other." Sarissa smiled.
"My pack."
Pack, we all agreed. There would be no breaking us now. We could only grow stronger together. That was a promise. I couldn't afford to let them down again, because they were counting on me. Chapter 27. Todd. It was time. The sun was rising, and we had everything packed into the rotor's cargo bed with Garstrauda sheathed and tied safely on top. The blade sort of sat on the roof and cargo bed, so it wasn't dangling precariously outside of the vehicle somewhere, waiting to wipe out a tree or something equally as unsuspecting. We'd be back in Wolf Bridge sometime in the early evening. I almost didn't want to say goodbye to Howling Sky. I got used to the castle looking down on us, the lunalight, the quiet. I did miss the heart and all of my tech, though. I hadn't used much tech out here. It surprisingly wasn't terrible. I'd also grown used to hearing the thoughts and feeling the emotions of my pack. Lately, we were usually on a similar wavelength since we had been working hard toward the same goal. This morning was different. There was dissonance. I let it all brush by, but it was hard to do. Sometimes it was a nuisance knowing so much about each other, and we still didn't know everything. We couldn't know the specific details of what each other was thinking unless we wanted to share, and we learned how to mask some things so they weren't so loud and distracting. But this overall dissonance couldn't be hidden. We seemed to average at about 70% resonance. We were individuals, so much less than 100% resonance was to be expected. At 100%, nothing would be hidden. I glanced over my shoulder after double-checking Garstrauda was safe and secure. Everyone else was standing around idly near the front of the castle, waiting on Sarissa. She was on the lookout for Babaga. She had been for the last hour. We couldn't afford to wait much longer. We were already cutting it close, not figuring in the possibility of delays again. I knew saying goodbye was important to her. Baba Ga had been clear that we wouldn't see her again after this, but none of us had seen her since getting up this morning. Sarissa paced frantically, creating a prominent line in the grass. She was worrying her lower lip with her teeth. She was going to make it bleed. Should one of us stop her? Roderick asked. But there was no need. Sarissa stopped on her own. Something caught her attention down the mountain and among the rubble. It was a hunched-over figure with a cane hobbling toward us. Baba Ga. She hadn't disappeared after all. Sarissa ran down to meet her. She gingerly took the witch's arm and assisted her in the ascent until we were all standing together in a cluster at the foot of the castle. The witch was more haggard than normal. She looked older. The intense training she put us through must have taken its toll on her as well. Surely even witches died at some point. Immortals didn't exist in reality. Who was I kidding? I couldn't explain Baba Ga's magic no matter how hard I tried. I was fed up with the whole thing.
Todd,
Sarissa said with a frown. Sorry, just thinking, I murmured. I didn't mean anything by it. I was simply contemplating mortality.
You'll have to settle for a hard truth, Todd,
Baba Ga said, wheezing.
You'll never have all the answers to the world, and you're right. I'm getting old, but I still have much left to do.
It was one thing to get used to my pack's thoughts and feelings. It was another to get used to Baba Ga and her seemingly limitless power, like how she read my mind even though she wasn't linked to me. I frowned, and the witch smirked.
So you're all ready then?
Baba Ga tapped one of the rotor's tires with her cane.
I'm proud of how far you've come, each one of you. The future is in good hands.
Thanks, Baba Ga,
Sarissa said as she hugged the witch she considered her mother. Baba Ga hugged her back with both arms, a real hug. That was new. She tried to avoid touching if she could.
This is the last time we'll see each other, my sweet Sarissa.
Sarissa's hands and lips trembled. Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes.
Does it really have to be this way?
I'm afraid so.
I can't do anything to change it.
Not even you, Moonlight Child.
Then thank you,
Sarissa whispered.
Thank you for everything.
She clasped Baba Ga's hands in hers and sunk down to her knees, pressing her forehead against their hands as tears streamed down her cheeks.
I love you.
I love you too, my child. No more crying. There's no need for tears. You're ready now to see the world like you've always dreamed. You have the pack you've always longed for. Write your own story. Write your legend.
Sarissa looked up and squeezed Baba Ga's wrinkled hands.
I'll do it. With my pack.
Stay strong. Your hardships are only just beginning, but if you stick together, you'll get through them all. You've decided to meddle in the affairs of kingdoms. Tonight you face the Alpha Challenge and the King of Wolf Bridge. You've all created disruptions, and all eyes are on you. Potential targets, potential allies. Trust each other before anyone else.
She chuckled.
I'd tell you to run and never return to Wolf Bridge to save yourselves the heartache of pursuing such a path, but I know that some of you just can't help your meddling. I know that others have things they can't leave behind.
I would have gladly left with my pack, but I had nothing tying me down. And I didn't have the justice-centered moral compass Sarissa had.
Come now, Sarissa. Kneeling to an old withered woman like myself does not befit a princess.
Sarissa pressed her lips against the back of the witch's hands and then got to her feet.
I'll never forget you, and I'll think of you always.
As will I.
Sarissa's sadness put a weight on the silver strings connecting us. She needed us to hold her up, and we did. The threads didn't break. Even though they were fragile and invisible, they were powered by a cord that was, well, magical. One thread, multiple threads, loose or tight. It all depended on us.
May good fortune be with you, all of you,
Baba Ga said. Thank you, Baba Ga. I have no idea how to repay you, Caspian said, scratching the back of his head.
You make Sarissa happy. That's all I care about.
I hated to rush things, but it was time to go. We were cutting it close already, and I would feel better with at least a small time buffer. I went to the rotor, hopped into the driver's seat, and squeezed the leather steering wheel in my hands, determined to get everything right this time. This time, we would be on time. I wouldn't repeat the mistake we made when we had gone out to the Witch Woods to retrieve Sarissa a month ago. She suffered because of our unpreparedness. I wouldn't allow that again. A moment later, everyone else joined me. Caspian was at my right in the passenger seat. Roderick was directly behind me. Sarissa was next to him in the middle. Air was on the right. The silvery strings connecting us were putting out sparks, sizzling hot like fire.
"Let's beat the king,"
Sarissa said. "Let's beat the king," we repeated in a solemn vow. I started the engine and got us moving down the road. But then, for the first time since getting so strong together, for the first time since Babaga's training and getting to this point of feeling like we were possibly unbreakable, something snapped. Caspian faltered. This intricate web of strings that made our bond, twisting and binding layer upon layer, grew slack as if one thread were unraveling them all. All it needed was a good tug and everything we built would be for nothing. It was there and gone in an instant. I almost wondered if it had been my imagination. The sticky residue from that flickering doubt stayed in the back of my mind as we pressed forward, though, like a drop of oil floating in crystal clear waters. We were tainted. Chapter 28. Roderick.
"Roderick, wake up!"
Sarissa was calling me. If that wasn't a good incentive to wake up, I didn't know what was, and I wasn't tired to begin with, but long drives would always put me to sleep. I figured it was better to conserve energy and get some rest than to sit there and do nothing when I wasn't in charge of driving. Todd was still at the wheel. A quick glance out the window told me we were in Wolfbridge, close to the castle. Tans, dark blues, orange reds, standing buildings, and the citizens alive and well. It was a nice sight to see after spending so much time in a kingdom graveyard. Wolfbridge Castle was coming up fast. The top of its tower was cut off by the roof of the rotor. Sarissa placed her hand on my thigh.
"Have a nice rest?"
she asked. "Sure," I said. "We parking in the garage?" The guards at the east gate instructed Todd to drive up and park at the front of the castle, Caspian replied. "King's orders. Can't wait to see us, huh?" I sneered. "Something like that," Ayers said. He was staring out his window, insides wound up tight. I'd be the first to admit that I didn't enjoy sharing his constant anxiety, but it was insightful. I kind of understood how he worked now, and why he was such a fucking mess. I wondered if he had gotten any sleep. Unlike me, he looked ready to pass out. The dark circles under his eyes were out of place on the golden boy. Caspian was tense about something but otherwise fine. Sarissa was quiet and still. Todd was as exhausted as air, but it was his own damn fault for insisting on driving the entire way. He let out a relieved sigh when he parked the rotor in front of the castle. "Job well done, driver," I said. Todd just nodded his head, and I realized he hadn't replaced his beanie. There was messy fire-red hair everywhere. Had he finally outgrown the thing? That would be a change, but a good one, I thought. "Everybody out," Caspian said, exiting the rotor first. The rest of us stayed a moment longer, exchanging looks. None of us said it, but something was off. Air got out next, but he didn't go far. A couple of guards emerged from the castle, and Air had his sights set on one of them in particular. He was one of the soldiers we took with us when we went to get Sarissa back from the vampires, the same one Air had obsessively been giving the stink eye at the time. This was Corin. Air's infatuation with him made sense now, after hearing what Sarissa said about this werewolf and Air's sister. Seeing him brought out more of Air's anxiety. Aside from that, in his young age, Corin didn't look particularly interesting. Light skin, hair black like raven feathers, dark eyes, a typical werewolf as far as his muscular physique was concerned. That off feeling grew. Our bond was being strung tight. I could almost hear the threads snapping under the strain. Babaga was confident in us and our resonance when we left. I wondered how disappointed she'd be now. We spent half a day away from her, and we were already breaking apart. Was nothing sacred? I knew the answer to that. Nothing was sacred as a mortal. We were imperfect at best, The fact that we could function on a fraction of the same wavelength was damn impressive. If we were forced into crisis mode, we'd jump back to our highest rate of synchronization. That was how we worked. When it came down to it, we had each other's backs. No need to worry, I thought. It would have been great if we could all keep our shit together until after the full moon banquet, though. "We're to escort you to the throne room," the young guard informed. "That is unnecessary, Corin," Caspian replied. "But if it's all the same." "The king wants you to escort us." "Yes. Lead the way, then."
"Don't touch my sword,"
Sarissa warned the soldiers guarding the castle's entrance. She folded her arms, and her lower lip protruded from her top in an epic pout. She sure was protective of the damn thing. We made our way through the familiar Wolf Bridge Castle. It was a mostly long and silent procession across dark blue carpet as we made our way to the throne room. The warm tan foundation of the castle was kind of a welcome change from all of the cold lunalight and howling sky. Not that the stuff wasn't extraordinary, but there had just been so much of it with only rare purple velvets to break it up every now and then. It got tiring. The silence among us persisted even after the doors to the throne room were opened wide to reveal the king waiting on his throne, his elbow resting on the throne's silver arm, his head propped up by his hand and his bloodshot eyes staring straight ahead. His silver crown was crooked and threatened to slide off his black curls. I'd never seen the king sit any other way but straight as a fucking board. I had never seen him alone either. He was always busy with someone in the throne room or taking care of business elsewhere. As far as I knew, he never spent a moment in silence waiting for anyone. "Cutting it close," the king drawled. Was he drunk? He always spoke crisply, with perfect enunciation, but his words were slurred. "I thought you might have run away, Phantom Prince. The full moon's in a few hours." He didn't change his position. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his face was gaunter than I remembered, lost in the forest of his beard. In fact, I remembered his face had been quite full before, proud and strong. Then there was the tone of his voice. It was the most jarring difference. It always had this sort of warmth and confidence to it. Charisma. That was it, the thing all great kings, or at least powerful kings, shared. His voice was nothing like that now. It was cold and dead. He hadn't opened with the usual verbal pleasantries either, the fake pleasantries. The way he spoke to Caspian now reflected the way I figured he felt about him ever since stripping him of his title as a Prince of Wolfbridge. "Will you withdraw your challenge, Caspian?" the king asked. We hadn't even reached the head of the throne yet. Impatient much? I watched Caspian for cues on how we should greet the king when we reached him. Usually we bowed, but maybe the situation had changed because Caspian didn't bow. My heart fluttered like a bird trapped in my chest. It was uncomfortable and made no sense, until I realized it wasn't my heart at all. It was Caspian's. "I will not. We will proceed as planned," Caspian said. The king lifted the limp hand that was resting on his thigh to signal us away. "So be it." I fought back growling. I was annoyed with his posture, his mannerisms. He couldn't be bothered to sit up straight when speaking to us for the last time. Caspian gave me this look because of course he could feel my rage. Rarely had he looked at me like this. Moonlight was blazing in his eyes, reminding me of my position, reminding me of who made me, my alpha. I nearly buckled as this immense weight came toppling down on me and forced me to show my neck in submission. "I'm not going to do anything," I thought to reassure him. "I won't jeopardize this." Caspian blinked, and the moonlight was gone. My tightened muscles relaxed, and I let out a silent breath through my nose. Where had he gotten more moonlight? Hadn't he blown everything we had fighting Babaga? But I was forgetting about all of that damn lunalight and howling sky. So much of it everywhere up there. So fucking much. "The Alpha Challenge will take place tonight during the full moon banquet," the king concluded. "Guards, make preparations." The guards all pressed their right hands to their hearts and gave flat-backed bows like they only had one joint to bend from. The guards made a hasty exit, leaving us with the king. Was he going to dismiss us too, or keep us here all day? He kept staring at Caspian as if he was trying to see something, but just kept seeing right through him instead. My heart stuttered. Caspian's heart stuttered. Caspian cleared his throat, pressed his right hand to his heart, and gave the same perfect bow as the guards. Sarissa folded her arms in defiance along with the rest of Phantom Fangs. "I'll see you tonight, then, my king," Caspian said. When he righted himself, he didn't look at the king. He whipped around and turned his gaze to the doors and began walking, leading the way out without waiting for a dismissal, without waiting for us. This wasn't good at all. The Phantom Prince was breaking.
Chapter 29. Sarissa. Air and I were wandering through the castle waiting. Caspian had said he needed to do something by himself, but we had our doubts about that. I could sense his presence somewhere inside of the castle if I tried hard enough, so that meant he wasn't trying to hide whatever he was doing. We all knew something was wrong, though he wouldn't open up and say it. I was hoping he'd come around on his own, but it wasn't promising. The sun was already beginning to set. Air and I said we'd take care of this, so Roderick and Todd were unpacking our things back at the lair, taking good care of Garstrada, preparing for tonight. Maybe Todd was coming up with new tech. Maybe Roderick was sneaking in another nap. We were all trying to give Caspian space, but it was beginning to look like one of us was going to have to pull him by the skin of his teeth and set him straight. I tapped my fingers against my folded arms as I leaned on a wall next to Air in one of the many castle halls. Exploring the heart or the tower would have been a lot more interesting, but Caspian was somewhere in the main body of the castle. We were staying close. A couple guards emerged from around a corner. One of them I recognized. "Corin!" I shouted and waved.
"Princess,"
he said with a nod of his head.
"What can I do for you?"
He gestured the other soldier to continue on his way. "Anything interesting happen while we were gone?" I asked, since we hadn't gotten to talk earlier.
"Everything's been fine, quiet since you left. The humans are fine, well-fed and taken care of. New housing plans have been made and construction is going double time. Orderly quiet everywhere you look. A typical day in Wolfbridge."
He glanced at Air.
"You should visit your family. It's been a month. They'll be happy to have you back."
"I will," Air said. "But right now, I'm waiting for someone." Waiting for Caspian, I thought. Air gave a subtle nod of his head. "Well, I'm not waiting anymore. I'm going to find him." I pushed off against the wall, and Corin took a step back, head cocked. "I've got something I need to do," I said, mirroring Caspian's words.
"Until tonight, then, Princess."
Corin bowed. I touched his shoulder. There wasn't a wrinkle on his crisp dark blue uniform. No need to bow to me. With that, I dashed down the hall and zeroed in on Caspian's thread of our bond. I imagined tugging on that moonlight string. I even held out my hands and imagined holding on to it as I moved forward. I could feel it. It grew warm in my hands like iron being heated over a flame. I cut corners without stopping to think about it. As the thread became hotter, I knew I was getting closer. I made it to a lonely hall that was familiar. It had the same ornate silver fixtures holding glowing light bulbs and the same dark blue carpets, but everything was subtly grander. There was one more swirl in the sweeping designs carved into the doors. When I had stayed in this castle, my room was located in the same hall. I hadn't noticed that each door had its own unique symbol before, though. I couldn't remember which door my room had been behind, so I didn't know if it was the one the thread led me to or not. It wasn't locked, so I let myself inside. When I closed the door behind me, I was plunged into darkness. I dipped into the cold moonlight puddle resting in my core and used the little bit I had absorbed before leaving Howling sky to enhance my eyesight. My vision flashed blue before it cleared, and I saw a figure on the canopy bed. I walked closer to get a better angle. It was Caspian, just like I knew it would be.
"This was my room when I lived in the castle,"
he said, without looking up. The thread leading me to him burned and then cooled as it went slack. The room was untouched and rather empty aside from the expensive furniture. Everything was coated in definite layers of dust, Curtains were drawn over the glass doors leading to the balcony. It seemed like a waste. They were blocking out the light of the full moon. It wasn't perfectly aligned yet, but it was still beautiful. I pulled the curtains back, disturbing a mountain of dust while allowing soft blue moonlight to stream through. I held my breath so I wouldn't inhale the debris. Once the dust had settled some, I took in a deep breath. I didn't need moonlight to enhance my eyesight anymore, so I let the last drop slip away into my core and lie dormant. Next, I opened the glass doors. The spring breeze was crisp and refreshing. It even sucked the dust away. But I did end up sneezing as it all rushed out. Caspian was quiet as ever, sitting perfectly immobile. I hated the despondent look on his face. I wanted to see those sapphire flecks in his eyes, to see them tumble and swirl, but they were covered in shadow, with his chin tucked into his neck. His hands were clasped in between his legs as he sat on the edge of the bed, staring unseeingly at the floor. I sat down next to him on the dark blue duvet and leaned into his side. When he didn't lean back, I crawled behind him and rubbed his stiff shoulders. He curled in on himself, retreating like a snail when its shell is touched. "Lie down," I said. "You need to loosen up. At this rate, you're going to explode." He stayed statue still. I leaned forward, hands still on his shoulders, and turned my head to get a look at his face. "What's wrong, Caspian?" He was shutting down, saying nothing, and I couldn't read any of his thoughts. I could only feel the depth of his sorrow like a chasm opening and widening between us, taking us farther away from each other. Even my constant aching need was absent. I had gotten pretty good at ignoring it, but this was different, like my body was reacting to Caspian's needs. "You can't do this. Not now," I growled. I sat beside him again, took his cheeks in my hands and turned his head to face me. His eyes stayed downcast. "We've come so far. If you do this now, what was last month for? What if we can't give you our moonlight? I can't lose you to Philip, Caspian. Why are you giving up on us?" Then I noticed the shimmering underneath his long dark eyelashes. A drop of silver moonlight fell from his eye and slid down his cheek. "Caspian," I whispered.
"I don't want to kill my father, all right? I don't want to fight him at all."
He wiped the tear away. "So don't kill him. Show him and everyone else what kind of king you will be, one full of mercy. Make Philip submit and spare his life." I put a hand underneath his chin and tilted his head up gently so that he had no choice but to look at me.
"That's not how the Alpha Challenge works,"
he said. "I know that, but you can change the rules. We're all behind you." "This will work," I sighed. "You love your father even though he doesn't treat you well. I don't know the whole story. I don't know what Philip is thinking because I don't know him. I don't know if things can ever be how you want them, Caspian. But if you feel it's best not to kill him, I will follow your lead. I trust you. Trust me. Trust all of us, and this will work. I know it." He took in a shuddering breath.
"Sarissa, you asked about Dinez before, but we didn't give details."
He held out his hands and stared intensely at the lighter color of his palms.
"He was isolated, removed from all the other vampires. He had awful things to say about his own kind, and then he asked us to kill him. I would have preferred it if he had fought us, but he didn't, and we did kill him. I killed him. It's been haunting me ever since because I don't know if it was right or not. For so long I wanted to get back at the vampires, to exact revenge. They killed my mother. I thought it would feel good, but it didn't. It doesn't."
My heart ached for him. I wanted nothing more than to take away his pain. I kissed away another tear rolling down his cheek. I let my lips linger on his skin. "You are good and kind, Caspian. If you're looking for my forgiveness, you have it. It seems like you've been punishing yourself long enough. Maybe it's time for you to let this go. Or maybe you want to confront the Queen of Vampires yourself. You aren't trapped. You have choices, After tonight, you won't have to follow the orders of your king anymore. I love you, and I'll listen to anything you want to say. Don't forget that. Let me know you." Suddenly, Caspian was on his feet. He took my hands and brought me up with him, surprising me. He gripped my shoulders, bent down and kissed me fiercely. I closed my eyes and kissed him back. He was being forceful, making me move back step by step as he pushed forward until my back hit one of the bed posters. The need in my body came roaring back. My breasts were sore. My sex throbbed. Caspian touched my jaw and slid his fingers down to my neck, then to my collarbone, taking the collar of my shirt down as he did. I thought he might rip through my shirt when he met resistance, but he settled for moving his hand to my breasts with the clothing barrier intact. I reached up, hands lingering on his strong jaw and feeling the smooth skin. He had shaved. He was getting pretty scruffy during our time in Howling Sky. Now that we were back in Wolfbridge, he felt it was time to keep up appearances once again. My hands wandered down his muscular neck to the little dip between his pectoral muscles as I tugged at the collar of his shirt. When I couldn't go any further, I withdrew and laid a hand flat against his heart, feeling through the light fabric of his shirt. I had to close my eyes again. I was used to the spiritual bond between us. It had a chance to grow and grow under Babaga's training, but she hadn't encouraged the physical side of my proposal to take root. I hoped Caspian would keep touching me. I hoped he'd take me. I didn't know if my body could wait anymore. Caspian found the hem of my shirt, lifted it up, and revealed my stomach. He lowered his hands until they were at the edge of my pants and teased there, burying his fingers just inside. I wanted him to go lower. My breath caught in my throat when he undid the first button and reached lower, just grazing the heat in between my thighs through the fabric of my underwear.
"Is this okay?"
he asked breathlessly. "It's about time," I replied. "I thought you were all scared away by the mate claim because Todd sealed me first." He chuckled softly. Then his lips met mine.
"Maybe at first. But it's more like Babaga ran us so ragged, no one had time to think about it or consider it. We couldn't sneak away and be with you."
He had a point. Todd and I hadn't had the chance for anything more than the time he sealed me and the time we spent in the shower afterward. If Babaga hadn't been working us so hard, I didn't think my body would have allowed that almost month-long gap. I grabbed the back of Caspian's shirt and lifted upward. "Take it off."
"Whatever you say, princess."
He smirked and assisted me in taking his shirt off. Then I pressed my hands against his black skin, resting them on either side of his chest. He flexed under my touch, muscles hard and defined. I softly scratched near his nipples. "Finally, I get to touch you again," I growled. The memory of when we were naked in the rotor has been burning in the back of my mind. I need you. Don't make me wait any longer. Caspian tugged at my shirt.
"Take it off,"
he said with a grin, repeating my words. I grinned back and assisted him in taking off my shirt, too. He threw it onto the floor with his and immediately went for my binder. It was a relief to have it off, even though I enjoyed the tight fit when mobility was my top priority. It also helped the tenderness I had been feeling in my breasts lately. Caspian kissed me and bent down until his lips were on my right breast. His actions were soft, tentative. I grabbed the back of his head, urging him down. He grazed my nipple with his teeth, and I sucked in a sharp breath in response to the heightened sensation. He barely touched me, and sparks dug into my skin.
"How are you so beautiful?"
he asked. "I could ask you the same thing," I replied. He licked my nipple experimentally, and then he fitted it into his mouth and sucked. I let out a satisfied moan. "You've done this before?" I asked.
"No."
I kept my hands on his shoulders, making sure he stayed close as he stood up straight again.
"It's a bit uncommon, perhaps. Wolfbridge is full of shields, right? Shields don't force humans to have sex like man-eaters do. Or they're not supposed to. Most don't. But it's safe to say that most werewolves have had sex with women. It's not considered illegal if the woman consents. But usually money is involved, bribes and extra privileges.
That's awful, I replied. Caspian smiled sadly.
I agree. I never had any interest in it.
He stepped closer to me so I could feel his dick hard in his pants against my stomach.
Babaga said having sex with you seals your body to us. She said you wouldn't be completely sealed until each of us took you. Then you'd be ours forever.
I'm already yours. I made the proposal a claim, didn't I?
Sure. But what if you find some other pack of werewolves you like better?
He grinned.
We should ensure we get to keep our princess like Todd has.
I growled. You know that would never happen. Also, it's unfair. If I can be sealed to you, why can't you be sealed to me? What if you find some other wera or woman you like more?
Not a chance.
He tapped my nose playfully.
We want you. We want to keep you.
What about Air? I asked.
What about Air?
He raised an eyebrow. He kissed you. Did you like it? He averted his gaze.
If I did?
I gently took his chin and guided him to look back at me. I caught a glimpse of those sapphire flecks, bright and luminous like moonlight. Then you have to kiss him back.
You don't care.
If neither of you leave me.
We'll never leave you. Besides, I don't know what Air was thinking with that kiss anyway.
He slowly shook his head.
I wonder how this will work for Tethered. I didn't think they were capable of sealing a mate since they can't reproduce. But Babaga said all of us have to seal you.
Roderick and Air, I said. He nodded.
And there's more I'm worried about. What if Todd or I got you pregnant?
Nothing would change, I insisted. Those cubs would be all of ours. Caspian smiled softly and kissed me again.
So confident in everything, aren't you?
You can feel this bond as well as I do.
I do,
he said.
But I also know cubs tend to complicate things. So maybe we should wait on this after all.
He was about to back away from me, so I threw my arms around his neck and held him close. Caspian, I want this. Todd and I worried about this too, but I need to be with you. I need you. I've been patient, but my body aches more the longer I wait. Caspian shuddered.
Normal reaction for a were when given a claiming bite.
But I didn't get a claiming bite from you.
Your kiss told me you wanted one.
It was my turn to shudder as Todd's bite on the back of my neck pulsed. Yes.
You really don't fight fair,
he said. I put my hands in his pants as far as I could without undoing them, feeling his hardness. Caspian's breath cut short and he groaned. I growled possessively. I liked that I had this power over phantom fangs. I liked that I made them desperate. I heard something and we both froze. Yellow light beamed into the room as the door leading into the hall slowly opened, exposing us. Chapter 30. Sarissa. Caspian's hands went to my hips as he stood in front of me, shielding me from view with his back as he looked over his shoulder. I did my best to look around him, but it was difficult with his big frame and the solid wall of muscle. I recognized the presence, though. It was Air. I managed to wiggle out of Caspian's grip enough to see him. Air turned on the light and paused when he saw me and Caspian. He went back to the door, muttering something.
My bad, I thought. Gods, I need to pay better attention to this thing connecting us.
Stay, I said. He shook his head, hand hovering on the doorknob of the half-open door.
I'm good. Air, get in here.
Caspian growled.
Turn off the light and shut the damn door.
Moonlight flared around him. He wasn't taking no for an answer. I'd seen him do this not long before with Roderick in the throne room. It was a dominance I wasn't used to from him, and I wasn't sure I liked it. I would have said something to him then, but he ran off after that, and it had been such a short thing, I wasn't sure I had seen anything at all. But this time I did. This time I was in the thick of it. My skin prickled, and I almost growled. Then Air entered the room, turned off the light, and closed the door like he was told. Caspian's dominance faded away, and my irritation began to fade with it. "If he doesn't want to, Caspian, don't make him," I said, a little wound up.
It's not about that, Sarissa. He has something he needs to say. You're not paying attention either, huh?
He raised an eyebrow at me. Then he moved, allowing Air to see me. Air's gaze fell to the floor. Was he embarrassed to see the upper half of my body naked?
"I care about you, Sarissa,"
he said quietly.
"All of Phantom Fangs. I know there's been a lot of talk about love going around this past month. I'm not good at saying that word, but I do. Feel it for all of you. It happened without me wanting it to. I started caring when I didn't want to, when it didn't make much sense but felt right anyway."
He swallowed.
"I guess what I'm trying to say is, before all of this happened, before I became tethered, I always imagined myself with a wife and kids someday, a family of my own, with a single partner to stand by my side. Normalcy. When I became tethered, I threw all of that away. Protecting Trace and my mother became my only purpose. I was miserable and alone. I made myself miserable and alone. But then you came. You changed everything."
He finally lifted his gaze to me, and it burned blue. His eyes drifted over Caspian, too, and they didn't lose their heat. "It's time to stop thinking, Air. Do what feels right," I said. "Are you going to stay?" He grimaced.
"And watch?" "No, and join us,"
Caspian said hastily.
"If you stay, you have to. No way in hell do you get to just stand there and watch."
Air shook his head and laughed.
"Nervous, Caspian?" "Honestly, yes. Terrified." "So hopeless, Phantom Prince."
Air wore the same soft smile he only seemed to give to me, but this one was for Caspian. My cheeks hurt because I was smiling so wide. My heart swelled with my feelings for them, with this easiness. We really had come a long way since our time in Howling Sky, and I wanted this. I needed this badly. The moonlight coming in from the open bubble glass doors of the balcony made my skin buzz with the anticipation of absorbing it again. I needed to fill my reserves to their peak as badly as I needed my werewolves to seal me. "Air?" I held out my hand, inviting but not pressing. Shrugging, he walked over to us and pulled off his shirt at the same time. When he was close enough to touch, I pressed my hand against his skin, savoring the differences and similarities in his body compared to Caspian's. Caspian was bigger, taller, and his skin and hair were dark. Air had tan skin and long blonde hair that was always braided back against his skull. Neither of them typically wore facial hair. Roderick was the only one who did in my pack. I loved how different they all were, but how they fit together with each other and me.
"So, we're on equal ground?"
Air said.
"Now what? Haven't you done this before?"
Caspian asked.
"Not with 3, and definitely not with werewolves."
Caspian half snorted and half choked. "At least one of you has to seal me tonight," I said.
"I nominate Air."
Air scoffed.
"What the hell, Caspian? You want to chance getting Sarissa pregnant?" "Yes. Contraceptives were banned after the Hellfire strike. You can either choose abstinence or you can risk getting your Wera pregnant. Sucks to be you." "That stuff never worked for werewolves anyway."
Air scowled.
"It never worked, or it was never used."
Caspian shrugged.
"Todd can deal with the consequences. That'll teach him some responsibility."
My breasts were sore and screaming. I missed my binder since nothing was happening to soothe them at the moment. I gently pressed my hands against my chest, trying to massage away the discomfort. It didn't help. I couldn't find relief on my own. I needed them to touch me. I walked into Air's chest to feel his warm skin against mine. It helped the ache almost instantly. I hummed softly and closed my eyes. "Are we done talking?" I asked. I rubbed up against him, trying to feel his hardness. He wasn't as hard as Caspian. Not yet, anyway. My hands went to his pants as I unbuttoned and unzipped them. I buried my hands in his underwear and took him in my hands, coaxing him harder, begging for it.
Fuck.
Air breathed, trembling underneath my touch.
Give a guy a warning.
Caspian grabbed my waist from behind, ripping me away from Air. I responded by rubbing my butt against his erection. I whimpered.
Our princess is sick of waiting.
Caspian growled.
To the bed?
Air asked.
To the bed.
Caspian let me go and yanked off the dusty duvet covering his old bed, revealing the untouched white mattress underneath. Air stripped bare. This was the first time I had the opportunity to enjoy seeing him naked, and my eyes went straight to his half-hard cock. I wanted to drink him in, but Caspian picked me up again and playfully dropped me onto the bed. The mattress was soft and bouncy. I laughed as I spread out wide on my stomach. Then warm hands rolled me over onto my back, and Air was hovering over me. I tugged at his braids, and he leaned down to kiss me. "Air, let me see," I growled.
Demanding.
He moved back onto his knees, and I sat up to enjoy the golden sight of him. He was gold even in the cold blue light. With my eyes, I followed the lines of his muscled stomach to a thin strip of gold hair below his belly button that led to his swollen cock. Then I traced that same line with my fingers, softly touching bulging veins all the way down to an engorged head dripping with pre-cum.
Satisfied?
He whispered and shuddered. "Not yet, but I've never seen anything more beautiful than my werewolves." Caspian seated himself behind me, locking me into place as Air reached forward and kissed me silly. I couldn't think with both of them there, front and back, warm bodies, hard muscles. I twisted around so Caspian was at my front and Air was at my back. I needed to kiss Caspian, too. Air grabbed my hips, forcing me to set my hands down on the bed to hold myself up as he positioned my knees wide and pulled back. Caspian managed to follow my lips all the way down. I broke away from our kiss and gasped when Air touched the slick heat in between my legs. I reached out for Caspian's cock, gripping him with a hand and rubbing down his shaft. He knelt high on his knees and shuddered while simultaneously giving me better access. I touched everywhere, feeling him out, gently squeezing his balls.
"God,"
he gritted out.
"Sarissa, you're going to undo me." "She already has,"
Air said.
"and she's slowly been putting us back together."
I yelped when Air licked my slit, long and slow, and it gave me an idea. I carefully lapped up the bit of pre-cum leaking from Caspian's erect cock. He whined, hands suddenly on my shoulders, fingers digging in. I liked the tiniest hint of this salty taste. "Should I do it again?" I asked.
"Fucking yes, please."
I did and took it a step further. I carefully gathered him in my mouth, making sure not to cut him with my teeth as I worked out how to take him as far as I could.
"Hold on tight and don't bite down,"
Air said with a dark chuckle. He spread my arousal, dipping a finger shallowly inside me, then farther, and then 2 fingers, coaxing my pussy wider. In and out he spread my wetness, circled a pleasure point at the top of my sex and dove back in. My body was clenching and unclenching at sporadic intervals, begging for more. He hadn't been kidding when he told me to hold on. I froze with Caspian in my mouth, breathing heavily through my nose as I tried to clear my head enough to continue what I was doing. I took him farther, stopping just before Caspian could hit the back of my throat and cause me to gag. I sucked carefully, sliding my mouth back and forth against him, coating him with my spit. His grip on my shoulders tightened, and he clenched his teeth, squeezing his eyes shut, softly begging my name, pleading. I was acutely aware of air angling my butt higher, spreading my knees wider, his cock pressing against my folds. And then he speared me. I couldn't scream. It was a mangled sound stuck in between my throat and Caspian's cock. It hurt, but the pain washed away when air thrust into me again, over and over. He hunched over me, instinctively searching for the perfect place to bite me, but he'd have to wait. I worked Caspian's cock in a similar rhythm, over and over, wetter and wetter with my spit. Just when I was sure I couldn't take any more, Caspian's balls drew up tight, and he froze for a split moment before he shot his hot seed into my mouth. I swallowed every last salty drop before releasing him from my mouth as I arched my back, offering my neck to air. His teeth grazed my skin, hot saliva trickling down, the need to bite overwhelming. His teeth dug into my flesh just as my own body seized and exploded around air. I screamed, flickering between pure pain and pleasure. Air kept thrusting. Then he paused, too, for a split second, shouted my name and filled me to overflowing. He continued to hold my hips, even as he trembled on his knees. When I had the strength to look up, I noticed Caspian had collapsed onto his back, lying in a haphazard position, so he wasn't shoving me one way or another off the bed. His chest was slick with sweat, rising and falling. His eyes were closed. I could feel him reliving the sensation, slowly coming back down. When air pulled out, I felt that same sharp pain I had after my first time with Todd. I was bleeding again.
Shit. Is this normal?
Air asked, as he gently rubbed my lower back.
Core, help me, Lorraine. Whatever god would be helpful. I can't believe I bit you, too. What?
Caspian asked, sitting up, eyes open. I'm okay, I insisted. I sunk down onto my stomach, too tired and in too much pain to hold myself up any longer. I squeezed my eyes shut for just a moment. I needed to gather myself. I didn't want to freak out on them like I had Todd. The pain was damn near excruciating, like a rampant fire roaring through my entire body. But it would extinguish soon. The mate claim changed Awera's body on a fundamental level, quickly and painfully. But Todd had been right about the second time being much better than the first. I hadn't experienced any pain when he took me in the shower. It had been pure pleasure. Air reached over me and carefully licked the bite he placed over Todd's. His tongue soothed the pain there.
Gods, I'm sorry.
I'm not, I said. I'd gladly do it again. Caspian moved and gingerly touched the blood running down my inner thighs.
It's normal,
he murmured.
Weras bleed when they're sealed because of the change their bodies undergo. I haven't heard of Wera's side of it, but werewolves write it off as a bit of bleeding and nothing more. A Wera should only experience it once, only when she's sealed. Then again, there are 4 of us. Are you in pain, Sarissa?
I'm fine, I said. I was prepared this time. It doesn't hurt much.
So, Weras don't bleed monthly like women?
Air asked.
Nope,
Caspian replied. I could sense Air's worry regardless.
How is it even possible for a tethered to seal a Wera? No idea,
Caspian said. Lie down with me, I said. Hold me. They lay down on either side of me, arms crossing over my back, cocooning me in their reassuring warmth and protection. All 3 of us touching. I closed my eyes and concentrated on their breathing. We inhaled and exhaled at the same time. I swore I could feel our hearts beating as one through the mattress, too. We were a sweaty, messy pile of naked skin, flesh, and blood, but it felt right. "We should sleep like this from now on," I said, as a sudden wave of tiredness washed over me. "I like your skin on mine."
"Too many of us,"
Air teased.
"I don't want to touch dicks with Roderick."
Caspian laughed.
"I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Roderick feels the same way."
"Fine then," I said, laughing as well as conceding. For now.
"It's getting late. We need to prepare for the full moon banquet."
Caspian looked out at the balcony.
"I wonder how many heard us outside. I forgot to shut the doors." "I don't even care,"
Air said, face solemn.
"That felt like farewell sex, right before the Alpha Challenge, right before all hell could break loose."
"No, it was a promise of more to come," I said. "The second time is better. Much better."
"I need to see Trace and my mother before the banquet."
He rolled out of bed, took a quick trip to the bathroom to wash away my blood, and hurriedly got dressed. I would have preferred him to stay by my side. It was cold where he had lain down beside me. But there was no time to waste. I understood his urgency, his need to see his family before the Alpha Challenge. He said in a rush,
"Sarissa, will you be okay getting Caspian ready on your own? Hell, but I shouldn't leave when
I cut him off. "Yes, I'll take care of him. Go to your mother and sister." He gave me a doubtful look but ran for the door. Then he came running hastily back and gave me a gentle kiss on the cheek.
"I love you,"
he whispered.
"I'll make this up to you. I swear I will."
Shivers broke out across my body in response to the surprisingly chilly breeze that blew in from the balcony. I closed my eyes, breathing him in. "I love you too."
"Take care of her, Caspian."
Air hesitantly placed his hand on Caspian's neck, near his shoulder. His eyes were brighter than I had ever seen them. Maybe moonlight was mixed in with the natural blue of his eyes, but I wasn't sure.
"I will,"
Caspian said.
"Don't die. You can't die." "I won't, Air."
Caspian grasped his forearm. Air hesitated again. I knew he wanted to say more, but I didn't know what. I was pretty sure he didn't either.
"He better not,"
he said after a weighted silence. Then he left, the door clicking softly shut behind him. Caspian gathered me in his arms and simply held me in his lap. He knew this kind of touch was what I needed right now. It was the perfect balm for the wounds left by the mate claim. I smiled into his chest. Werewolves were a violent species, but they somehow balanced it out with soft moments like this. At least mine did. "Caspian?"
"Yes."
"I think Air wants more." Caspian grinned and shook his head.
"Doubtful. He's the one who sealed you."
He gently touched my thigh, worrying over my bleeding. "Didn't you see the way he looked at you? Didn't you feel it?" Caspian bit his lower lip and shook his head.
"I can't think about it right now."
I rubbed his chest, trying to calm his pounding heart. "Time to get dressed?"
"Cleaned up first. How long did you bleed with Todd?"
"Only a few minutes." He nodded.
"A few more minutes, then we'll go, all right?"
"All right." I nuzzled that space between his pectorals.
"Tonight, everything is going to change, but I'm going to make sure it's a good change. That's a promise, Sarissa."
Together, Caspian. Don't forget, you're not alone.
Chapter 31. Caspian. The night was filled with boisterous laughter and shouting. The full moon banquet had started without the king. The Alpha Challenge had been set, and that was for the kingdom to enjoy, the Werewolves. It was an old tradition for a pack to celebrate like this before the Alpha Challenge, and it hadn't died. No matter how the Alpha Challenge turned out, it had to be a good thing for the pack. If the old Alpha died, the new one was better suited to the task anyway. The strength of a pack's Alpha determined the pack's safety and status. The king and I were sequestered away, alone in a clean-cut grassy clearing of the gardens closed off by a border of spring-colored deciduous trees. None were allowed past the trees. The moon was almost aligned, and we would be the first to get our fill. We wore nothing but thin, dark blue robes that could be taken off or replaced with a quick tie of a sash. It was quicker to absorb moonlight if the body was left entirely exposed. It was almost instantaneous, though we would still be compelled to hold still with the rush of energy. Normally, speed wouldn't matter much, but we were to fight in the courtyard while everyone else relaxed and watched on in drunken merriment. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms prickled as the moon drew closer, and inconsequential drops of moonlight tickled my core. I wanted this whole damn thing over and done with. It took all of my discipline to stay standing still in the grass, mirroring the king, except the king was relaxed, eyes closed as if in meditation. I would have tried meditating myself, but Babaga wasn't here to whack me on the head with her evil cane, and I didn't have enough willpower to do it. I wanted to talk. "Are you that confident you'll win?" I asked. I couldn't take another moment of silence like this, not when there was so much left unsaid between us. This could be the end. Gods, this could be the end. "Confidence only gets you so far. I count on nothing because nothing is absolute," the king said as his eyes remained closed. "Are you angry? Disappointed in me once again? Do you even care anymore?" He ran a hand down his thick black beard. "I'm tired, Caspian. Old and tired." "What does that mean?" "It means I hope you're prepared for whatever comes of this." I sunk down, balancing on the balls of my feet as I curled up and gripped the dark curls of my hair. I resisted the urge to pull and tear out clump after clump. I couldn't let him get to me like this, not when my pack was counting on me, not when they cared about me. "Did you do it?" the king asked. "Do what?" I rasped. "Seal the lost princess. I can't tell." "I didn't. Todd and Air did. Always finishing last." I looked up, expecting the king's eyes to still be closed, expecting him to have his hand on his sash, ready to disrobe in a few short minutes. But he was staring at me. I stood, ashamed of my disgraceful conduct. "You remind me of your mother." I blinked. The king looked up at the full moon shining down on us and gripped his sash. The buzz intensified. It was time. I followed him, and we both shed our robes at the same time, faces reaching up toward the moon as power seeped in through our skin in the form of warm, comforting moonlight. For most of my life, the full moon had been the only thing that reminded me of what true warmth felt like. It was the only thing that resembled my mother's embrace, but I had found more than that in my pack. I found more than I could have ever hoped for. It's time to finish this. It was time. The king and I walked into the merriment of the full moon banquet. Werewolves were basking in the full moon, drinking in their fill of moonlight. The king and I were already carrying as much as we could, and we arrived in nothing more than our thin robes. I felt out of place, naked in the crowd, especially when we drew the attention of all the werewolves here like a massive wave. It started as a ripple, a few heads turning and then spanning acres worth of bodies. I couldn't have imagined what it would have felt like if the entire kingdom had fit inside the courtyard because I was already overwhelmed. The most important werewolves were here, our eldest mated weras and the youngest wera cubs included. There were smaller celebrations held throughout the kingdom with their own banquets in honor of the full moon for werewolves unable to attend, so the courtyard wasn't packed in without any room to move. Most humans were likely in their homes or at the barns asleep, but all I cared about right now was my pack. Where are they? I searched the crowd, scanning faces as quickly as possible.
"Here, Caspian."
Sarissa's voice reached out to me, cutting through the crowd easily thanks to our bond. Relief flooded inside of me when I saw them. They were standing together, dressed up in the fancy formal wear everyone was expected to show up in. I hadn't often seen Sarissa in a dress, but they did look beautiful on her. She was wearing the same dress she had worn during the last full moon. The one she had made sure not to rip when she shifted and fought the intruding werewolves from Paw's Peak. The fabric was made to resemble the pearly surface of lunalight. The dress was elegant without too many frills. It hugged her body in the most delicious way. I loved how her back was on display. This body I was privileged to touch. Gods, I wanted to get back to the bedroom and seal her. I needed to seal her, but I kept fighting it. Why did I keep fighting it? Because I was scared. Because I was confused. I risked staring at Air. He, like the rest of Phantom Fangs, wore a crisp black uniform different from the formal wear we wore on the last full moon since that had been so disastrous. Unlike our Phantom Fangs' uniform, these were only pulled out for special occasions, like when the king actually wanted to showcase us. They still had combat belts and guns attached. The suit hugged Air's large muscles, but left enough room to feed the imagination. Except I didn't need to imagine anything. I stole glimpses of him before when we had shifted together. It was never anything but glimpses, never anything I thought about until he kissed me in Howling Sky. I tried to see the boy I was drawn to at 5 years old, the boy who had everything I wanted, the boy who wasn't a werewolf, the boy who was different from me in almost every way. Maybe it was a fluke that I singled him out, that I picked him, but that didn't matter. We were here. He was with me all these years later. We hurt and used each other, but we also grew to care about each other. The pain Air felt for me the night Gala slit my throat was proof of that. I couldn't deny that anymore. I could dare to hope. Sarissa was my moon, the thing that centered me as a werewolf, the thing that centered all of us, bound us, tethered included. But Air would always be my sun. Tensions were high as all faces glowed brightly in the moonlight. No one was actively using it, but the soft blue glow surrounding everyone made it look otherwise. This seemingly passive light floating around in shifting shades of blue, it was ours as werewolves. Who was the worthiest among us? Who could take this moonlight and lead the werewolves as their alpha? The king and I moved to the center of the courtyard, orange-red rocks all around. I thought of the moon mirror back in Howling Sky and how this paled in comparison. It didn't matter that the lunalight was broken and turned to dust. It amplified moonlight. It might have been too much on a full moon night, but I found myself wondering what it would have felt like all the same. "I want to talk to my team before we begin," I said. "I'll permit it," the king answered. That was part of the Alpha Challenge's rules. The challenger could make one last request, and the Alpha was required to oblige. Everything was going according to plan. I walked over to the pond filled with pink water lilies to meet Sarissa and Phantom Fangs. We didn't exchange words. They stepped forward and placed a hand on me somewhere, shoulders, arms. Then they shot power into my system, all at the same time. It was a lot to take at first. I almost recoiled. I doubted anyone else could see the exchange because moonlight was moving through us so quickly. This much was unnecessary. Moonlight from anyone but Sarissa was unnecessary because she held more moonlight than all four of us combined. But that wasn't the point. They were giving me everything. It meant we were united, all for one, like in Sarissa's claim, and one for all. In this moment, we truly were 5 becoming 1. I opened my eyes when I was buzzing with energy, barely able to contain it all. My eyesight was ridiculous. I saw colors I never knew existed. I could see the details of a leaf on the trees across the courtyard down to its intricate network of veins. My body wasn't built to hold this much moonlight, but Sarissa's claim, this bond we had created, made up for that. I blinked and willed my active moonlight to still. I didn't want to use it quite yet. "You're ready," Sarissa said. I offered a smile I wasn't feeling, and she wrapped her arms around me. Roderick punched my arm. Todd pinched the fabric of my robe, a lot like how I had held on to the skirt of my mother's dress when I was a kid. When Sarissa moved back, Air hugged me too, which I wasn't prepared for. "Don't die," he ordered, and squeezed me so hard I could hardly breathe. "Wouldn't dream of it," I wheezed, arms tied to my sides. His eyes were blazing with something and I couldn't hold his gaze. I looked back at the orange-red rocks where the king waited patiently with his arms folded. It was time for the fight to begin. "Doesn't this feel kind of like cheating? Me taking all of your moonlight?" I asked. Air growled. "You're worried about fairness? We planned this almost from the beginning. Now get your ass out there and shut up. It's perfectly fair." He released me, shoved my chest, and turned away. It was impossible not to feel his worry, though I could tell he was trying to keep his insecurities to himself. Maybe it was an inappropriate reaction, but it made me smile. All those years I spent trying to win him over, to win his friendship, and I had done it. I really had. I won more. "Go out there and make us proud," Roderick said. "I will." I offered my pack a playful bow and stepped away. My feet didn't want to move. Turning my back on them was the hardest thing I had ever done. I told myself it would be fine. I would do my best. There was no way I could lose. If it was a matter of power, I was the clear victor. But if Roderick taught me anything, it was that fighting was about a lot more than the physical aspect, and that made me nervous. I met the king, standing across from him in the empty space of the courtyard reserved for the Alpha Challenge. The king's expression remained cold and steady. "Don't buckle like you did in the clearing. The time for talk is long over," I told myself. My brother Dominic stepped out of the crowd and joined us. "Disrobe!" The king and I locked eyes, already wary of each other's moves as we untied our sashes and let our robes fall from our shoulders to a small pile of fabric on the ground. "Start!" said Dominic. He retreated as blue moonlight erupted from me and the king in a single blazing fire. We called on our moonlight forms simultaneously and shifted. My bones reshaped, my skin and organs molded into new shapes and sizes. White fur speckled in grays and blacks sprouted from my dark skin, followed by a fluffy tail. My face elongated and my canines buzzed, ready to bite down and shatter bone. The shift happened in the span of a few seconds. I was shocked when I looked at the king. Like our base forms, our moonlight forms looked very similar. But there was a major difference this time. Usually, the king's wolf was unrivaled in his size, but size was often relative to the amount of moonlight coursing through our veins mixed with whatever size we wished to be, and I had much more. I hadn't suddenly become a giant or anything, but it might have been possible with this much moonlight. I was much larger than the king right now. I heard several gasps from the crowd, surprised at my newfound strength, probably wondering how holding so much moonlight was possible, but the king wasn't fazed. He began to circle me as I stayed planted where I was. He reined in the blue flames of his moonlight. Even though it was active under the surface, it was hardly visible. His eyes were a bright yellow, pure wolf. He was conserving energy. He would find my weak spot and end this quickly. I knew I wanted to end this quickly too, but I wasn't sure how to. I was paralyzed with what ending this quickly meant.
"Remember, Caspian, the choice is yours."
Sarissa's voice filled me with warmth, like she was speaking directly inside of my heart.
"Show them what kind of king you'll be."
That was right. I had a choice. With all of this power, I had a choice. I didn't have to kill the king. All I had to do was make him submit. With this much moonlight, I couldn't I? The king growled and leaped for me. He had an extra spring in his step due to the moonlight he must have concentrated into his back legs. I should have seen it coming. I did in hindsight, but I barely dodged his attack. Why was everything so blue? I shook my head, but it wouldn't go away. Moonlight was leaking out of me from every hair follicle. I needed to hold it in, to stop wasting so much. It was like I had sprung a leak. What am I doing? The king wasted no time rebounding and hit me head on. He dug razor-sharp teeth into my flank. His jaw locked, and when I reflexively jerked away from the pain, he tore off a chunk of fur, flesh, and muscle when he yanked his head back at the same time with moonlight-infused teeth. We had just started, and he already gave me a limp. Gods, it hurt like hell. Blood was spilling out of the wound. He sliced me as easily as a damn flower petal. I called on my excessive amounts of moonlight to heal the wound, but the king was expecting as much and charged again. This time he got my shoulder, teeth digging in deep. He yanked his head back violently. Pain exploded in my shoulder, and I yelped as he took off another chunk of flesh effortlessly. He retreated in the same motion, avoiding any retaliation on my part. More blood spilled from my body. It felt like gallons. The ground was slick underneath my paws, and my vision was spotted in black. I called on my moonlight once again to heal. The king was waiting for this, waiting for me to focus my attention on healing once again. This time, he came for my throat. "Caspian!" Roderick roared through our link. "Stop shutting us out!" It was as if I had suddenly become a marionette. I was yanked away safely by invisible strings just before the king could reach my throat and bleed me out. If I had been in my base form, I would have been sweating buckets. Instead, I was left panting from the exertion. I was fighting poorly and wearing myself out by doing nothing, as seemed to be the case. I growled and waited for the king to come again. He darted like a bullet, aimed for my throat once again. I dodged without having to rely on Roderick to save my ass. The king circled me, changing his pace. I doubted he would use the same tactic again. "That's more like it," Roderick said. I followed the king in his predatory circle, keeping myself directly across from him so I'd have plenty of time to maneuver. We growled and snarled, resorting to a fight of intimidation. "Show him you're no phantom," Air said. "Show him just how real you are by digging your teeth into him." "I'm not a phantom." I had taken the name with pride, or I tried to. "Phantom Prince," the king tossing me away. I was wanted only if he could use me, and even then he didn't want to acknowledge me. All of the pain I had been carrying around bubbled to the surface. "I am more!" It was my turn to attack. I kept low to the ground as I darted forward. I anticipated the king's attempt to retreat to the left and altered my course with deft paws and moonlight. My jaws opened wide and clamped down onto the back of his neck. I wasted no time powering up with more moonlight. It enhanced my strength tenfold, and I threw the king down onto the orange-red rocks, shattering them with the impact of his body. Bones snapped even with his moonlight shield. The king yelped as bloody spittle flew from his mouth. Red leaked from his body from where my teeth and probably jutting bits of rock below had cut into him. And I hesitated. "Caspian," Todd murmured, "don't let this chance slip by." I was frozen in place. I knew Todd was right. The king would be down for good if I just moved forward, but all I could do was stare at him lying there in a messy, bloody heap. I did that with a single attack. Memories flashed through my head of when my mother had been killed by vampires. I hadn't been there to witness her death, but I saw the crumpled state of the carriage when the king returned. I saw the aftermath, the traces of blood, my mother's blood, and my mother's mangled body when my distraught father dutifully brought her home where she could be sent off properly, so her soul could rest. When my father's eyes were filled with tears I feared would never stop. "Caspian," Sarissa said. My hesitation cost me again. The king had healed himself and stood before me. He was still in his moonlight form, even though it must have taken a lot of moonlight to heal those wounds, to mend the bones I heard snap. That was it. Maybe that was all it would take. If I could get him to run out of moonlight, he would be forced back into his base form. He would know there was no way he could beat me if that happened, right? This was the answer I had been searching for. I had an end goal. The king would see I was real. He would have no power left to fight me, and he'd be forced to submit. It had to work. Dominic would have no choice but to call the match at my demands if the king could no longer fight me. "It's like you said, Sarissa. I'll show them," I thought.
"We're all behind you."
Chapter 32. Caspian. The king put as large of a distance between us as he could manage without leaving the boundaries set for the fight. Since that would have been seen as an act of cowardice, I darted for him again, using moonlight to achieve speeds even he couldn't. He anticipated my move, but he didn't anticipate how I could turn in less than a moment's notice, altering my trajectory. I patted my back legs with extra moonlight to add an extra spring to my step. He successfully dodged me again, but he was too slow to do it a third time. I barreled into him, knocking him onto his back and pinning him there. With the amount of moonlight I had, he couldn't make me budge an inch. I could have easily lowered my head, bitten down on his throat and tore it open, but I didn't. I jumped off him and paced back and forth, waiting for him to regain his breath. I saw a flash of blue in his eyes as he snarled, getting back on all four paws. I was making him mad. Moonlight suddenly erupted from him in a shower of sparks that were white-hot. He ran from me with incredible speed, when not compared to my own. I could see the desperation. I knew this was his last chance. He was putting everything into this attack. Whether it hit or missed, his moonlight would be depleted. It was unusually reckless of him, or he was throwing the fight. I matched him, but used a lot more moonlight for good measure, and I let him hit me. Our moonlight reacted in a similar way to when I fought Babaga for the last time. Our bodies never touched, but our moonlight bounced back against each other and set off an explosive reaction. The air popped, lightning flashed between us, and a sudden gale-force wind whipped us around, picking up anything close and throwing it across the garden. Like last time with Babaga, I hardly moved from my position, grounded by an extra dose of moonlight, while the king was blown back far out of the fight area and into some rose bushes. This was how outmatched the king was when compared to the 5 of us. It was the ultimate humiliation. He had to give all he had to defeat the Phantom Prince, and he still failed. Or is he playing you? I wondered. I waited until I saw the signs. I waited until the king couldn't hold on to his regal wolf any longer and reverted to his base form. Gray speckled white fur receded in place of dark skin. Paws became hands and feet. The wolf was gone from him entirely. He tumbled unceremoniously out of the rose bushes, leaving fresh cuts on his skin that he wouldn't be able to heal with moonlight, because it was all gone until the next full moon. I shifted back too. The crowd was silent, eyes darting back and forth, anxious to see what would happen next. "What the hell are you playing at?" the king demanded. His fists were in the grass, blood trickled down his lips, his eyes were burning. "Finish it!" Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he spat an extra globule of it onto the grass. Had he always looked so pitiful? "I'm changing things," I said. The king growled. "No! You will kill me!" I acknowledged the subtle brush of his dominance, his attempt to bend me to his will. It was nothing but his rage when he didn't have any moonlight to back it up. I, on the other hand, had plenty of moonlight to reinforce my own dominance. I went to meet him, calling on my moonlight at the same time. Flames slowly drifted out of my body and grew until they reached up to 10 times my height. The king couldn't hold my gaze. He was about to crumble under the weight of this immense power. I had never felt bigger. "Submit," I said. There was no room for doubt in my words. My voice was calm, cool as ice and steady like I had heard the king speak many times over. I was vaguely aware of the gasps and horror passing through everyone who wasn't my pack, everyone who had no idea how I had come to wield this power. The king gritted his teeth and asked the question. "How is it possible?" He glanced over at my pack, trying to piece it all together. "You wouldn't understand," I said. "Now submit." The moonlight flames blazed brighter, almost white. The king's head bobbed as he struggled to look at me. He tried and tried, but he couldn't meet my eyes, and I got worried. What if he never submitted? What if I kept demanding his surrender, but he was too proud to? Where would that leave me? What did he hope to accomplish with such a reckless act? Maybe he had used it before in an alpha challenge and had so much more moonlight than his opponent that it assured him victory? That was possible. But hadn't he sensed and seen that I had much more moonlight than him tonight? I just knew I couldn't kill him. I couldn't. "I submit," he said. The growing tightness in my chest faded along with the king's resistance. I deactivated my moonlight and let it drift directly back into my reserves, a still liquid pool sitting gray and quiet in my core. "She has changed everything," the king said, staring somewhere below my eyes. So he did realize this was thanks to Sarissa. "Yes, she has," I replied. The king trembled but raised his head just slightly. I caught his eyes with my own, no moonlight involved, and invited him to look at me as an equal. "Protect her with your life, Caspian," he said. "Don't fail, like I did." I tried to see the father I had known when I was young, the king that existed when his mate lived and supported him, always standing by his side, but I couldn't see him. He wasn't there anymore. I wanted to bring him back. That was all I had ever wanted from him. For him to smile again. For him to love me again. Dominic hesitated before saying, "Caspian wins." Then another brother, Alexander, stepped up, his dark blue coat disheveled from the fight and anger in his eyes. His tone was mocking when he said, "Where did you get all that power, Caspian? You must have cheated somehow." "Enough of your insolence," the king growled. "The strongest, the best able to protect this kingdom, is the Alpha, the king." He dropped down farther, face kissing the earth, prostrating himself before me, passing down his title and offering submission. I had never seen the king submit to anyone.
"Caspian!"
Sarissa shouted and waved. "You did it!" I was relieved to see Phantom Fangs reacting similarly, to feel the support, warmth, happiness, and relief all melded together. "We did it! You did it!" Air projected through our link. For some reason that made me smile. It made the situation sink in a little more, like maybe this wasn't a fluke. Maybe it only seemed too easy because it couldn't have been anything but that when so much moonlight sat inside of me, just waiting to be activated again. My brother Julius came forward with the king's jewel-encrusted silver crown and dark blue robes, handing them off to Dominic, who then came to me and placed the crown on my head. His hands were shaking, and his lips were pressed into a straight line. Then he wrapped the robe around me, hiding my naked ass from the denizens of the kingdom. "Our new king!" He held out his arm to the large crowd gathered here, witnesses to everything that had transpired, the first to acknowledge their new king. "Caspian!" The crowd was hesitant at first, but then cheers broke out, started by my pack, and then Corin along with some other guards. Soon cheers filled the night and I couldn't hear anything else. I didn't know what to think. I'd been protecting this kingdom in the shadows, and now it was my turn to protect it in the light. The crowd started moving forward, to pay their respects, I supposed. I wanted the king to stand here with me, the previous king. I looked back to where he was prostrate in the grass, but he wasn't there. My heart seized up. I looked around, wondering where he could have possibly gone. There were werewolves surrounding me on every side, some bowing, some speaking. I ignored them all and sent a direct message to my pack. Philip disappeared. "Looking," Roderick replied. I scanned the crowd, wondering if I should give them the order to search too, wondering if I should tell them to stop crowding me. I could do that now, couldn't I? Where is he? Then I spotted him behind Sarissa. I shouted a warning at the same time he grabbed her from behind and locked her in a practiced chokehold. Her eyes fluttered, and she scratched at his arms, but she couldn't get enough air. She was going to pass out. My blood boiled. Intense blue filled my vision. "Release her!" I roared. And I didn't wait. I wouldn't let him take her away from me. I wouldn't show mercy to those who would hurt what was mine. I didn't hesitate. I burst through the crowd like a streak of lightning. Everything else moved in slow motion. The king couldn't snap her neck or do whatever the fuck he was trying to do because I ripped his arm away from her, dislocating it at the shoulder, and I smashed him into the ground. I didn't hold back. I didn't calculate. I heard his spine snap. His skull cracked. Blood spurted everywhere. I blinked away the focused haze. My mouth hung open in disbelief at my father crushed underneath me. He drew a sharp breath, stared at me with the black holes of his dead eyes, and smiled. "Thank you." He stopped breathing. My hand shook. I could barely control it well enough to let him go, to scramble backward in shock. Sarissa caught me. My moonlight faded away. My father was bloodied and buried in orange-red rubble, and he wasn't breathing. My breath came in short and shallow. I was dizzy. I was going to pass out, but Sarissa held me. Phantom Fangs came too, checking on her, checking on me. Did he hurt you?" I asked, turning around to face Sarissa, to hold her face in my hands.
"He didn't," she said quietly. "I'm okay."
But there were tears in her eyes.
"Oh, Caspian, I'm so sorry."
She wrapped her arms around me and my arms fell to my sides. Phantom Fangs knelt with us. Then, row by row, the crowd did the same, bowing on one knee, right hand over their hearts. Even the princes, my brothers, bowed before me. Whatever difficulty they may have had with accepting me as their new king before, there was no denying it now. I killed the king. "No," I said and shook my head. "I'm not your king." I escaped Sarissa's hug and stood. "Get up." The crowd hesitated, but then I said it again with a moonlight flare, with unquestionable dominance. "Get up!" Slowly, everyone rose. I held out my hands. "You want to know where all of this power came from? How I'm able to hold so much moonlight? It came from them. Phantom Fangs and Sarissa, especially Sarissa. This wouldn't have been possible without her. If you're looking for the strongest werewolf to lead you, it's not me. It's the lost princess of Howling Sky."
"A wera?"
Alexander scoffed. "What are you doing, Caspian?" Air hissed, hand gripping the robes on my shoulder. I recoiled from his touch and shook my head, trying to stop myself from screaming. I turned to Sarissa. "Show them."
"What?"
she asked timidly. "Show them," I said, distraught.
"What are you talking about, Caspian?"
"Show them. You're the one who should rule."
"Caspian!"
"Show them!" I shouted. She flinched back and I cursed myself for it. I grabbed the back of her head, pressed my forehead to hers, and transferred half of what was left of my copious amounts of moonlight to her. I would have given her the amount she deserved, but I knew there was no way she would do what I wanted if I did. "Show them," I whispered, pleading. "I don't want to be king, Sarissa. I never did. You said something about this before, didn't you? You wanted to leave your woods, find your own pack, become the first Wera to ever reach Alpha. Well, you deserve it. You're much more powerful than I am, and you're beautifully compassionate. You're not afraid to do what you think is right. You won't try to emulate any of the previous kings. I want to see what you'll do. I want you to lead. My place is to support you, to protect you with my life, to follow you. So show them, Sarissa. Be the first Wera to reach Alpha."
"Are you sure, Caspian?"
she asked, pressing her fingers into the back of my neck, grounding me. "Yes."
"Then prepare yourself. I'm not going to hold back."
"I wouldn't have it any other way. We're as perfectly matched as we'll ever be. Don't the rest of us get a say in this?" Air asked. Roderick put his hand on Air's shoulder. "It's fine." Todd nodded. I felt like I was going to shatter. Phantom Fangs was reluctant to back away, but they did, and they brought the crowd back with them. Werewolves were confused, anxious, curious. It was a mixture of everything, and for good reason. This was probably the strangest Alpha challenge in the history of werewolves. Sarissa's hands were on her dress, carefully unzipping and untying it. When she let it go, it dropped, pooling at her feet like liquid silver.
"I like this dress,"
she said, and went for her underwear. She hadn't been wearing a bra. She didn't need to with that dress. It fit her body perfectly, showing off her assets in a tasteful manner. But who was I kidding? I preferred her like this. My mouth burned with the thought of biting her, but it was more of a fleeting thought. My brain was all kinds of fucked up. I couldn't even focus on how much I wanted her. "I thought you hated dresses," I said.
"I don't. They're just not practical for fighting. I hate corsets."
I forced a smile. "Shift. I don't want the whole world staring at you while you're naked."
"Jealous?"
"More like possessive."
"Because you know I only have eyes for Phantom Fangs."
She stepped forward, unhitched my robes, and grabbed my crown.
"Fight well, Caspian."
After adding the robes and crown to a pile with her dress, she proceeded to shift. I followed her lead. We fell to our hands and knees at the same time and changed in perfect synchronization. Our shapes changed first, faces elongating, sprouting tails, pointed ears alert on the tops of our heads. At the same time, fur sprouted all over our bodies. Hers was as black as midnight. We were eye to eye until she stood up tall. We had the same amount of moonlight at the moment, but her wolf was bigger than mine, more powerful. I could smell it wafting off of her coat like a spicy smoke. I could feel her dominance when she looked at me with those ethereal moonlight eyes, shimmering in every shade of blue. The rest of Phantom Fangs backed off, offering no help through our bond. They left this between me and Sarissa. We were close enough to touch, and I was prepared to give everything I had because Sarissa would accept nothing less, because she deserved nothing less. I fully intended on making the first move. I bared my teeth, but Sarissa called on her moonlight. It engulfed her in towering flames like what I had done, but more. It touched the fucking sky. I tried to meet her, to call on my moonlight as well, but I couldn't grasp it. I looked too deeply into her eyes, and I was paralyzed, hypnotized by a dangerous predator. Her dominance was crushing. I physically melted onto the floor, my belly flat against the orange-red rocks of the courtyard. Her dominance was so widespread I saw other werewolves bending down into a similar stance. She was radiating wave after wave of it, sending thousands of werewolves down onto their knees without doing hardly anything at all. I drew my ears back and whimpered my submission. I couldn't move. This felt similar to Babaga's horrible gravity magic, heavy, pressing me down into the earth with an immovable and invisible force. This was a power that knew no limits. "How are you doing that?" I asked.
"Not sure. I just thought about what I wanted, and that I wouldn't bend." I didn't want to hurt you, but you wanted me to prove my power, so I did.
Beautiful, terrifying Wera. Sarissa withdrew her moonlight and lowered her head to mine. I tentatively licked her black nose. It was buried instinct, extremely wolf-like in nature. She nuzzled my nose in return. It was a simple gesture, but it soothed the whirlwind raging around inside of my ribcage. I closed my eyes, savoring the calm. Then I heard Sarissa's bones snapping and reshaping. I opened my eyes to see her naked in front of me, back in her base form. She held out her hand to me, and I shifted as well to accept the gesture. She pulled me to my feet, but the masses remained bowed, phantom fangs at the head. There was no question Sarissa was our new queen, our new alpha. Her dominance was felt far and wide, calling to buried instincts. I wouldn't have been surprised if it had reached all the way to the outer regions of the kingdom. It was a new thread attaching all of us to her. It wasn't the same as the bond she created with Phantom Fangs. It was finer, simpler, but it held real power. Was this something new to Sarissa, or was this something that had been lost to werewolves since evolving from a nomadic lifestyle? Was this connection to a pack's alpha normal? I had never experienced it before.
Rise,
Sarissa said. I picked up the royal robes and put them around her. She didn't care about being naked in front of all these werewolves, and a few human servers, but I did. She shook her head and smiled at me as the crowd stood. She held out her hands to Phantom Fangs and they joined us. God, Sarissa, Roderick smirked. I'm gonna have a crick in my neck for months. You made Caspian's dominance feel like the brush of a pansy's petals in comparison. Thanks, I said. No offense, none taken.
Our new queen,
Dominic said with newfound confidence, with vigor. He was even grinning like he was hyped up on Sarissa's dominance display. All the werewolves here had a similar look in their eyes.
Queen Sarissa Valupin, formerly of Howling Sky, now of Wolfbridge and her mates.
I was surprised at that last part. Had Sarissa's dominance made it clear how she was connected to us? Roderick and I hadn't even sealed her yet, but that was the only explanation.
My mates and knights. They are Phantom Fangs no longer,
Sarissa said. The next part was just for us.
My mates, sealed or not, I'm the queen now, so I get whatever I want, right? Do you agree with this decision, Caspian? Is it time to put Phantom Fangs to rest?
Yes, I think it is, I murmured. Roderick chuckled. We really have created a monster.
I'll only ever use my power for good,
Sarissa said. Todd grabbed the crown and placed it on Sarissa's head. It was a bit too large, but it somehow suited her and stayed in place. The silver complemented her bronze skin in the bluish light of the full moon. I looked over my shoulder at the king's body, forgotten in this heady reverie. Sarissa, do you mind?
Go, Caspian.
Thank you. Air tried to catch my eye, but I couldn't bear it. I avoided him and the rest of my pack. I turned to the crowd, searching for my brothers. For a moment I wondered how to address them. It was going to take me a while to get used to this change. Alexander, Julius, Dominic, Edward, and Henry? I need you over here. They listened and came immediately. That would take getting used to as well. I led the way to our father's body and stood over him. He was broken and bruised because of me. The ground was soaked with his blood because of me. He was dead because of me. I had killed him after fighting so hard against it. Sarissa was in danger, and I didn't think. I couldn't afford to. But that fact didn't help the regret. It didn't stop the sick feeling in my stomach, the fracture in my heart, the distance that seemed to be growing between me and the world around me. I looked at my bloodied hands. The poison I had been carrying around for years writhed underneath my skin as blackened veins, threatening to burst, threatening to finally consume me. I shook my head. I couldn't afford to lose it. Not now. But what if killing my father was the last straw? What if I could never come back from this? I couldn't breathe. Then I saw the soft smile frozen on my father's lips. I saw it, and I finally understood. Here was the truth. My father had been dead for years. He died alongside my mother. For him, it wasn't a physical death, but it may as well have been. His heart was cut and bleeding. It never mended. His core rotted, and he continued to exist as nothing more than an empty shell. Maybe he tried to come back from this. Maybe he tried to live, but he never managed to. Not really. Maybe at last, he had found peace. Chapter 33. Todd. Sarissa became Queen of Wolf Bridge an hour ago. She was dressed, presentable, and she already had humans in the courtyard as guests, or extending outside of the courtyard, flooding through the gardens, lined back outside of the castle and everywhere else anyone could fit. The entire kingdom was here to pay their respects to the previous king. I had never felt more claustrophobic in my life. I couldn't move without touching someone. Sarissa was doing this for Caspian, for everyone who loved King Philip. She put Caspian in charge of the ceremony. He chose his brothers to help him with most of the work while the rest of us stayed back. They set up the pyre and the bed of white roses where the king lay in the center of the courtyard. Later, Caspian would lead his brothers in lighting the flames. Once all who came to offer the king a gift of their own, or maybe another white rose had gotten a chance to, werewolf and human alike. It was unheard of and rather fascinating to have humans seeing a werewolf off like this. There were plenty of humans who wanted to. Many even cried. I didn't know if it was because they had no idea what their future would look like from this point onward, or if they truly mourned him. But maybe they had a good reason to fear the future. They certainly had a good reason to fear change, because there would be plenty of that, knowing Sarissa. Having Caspian as their new king would have been a big shock on its own, but Sarissa was Sarissa. She was amazing and terrifying. Her power rippled through everyone, binding and commanding. I wondered if the humans could feel that a little or if it was lost on them. And I saw tension, the omnipresent tension between werewolves and humans. Sarissa was these werewolves' alpha, but that didn't rewrite a werewolf's brain. There were plenty of werewolves and humans staying as far apart as possible, separated into their own groups, but nobody openly protested. It would have been an idiotic move after experiencing Sarissa's power, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be some trouble along the way. I wondered what kind of mess this would turn into. I didn't know if it was wise of Caspian to challenge Sarissa like that, to demand she take the throne. But based on the way werewolves were wired, she was the only one who could be Alpha, Queen. She was the strongest werewolf without question, and she was bound to end up in an alpha position. I couldn't chase away the heavy feeling in my stomach, though. I couldn't explain it or what it meant. It could have been just because I was in the spotlight more than ever now that I was officially proclaimed one of Sarissa's mates. I didn't want an entire kingdom staring at me. The thought made my skin crawl. This was another level of responsibility I was not ready for. Tech was one thing. Dealing directly with living things was another. I turned my eyes to the fallen king, lying on his bed of white roses. He was lightly dusted in roses too, to hide the worst of his injuries from view. He had been cleaned up as well as possible and dressed in fine silvery silks that reflected the light of the full moon. Caspian and his brothers stood at the king's side, solemn with their hands clasped in front of them, as the kingdom's denizens continued to offer their respects hours into the night. Flowers, trinkets, handwritten notes. There was no limit to the gifts offered, and they overflowed, building on the base of the king's pyre, mingling with the white roses. Eventually the line dwindled, and it finally ended. Caspian and his brothers stepped forward with unlit gas torches. They had blue powder made from dried blue bellflowers in their other hand, which they sprinkled over the torches once they were lit. It changed the chemical makeup of the fire so its color was a bright blue, resembling activated moonlight. They each touched their flames to the base of the pyre. The flames sizzled and raced up along the king's offerings until they reached his body. They grew taller and taller, reaching up to the moon. I never attended a werewolf send-off before, but I believed the idea behind this ritual was meant to return a werewolf to moonlight. It was based on some belief that moonlight was what Lorraine used to create us. Some sobs broke out. Others stood with bowed heads. Still others looked on with the flames dancing in their eyes. I focused on the bond I held with my pack, the tightening pinch of Caspian mourning. It was like my heart was being wound up. The muscle would snap if it was cranked one more time, as if it were nothing more than a fragile music box. It was hard to look at Caspian when he came to stand with us and observe his father as he burned to ashes. I looked elsewhere and caught sight of Air's sister holding Corin's hand. A human and a werewolf openly holding hands. That was something I had never seen, and I never would have if Sarissa hadn't become queen. She hadn't been queen that long. Things were changing too quickly. Where will it lead? Howls broke out. Werewolves tilted their heads back toward the moon, and one voice joined in after another in a growing chorus. I'd never howled in my life, not even in my moonlight form, and I wasn't going to do it now, but the sound sent shivers down my spine, like something in me was reacting to it anyway. Caspian joined, a deep baritone that rose higher and louder. I flinched when his voice broke. Sarissa wrapped her arms around him, tears shimmering in her eyes. Caspian was crying too. Air grabbed the back of Caspian's head in a rough embrace, and Caspian dropped his head, pressing his forehead into Air's shoulder. Roderick rested a hand on Caspian's shoulder. I wasn't good at comfort, but I took Caspian's hand and squeezed. He squeezed back, and warmth pushed through the cold, seizing our bond. His sorrow was intense, but it became bearable when shared between us. I hoped we'd be able to overcome whatever happened next, because there was something I had learned after spending the last month with them all. I couldn't live without this pack. More than tech, more than research, asking questions, using my brain more than anything. I needed this pack.
Chapter 34. Sarissa. I stood in front of the empty throne, observing the intricate markings carved into the wood and the silver detailing, remembering when Philip sat there only yesterday. I had been avoiding this room since better familiarizing myself with the castle earlier in the day. This time, last night, the king was burned on a pyre. This was the room that made everything feel real. The jewel-encrusted silver crown I wore did plenty on its own, though I wasn't sure I liked wearing it. I took it off and placed it on the dark blue velvet cushioning the throne, and took a step back. Last night was a long night, and I didn't get much sleep to make up for it. I got bombarded with werewolf proprieties and the history of Wolf Bridge by Philip's advisors. It was bearable because I had my pack with me. I knew it was probably important to know all of this, and it was interesting. But I didn't want to do things like the old king, which was what these advisors wanted. I wanted to change the world. I always had, even before I knew what it was really like outside of my woods. I always wanted to reach alpha of a pack. A pack. I hadn't planned on an entire kingdom, thanks to Caspian. The weight of all that responsibility almost had me choking. I wanted to make things better, not worse. Caspian said he thought I was better suited to the task, but I felt a niggling silver of doubt in myself. I never lacked for confidence, but standing in front of the throne made me wonder. I reached out my hand to one of the throne's smooth arms. I didn't know the king who sat here, not well, but Caspian did, and he loved him dearly despite all the pain he had caused him. It was unfair Caspian had to be the one to end his life. His dark mood could be felt by me and the others. Though he tried to keep it to himself, it would take time to heal these wounds. Hopefully we, his pack, could help him mend faster. But I understood his sorrow on a personal level. Babaga wasn't dead, but if I was never allowed to see or contact her again, she may as well have been. I missed her. All the information the advisors gave me was a lot to take in. It was swirling around in my head as I tried to connect all the pieces. I couldn't get it all straight, not immediately. It didn't help that I was tired. I had the big picture, but I didn't know the finer workings of the kingdom. Luckily, nobody was helpless, and there were others who did, like the advisors, so no one was going to starve to death because I didn't know how food was rationed or what all the farms produced. I wasn't changing anything immediately. Well, except for one thing. Werewolves and humans would no longer be divided under my rule. The tech-on zone and the tech-off zone would be dissolved. This would be a kingdom where werewolves and humans lived equally. No fights had broken out so far, so that was encouraging. But I knew there would be plenty who would fight me on this decision, including those stubborn advisors. They were already begging me to reconsider. I knew the real world wasn't like fairy tales, and that this wouldn't be easy. But I was determined, and stubborn. With a sigh, I took the crown off the throne, placed it back on my head, and took my newly appointed seat. I had hoped it would make me feel different, like a new Sarissa, an alpha, a queen. But it didn't. Nothing happened. I was still me. This was where business was regularly conducted according to the advisors. I supposed I had the ability to change that now, but reducing formalities was probably the lowest priority on my list of things to change. I needed to make sure that my plans for the tech-on zone and tech-off zone were taken care of before I made any other major changes. One step at a time seemed like a good approach to change while trying to retain some semblance of normalcy for the denizens of the kingdom. I wanted to avoid anarchy. Anarchy sounded like a good way to destroy everything, especially if the kingdom split in two, werewolves versus humans. I shuddered at the thought. The doors leading into the throne room opened wide. I squeaked and jumped off the throne like I had been caught doing something I shouldn't. Corin came down the dark blue carpet and bowed before me. I cleared my throat and said, "Stand up, Corin. Bowing is unnecessary." He hesitated but stood as I asked,
Queen Sarissa, there's a group of vampires outside of the West Gate. They waved a white flag and didn't show any weapons, so the guards stationed at the gate heard them out. They're requesting an audience with you. The lead vampire said her name is Gala. She said you would remember her.
"Gala," I repeated. Her name left a sour taste on my tongue. "All right. I'll go to the West Gate to see what she wants."
You think that's a good idea?
"I'm the queen, aren't I?" He flinched. "That was a joke, Corin," I said as I walked to him and patted his shoulder. "You can come with me if it'll make you feel better."
It would,
he said.
Shall I gather your knights?
"Yes, please." It took around 15 minutes to bring my pack together. Corin escorted us to the West Gate as our driver for the carriage. The carriage was roomier than a rotor, longer, slicker, quieter, and smoother to ride. It was supposed to be luxurious, but I missed our rotor. I associated it with fond memories and adventure. This vehicle wouldn't do well off-road. Most of the kingdom was indoors for the night, sleeping off last night's events, so we didn't really meet anyone on the roads other than some guards. We passed over the beautiful bridge, the rushing Quicksilver River below, rows of houses, and reached the West Gate before too long. When the carriage pulled over onto the side of the road, Roderick muttered,
"What do you think the crazy bloodsuckers want now?"
"We're going to find out," I said. I hopped out of the carriage first. Corin smacked his hand against his forehead, and the guards outside, standing near the gate, startled backward as they bowed to me.
"Best to give them some warning,"
Caspian called with a slight chuckle. It was good to hear him laugh, even if it wasn't as big or warm as his normal laugh. The others followed him outside of the carriage. Roderick grinned at me. Eyre shook his head. Todd ducked after them, trying to avoid the eyes of the guards. The new amount of attention he was getting made him increasingly uncomfortable. I tried to reassure him with a smile. "Open the gate," I said. The guards wasted no time heeding my command. When the gate was pulled high enough, I slipped outside, my pack on my heels.
"Shall I close the gate, my queen?"
a guard asked. "No need." Gala got out of the glider that was parked a few feet away. She wore the golden-hemmed crimson cloak all vampires seemed to wear. Though her hood wasn't hiding her face, there wasn't any sunlight for her to hide from right now. Vampires and werewolves were bound to the night, but at least werewolves could enjoy the daylight. "Is it too much to invite us inside?" she asked in that snide tone of hers. She flipped back her auburn hair, the strands glimmering red like her nails in the moonlight. "Nice to see you too," I growled. "So you'll leave the gate open, but you won't invite us inside. Is there a reason to? I'm sure you can say whatever you've come to say in 5 minutes or less." Her facial expression was unreadable. "Why not close the gate, then?" "You'll get inside if you really want to anyway." I thought I saw her lips quirk up, but I wasn't sure. "Why meet us here?" "I just wanted out of the castle and that stuffy throne room." "That was the only thought that went through your head when deciding where to meet me?" "More or less." "You have much to learn, Queen Sorissa. Are you truly the Queen of Wolfbridge now?" "Apparently." "It seems Queen Evie was right about you bringing change to your species at the very least. Never before has a Wera been in such a position of power. Werewolves are so predictable." My pack tensed and I shrugged. "I proved my power." "Apparently. Congratulations, then. You can personally take care of the news I bring." "What news?" "Paws Peak is planning an end-all attack, 10 days from now. King George is furious over what happened to his son, Prince Charles. They've been preparing ever since they received news of his death from the werewolves who survived the attack on Wolfbridge. They are developing the nastiest weapons they can manage, but I'm sure your tech werewolf will outsmart them, as long as you're prepared." "How do you know this?" "We've been spying on Paws Peak. We have eyes everywhere." She showed her fangs in an unfriendly smile. "You would probably do well to remember that. We didn't have to tell you this, but Queen Evie is serious about this truce. She wants to take it a step further and ensure peace with Wolfbridge specifically. Paws Peak has no interest in a truce or peace. Unless you can find a way around that, too, we just assume eliminate them. That is all." She turned on her heels, about to walk away. Then she turned back and bowed. "Excuse my rudeness, Queen Sorissa." "Wolfbridge will make the proper preparations," I said. Gayla nodded. "I almost forgot." She fished inside a pocket of her cloak and pulled out a contraption that looked a lot like a portacom, but it was much more heavy-duty, bulkier, with a very long antenna. "We'll pass along more information with this radio, and, if you're ever in need, contact Crimson Caves the same way." I held out my hand and Gayla gave me the device. Then Todd came up next to me and took it from me. I didn't mind that he didn't ask. I knew that he had this insatiable curiosity for all tech-related things, all things in general, and he wanted to make sure it was safe.
"Does it really transmit that far?" he asked. "You have a tech field that expands from Crimson Caves all the way to Wolfbridge?"
"It works," Gayla replied, without offering any more information. A red light started blinking on the radio. Todd pressed a button in response. "Testing, testing, testing." A female's voice rang from the speaker. Gayla shook her head. "She's been doing that ever since we left. I told her to wait until we passed it off, and then I would have her call." "This is Jocelyn," the voice rang. Todd pressed another button.
"Received,"
he said. Voice clipped. "This is so exciting. Is that the tech werewolf I hear?"
Yes."
"Great. We can talk to each other about tech all the time. Maybe you'll actually be able to keep up with me, werewolf."
"Is there a way to block her?"
Todd asked as he shut down the call.
"No. Have fun with that,"
Gayla said.
"I promise I'll do my best to get her under control, but I suggest leaving the radio on. Be grateful Jocelyn isn't physically here. She'd likely be clinging to you. She hasn't stopped talking about the dreamy tech werewolf since you came to pick up your princess a month ago."
I growled. Todd is mine. I grabbed a hold of his arm, pressed the talk button on the radio, and said, Todd, Caspian, Roderick, and Air are mine. Jocelyn didn't respond. We'll leave now, Gayla said curtly, and we'll be in contact momentarily. There is much to discuss. Listen to what we have to say and plan for this battle if you wish to survive the Prime War. Best of luck, Queen of Werewolves. You're going to need it. Gayla joined the 3 other vampires with her and disappeared back into their glider. They started the quiet engine and drove away, kicking up the dust on the road and disappearing into the night. I couldn't figure out these vampires, and everything just got more complicated. I'm going to need your help, I told my pack. To be honest, I have no idea what to do. And I was scared. I had so many lives in my hands now. It was bad enough just being responsible for my mates, but how was I supposed to protect an entire kingdom? You have our help, Caspian said, as he took my hand and kissed the back of it. Always, Sarissa. We're in this together. He dropped down on one knee, followed by Roderick, Air, and Todd. I knelt down to meet them, gathering them in a big hug, wishing my arms could reach all the way around them. If I was going to get through this, they would be the reason. I was certain of that much. There was an awful lot that could go wrong, but I knew we would protect each other. If we were together, we could do anything. I believed that, but I was still naive. The world didn't bend to any one being's will, and that included mine. This concludes Saving the Werewolves by Kestra Pingree. Narrated by Elizabeth Hart and Alexander Sendiz. Copyright 2018 by Cameron Hart. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Cameron Hart, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.